right. Everybody ready? Look around. Good morning, everyone. Tabling of documents, introduction of bills, statements by ministers, reports of interparliamentary delegations, presenting reports of committees. L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the first report of the Special Committee on the Emergency Situation.
Presenting of reports. Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Speaker, there have been discussions amongst the parties, and if you seek it, I believe you will find unanimous consent to adopt the following motion. That in accordance with subsection 39 bracket 1 of the Public Servants Disclosure Protections Act, SC 2005, C period 46, and pursuant to Standing Order 111.1 bracket 2, the House approved the reappointment of Joe Friday as Public Sector Integrity Commissioner for a term of 18 months. Thank you.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will now please say nay. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Motion is carried. Presenting of petitions. Présentation de pétitions. Okay, we're going to go Regina, the honourable member for Regina, Wascana.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have two very important petitions to present this morning, both relating to Vladimir Putin's illegal invasion of Ukraine and both signed by the Ukrainian community in Regina and southern Saskatchewan. The first petition calls on the Government of Canada to implore the United Nations Security Council to fulfill its responsibility for the maintenance of international peace and security and find a resolution to the conflict. Mr. Speaker, I think it's self-evident at a time like this that international law is very important, and finding a resolution to the conflict is what the United Nations and the Security Council are there for. The second petition calls on the Government of Canada to recall Canada's ambassador to Russia and to sever all diplomatic ties with Russia. Mr. Speaker, I think it's very clear that Russia needs to become a pariah on the world stage, just like North Korea, and certainly severing diplomatic ties and recalling the ambassador is a good place to start. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to be able to present these petitions here this morning.
Présentation des pétitions. Presenting of petitions, the honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And while our attention is certainly on the Ukrainian refugees, we still have a matter of Afghanistan interpreters who served our Canadian forces to deal with. And I have a petition from a former member of the Armed Forces, veteran Wayne Pickering, who circulated a petition across Canada and within a matter of 2 weeks had over 1,000 signatures from serving and retired members of Canadian Armed Forces. And at the top of the list is that of retired Major General Lou McKenzie, calling on the government to put all its efforts into getting these people who served with our soldiers in Afghanistan to Canada. Thank you.
Presenting of petitions, présentation des pétitions. The honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And today I'm very honoured to present a number of bills, or a number of petitions, focusing on Bill C-350 and Bill S-240 regarding the organ trafficking that continues to occur. These are things that we have to bring forward to Parliament and discuss in greater good, and I'm hoping that everybody in this chamber will agree. Thank you very much.
Présentation des pétitions, presenting of petitions. The honourable member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I do have a number of petitions that I'm prepared to raise, and I'll just wait for the appropriate signal when I'm finished. The first petitions do draw the attention of the House to concerns with respect to health of animal regulations, livestock identification and traceability. Petitioners are concerned that these would pose a threat to the future of agricultural exhibitions, fairs, and rodeos. They are concerned about the impact of these regulations. They note that provincial and national associations for agricultural societies, exhibits, and fairs have raised serious concerns with these proposed regulations, and they call on the government to consult with agricultural societies, exhibits, and fairs in developing these regulations. And I think, actually, Mr. Speaker, I'll just leave it at one for today. Thank you.
Presenting a petition, présentation des pétitions. There you go. Question inscrit au feuille.
Questions on the order paper.
The order paper, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour, government orders, business of supply, consideration of an opposition motion on tax reduction on gasoline and diesel, standing in the name of Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast, seconded by Mr. Maguire, moves that given that Canadians are facing severe hardships due to the dramatic escalation in gas prices, the 5% collected under the Goods and Services Tax GST, the Harmonized Sales Tax HST, and the Quebec Sales Tax QST creates increased revenue for the federal government as fuel prices rise, which compounds the pain on Canadian consumers and the economy. La Chambre demande au gouvernement.
The House call on the government to immediately provide relief at the pumps to all Canadians by introducing a temporary 5% reduction on gasoline and diesel, whether collected under the GST, HST, or QST, which would reduce the average price by approximately 8 cents per litre.
Débat. L'honorable député.
Debate, the honourable member for Abbotsford.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to speak to something that concerns virtually every single Canadian, and that is the skyrocketing cost of living in our country. 53% of Canadians today say they can't keep up with rising prices, and I suspect that percentage is going to keep going up. Things are going to get worse before they get better. Yesterday, at the Finance Committee, Mr. Speaker, we had a number of Canadian economists speaking to us. And they very clearly said that the cause of this inflationary spiral that we're in today, that is leaving so many Canadians behind, is our federal government. Now, our federal government has claimed that this is a global phenomenon, nothing to see here, and they've washed their hands of that problem. But in fact, these economists noted that there are two types of inflation. One is CPI, Consumer Price Index inflation, cost of everyday goods and services. The second is asset price inflation. Some of the big assets that we purchase, like housing, that are not subject to the whims of the world markets. The reason this is happening in Canada, we have this inflationary spiral where millions of families no longer have the dream of owning their own home. The cause of that is profligate borrowing and spending on the part of this Liberal government, facilitated, of course, by the Bank of Canada through its quantitative easing and asset purchases, government bond purchases. But at the end of the day, the problem has been this, Mr. Speaker. We have an inflationary crisis in Canada because this government has pumped excessive stimulus into our economy, effectively pumping hundreds of billions of dollars into our economy beyond what it can manage. So what happens is you've got more dollars chasing the same number of goods and services, and that drives inflation. And you know what? I know my Liberal friends are laughing at me, saying, it's not true. We had some of the highest-ranking economists in the country at our committee, including an economist from the C.D. Howe Institute, who confirmed that the liquidity in our economy now is driving the inflationary pressures. Even our Bank of Canada governor admitted that things will get worse before they get better. And Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to let you know that I'll be splitting my time with the member for Brandon Sears, who's also ready to speak to this very, very important issue. So, Mr. Speaker, today we're calling on the government to pause the GST on fuel. So we're talking about gas and diesel at the pumps. We're asking this government to at least temporarily lift the GST. Now you may be asking, why are you using the GST to perhaps diminish the impact of inflation on Canadians? Well, the reason is GST is the tax that is a tax on tax. When Canadians go to the pumps and they're paying for their gas, there's already fuel excise tax built into that. There's already a carbon tax built into that. And on top of that is layered the GST. And of course, the problem with that is, and the pernicious part of that is, that as the price of gas goes up and up and up, GST revenues go up. And we are suggesting, Mr. Speaker, that because this government has actually reaped windfall revenues from the oil and gas sector in Canada, because our government has this windfall because of the fact that the GST is generating more and more and more revenues because of the escalating price of gas at the pumps, that it would only be fair for the government to at least temporarily lift that GST to provide Canadians with a break. We're calling for the government to finally, after months and months and months of calling for a plan to fight inflation, we as Conservatives are coming forward now and saying, we've got a plan. This is part of the plan. It's not the whole plan, but it is part of the plan. You lift the GST. And Mr. Speaker, there are millions of Canadians across Canada who would appreciate the 8 to 10 cents per litre at the pump that they would pay less if the government heeded our call for this GST tax relief. Giving Canadians a GST tax break is actually a simple, common sense solution to help Canadians who are suffering from inflation. I used the term common sense. That's a rare thing in this House, actually, under this Liberal government. But we're saying, listen, we're coming forward not only with complaints, but we're coming forward with solutions for this government. So I'm asking this government not to pour cold water on our motion. We're asking for this government to support our motion, to provide relief for Canadians, because we need real action to help Canadians make ends meet. Now, Mr. Speaker, you will know that we as Conservatives are always the defenders of the taxpayer. And this, of course, is helping taxpayers who come to the pump and would be paying less GST. But I would also note, Mr. Speaker, this is all driven by the fact that we have an inflationary crisis in Canada, a significant cost of living crisis. Today, there are millions of Canadians who've been priced out of the housing market. Why? Well, the economists yesterday told us it's because this government has pumped so much stimulus into the economy that there's so much cash sloshing around, it's just driving a spike in prices for houses across Canada. In my own community, since this Prime Minister was elected, housing prices have doubled. A house that used to be sold for $500,000 in Abbotsford today is $1 million plus. In fact, recently some friends of ours sold their home and they were expecting to get about $1 million for it. Well, of course, there's a bidding war. They got $1.2 million for a house that 5-6 years ago was $500,000. Wow. Now, I feel happy for this couple because this is a tax-free gain that they're experiencing. But what about all the millions of families that are lining up behind this couple, waiting to get into the housing market? Their dream of home ownership has been dashed, shattered, probably forever. And day after day in this House, we have been asking this Liberal government for a plan to fight inflation. I've been doing it, my colleagues have been doing it. Where is the plan to fight the cost of living, the affordability crisis that is facing most Canadians across our country? And there has been no plan, no response from the government. In fact, the finance minister effectively has washed her hands of the whole problem, saying, it's a global phenomenon, there's nothing we can do about it. Yes, there is something this government can do about it. We have brought forward a motion that would be a start, a head start to addressing the inflationary crisis we have in Canada. So, Mr. Speaker, it's time for this government to step up for Canadians and temporarily remove the GST on gas and diesel. You know, it's the least we as government can do, as elected parliamentarians can do, is to heed the voices of Canadians who are being left behind. Inflation is at 5.7%, Mr. Speaker, you know that. Wages are only increasing by somewhere in the order of 2.5%. So Canadians are being left way behind as inflation roars ahead. We need to address this problem, Mr. Speaker, and we've come up with a solution, at least a partial solution. I hope my Liberal friends are listening. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, it was interesting. The member said that the Conservative Party is the great defender of tax breaks. Yet one of the very first votes the Conservatives had, Mr. Speaker, after being put into opposition, was on the tax decrease to Canada's middle class. Literally hundreds of millions going into billions of tax relief for Canada's middle class, and they voted against that tax break, Mr. Speaker. And then the member now speaks about common sense and applying it with respect to housing prices. Does the member not realize that it's more than just Ottawa? One could talk about municipality responsibilities, from zoning to building permits to the role that provinces play in housing, that the best way in which we're going to be able to address the housing crunch that's there today is by the different levels of government working together. We know that the national government has put a great deal of money on the table. What would he like to see the provinces and municipalities do to deal with the housing crisis that we have in Canada today?
The Honourable Member for Abbotsford.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that member is a member of the government, the governing Liberal NDP coalition government.
That's right.
They are the ones that have the power to introduce policies within this House that can make a difference in the lives of Canadians. They haven't done so. We've asked him repeatedly. Now he's asking me to pass the buck over to the municipalities in the provinces. That's typical Liberal baffle gap. Mr. Speaker, at this point in time, Canadians just want to see their federal government, this Prime Minister, that member, do something about the housing crisis and do something about the affordability crisis, and we're starting to do that here on this side. We're offering a solution: lift the GST on fuel, at least temporarily.
Question, come on.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Are you going to stop?
Take a minute. I know there's a lot of go-between here. I mean, it's an interesting go-between, but I thought maybe we would get to the point. The Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
My Conservative colleagues believe I'm the new minister, but I haven't got my suit yet, so I'm going to get the suit, and then they can ask me the questions.
I think we're getting into debate. We're ready to continue. On est prêt à continuer?
Ready to continue? The Honourable Member for Jonquière. All right. Finally, recess is over. I'd like to ask my colleague, I've often heard the Conservatives say that they're the champions of respecting provincial jurisdiction and Quebec's jurisdiction. But now they're tabling a motion where they're saying that they want to take away part of Quebec's sales tax. So through what magic trick, I'd like to ask my colleague, through which magic trick can the House of Commons lower a provincial tax in Quebec? I'm very interested to hear his answer. I'm waiting with bated breath.
Abbotsford.
I'd be glad to answer that question. It's a good question, Mr. Speaker, because we want this GST relief to apply equally across Canada so that Canadians in all our provinces, like Quebec, enjoy a reduction in GST that allows them to at least buy their gas at a lower price. That goes to affordability. Now, as to how this will be executed in Quebec, we have simply said the federal portion of the GST or the QST that is applied in Quebec would be temporarily lifted to provide that relief to Canadians, to Quebecers. We are not in any way proposing that we intrude on provincial jurisdiction, certainly not Quebec's provincial jurisdiction.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague from Abbotsford for his remarks. The reality is that the extreme gas prices we're seeing, a huge amount of those prices are due to the egregious price gouging by the huge oil companies. And yet this motion from the Conservative Party does nothing to address the windfall profits that the big oil companies are making. Could the member please inform this House why he has entirely missed dealing with the primary source of this affordability issue?
The Honourable Member for Abbotsford.
You know, my colleague from British Columbia rolls out this trope, this often articulated trope that somehow extreme prices are due to price gouging by the oil companies and the retailers. You know, that's nonsense, Mr. Speaker. There is not a shred of evidence to support that. But he did note that our oil companies are making windfall profits right now because of the high price of oil and gas. And he is right. But the reality is, Mr. Speaker, that money is also taxed, and it translates into tax revenue, which the federal government receives, which is why we have these windfall revenues at the federal level, which we believe, at least in part, should be applied to lifting the GST on gas and diesel.
Prise du débat. Continuing debate, the Honourable Member for Brandon Souris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from Abbotsford for moving this Opposition Day motion to give some immediate relief to Canadians. Mr. Speaker, life is getting expensive. Inflation is the highest in a generation. Every time you fill up your local gas station and go through the checkout at the grocery store, you are constantly reminded that your paycheck and pension doesn't go as far as it did once. While we've been raising these issues for months, I cannot point to a single policy change that the Liberal government has enacted to respond to this cost of living crisis. Instead, the NDP Liberals made a backroom deal with the NDP to hold on to power until 2025. This is no benefit to Canadians struggling to feed their families and pay their bills. I fear how bad it must get out there to finally shake the government out of their slumber. Mr. Speaker, the bears are coming out of hibernation at this time of the year, and I urge the Liberals to do the same. Time is of the essence, and inaction is inexcusable. There are going to be a few more bumps, or perhaps potholes, Mr. Speaker, along the way for Canadians, and I urge them to brace themselves and their wallets. The federal carbon tax is about to go up on April 1st. According to the Canada Revenue Agency, the price increase translates to 8.8 cents per litre of gasoline for the regular consumer. Supply chains are struggling to recover from the COVID-19 pandemic. And the war crimes committed by the Putin regime and the Russian military are not only killing thousands of innocent Ukrainians, but the impact of this illegal invasion is also being felt around the world. Its shock is immediately felt on global markets, such as the price of energy and the price of commodities. While I'm fully aware there are external pressures driving up the price of energy, as my colleague from Abbotsford just said, and food prices, there is no excuse for this government to not act now. As we stand here in this chamber, I am thinking of the seniors who've reached out about how the price of groceries, rent, utilities, and just putting gas in the car is getting out of reach. And I'm thinking of the parents in my riding who go into town to drop off their kids at school or to pick up their groceries. I'm thinking of the students who must drive into the city to go to Brandon University or to Assiniboine Community College on a daily basis. No one is immune to the rising price of gas, Mr. Speaker. The only difference is some people can afford paying the extra hundreds of bucks per month, while most others are getting crushed by it. Seniors on fixed incomes and working families are struggling to get, and this government is drowning in their own talking points rather than proposing solutions. Just yesterday, when my colleague to the north asked about removing the GST from gas and diesel, the Liberal Associate Finance Minister responded by talking about the GDP growth. Try telling that to a pensioner unable to fill her car and see what she has to say to the government. His answer reflected the typical Liberal arrogance and disconnect to everyday Canadians. Maybe this minister should lecture a single mother about the GDP growth, while she cannot afford to drive her kids to music lessons or to sports practice. What an incredibly tone-deaf thing to say. It's insulting, it's arrogant, and it shows how out of touch this Liberal government is from reality. With the price of gas skyrocketing in the last month, it has resulted in hardship and hard choices for families and seniors. A politician must have their head further in the sand than an ostrich to not recognize what is happening, Mr. Speaker. The simplest and easiest way to provide some relief to my constituents and Canadians facing the rising cost of gas is to temporarily waive the GST from gas and diesel fuel. This policy could be implemented without needing to set up one new program, Mr. Speaker. None. It wouldn't involve growing the size of the government or people needing to fill out a form. It could be implemented quickly and would provide at least some relief for those who are most struggling. I want to outline some of the reasons why I'm advocating for this motion and how it will impact the people I represent. And I represent a vast rural constituency. From communities such as Alexander, Pearson, Elkhorn, Pilot Mound, Ninette, Medora, Goodlands, Wascata, Tilston, Cola, Minto, Lyleton, Balder, Glenora, Belmont, Elgin, and all the others. Commuting and traveling along long distances is just a fact of life. As a fierce defender of the rural way of life, it is my responsibility as a parliamentarian to ensure their voices are heard. While the city of Brandon is the largest community, it also is the regional hub where people drive in from all over the region every single day. It is not unusual to drive 75 to 100 kilometers every day just to get to work or go to school. Or in some cases, someone who lives in one town must drive to the next town over to go to work. It's very common for a teacher, a nurse, a social worker, or someone in the construction industry to drive from one town to another. Or a senior that needs to drive to their doctor's appointment or the pharmacy. These examples are not just unique to my constituency, they're happening in every province in the country. And I fear that too many members of this government, this NDP Liberal government, Mr. Speaker, have no idea what happens in rural constituencies. I fear they have either forgotten or simply cannot care or don't care about the realities of living in a small community or on a farm. People drive pickup trucks either to work for their daily lives or simply to the fact they need four-wheel drive for the blustery prairie storms that we get. There's no buses, subways, or LRTs anywhere in sight. And there's no taxis, Ubers, or Lyfts. There are no bike lanes, but there are snowmobile trails. There are simply no public transit alternatives for people who must get from point A to point B in rural Canada. And while the reward of living in rural Canada is too great to put into words, the consequence is paying for a lot of fuel. That's the cost of living in a small community. One that many do as they raise their family or decide to retire outside of a major town or city, Mr. Speaker. It's not only the odometers in rural Canada that are worth mentioning, but also the gap in earnings that cannot be ignored. As Statistics Canada has reported, the variation in earnings from urban to rural areas accounts for a large part of the variation in provincial earnings. Some of the poorest regions in Canada are found in rural and remote communities. And I will just compliment my colleague on the doubling of the prices of housing that has taken place under this Liberal government as well. It hasn't made it any easier for any Canadian. These are the people who are hardest hit and fastest with the rising price of fuel. They feel it immediately and have few options to avoid the rising cost of gas. They don't have the money to purchase a more fuel-efficient car, and they don't have the luxury of working virtually. And they don't have the savings to get them through this prolonged cost of living crisis. So today, we are pushing for one way to provide immediate relief, which will temporarily remove the GST from gas and diesel. And for those wondering why target the GST and not other taxes, it's because, unlike other static taxes, the GST is also a tax on a tax. When the price of gas goes up and carbon tax goes, the GST goes up as well. Our proposal is targeted, timely, and can be implemented in short order. It is just one way this government could acknowledge that our constituents are facing severe hardship due to the dramatic escalation in gas prices. In closing, the time for inaction and excuses is over. People are tired of hearing nothing but platitudes, and this proposal is guaranteed to provide that tax relief. It acknowledges the government can reduce the financing pinch that families and seniors are facing at the pump, and it acknowledges that rural Canadians and those who must commute are struggling to get their fuel in their cars and trucks to get to work or take care of their families. These are extraordinary circumstances, and I call on all my colleagues to support this motion. Stand up and vote to provide some relief for seniors living on fixed income and those families who are struggling to put fuel in their car or truck. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I can say that I'm very sympathetic to the issue of gas prices. In fact, Mr. Speaker, one of the things that I'm looking at is seeing conservatives in opposition here in Ottawa taking a popular consumer-related issue and trying to score political points on that, albeit up to the opposition to do so. My question to the member is, from the prairie provinces, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, and Alberta, all of which are conservative governments, have any of those conservative governments taken an initiative to reduce the price of the liter of gas in recent weeks?
I know. Just hold on a sec. I just want to make sure that we have a question and answer, and if members want to ask questions, they're more than happy to ask questions and maybe even make comments. The honourable member for Brandon Souris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and my colleague is so right from Calgary. He just answered the member from Winnipeg's North question, and I'm proud to reiterate what he was saying. You know, this member from Winnipeg North is the one that was laughing when I got up in my first two lines of my speech, where life is getting expensive and inflation is the highest in a generation. I don't know where he's been, Mr. Speaker. His own constituents in Winnipeg North have to feel the same way as I just described in this speech here now as well. And my colleague from Calgary is so right. The provincial government in Alberta doesn't have a PST to start with, so I mean there's a big break. And my federal colleague from Winnipeg North could use his power to reduce a tax on a tax that he is proposing to continue to have, and that is also in charge on top of the GST as well.
Commentaire, questions and comments. The
honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Now,
order.
As I don't mind a little bit of banter back and forth, we're not going to call each other names. often that I you know, I let a lot go here, and maybe that's created a little bit of a free flow here. So I just want to make sure we're not calling each other's name. I don't mind a quick snap once in a while, but let's not do that. Let's not start that. I'll have the deputy.
The honourable member for Bhopal Limanu. Well, Mr. Speaker, you know, I'm always surprised to see people's ability to put on blinders. Now, the price of gas is partly due to taxes, but it's also due to the suppliers. Then oil companies also take a cut on each barrel of oil, and there are costs associated with refining the oil, which increased significantly in the last 2 years. So my question is this. Now, it's the oil companies that are getting more profits here, not the government. It's the oil companies that are putting pressure. Of course, there's supply and demand to think about, but there's also corporate greed. When will people take action against oil companies who are filling their pockets on the backs of ordinary citizens and people? The honourable member for Brandon-Souris.
Well, I want to thank my honourable colleague for her question, and I have a simple answer for her. Yes, as my colleague from Abbotsford talked about the increases in oil prices, I just want to add that it's gone up 30% since we came back into the House after the New Year, Mr. Speaker. And if she thinks that that's all due to the gouging, as I heard the word earlier, from the oil companies, she's definitely wrong. There are profits to be made in this industry, but the biggest one is the taxes that are on the cost of fuel today as well. And the increase only puts a lot more money in the government's coffers than it did in the oil companies. So I think that that's why we're reasonably asking today for the GST to be taken off of the price of gas, and the government is in full authority and has the mandate to do that overnight.
We have time for maybe a quick question. The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was surprised to hear the Conservatives saying there's no evidence of price gouging. I invite the honourable member to come north of Highway 17, where we often pay 30 cents more a litre in towns like Kirkland Lake and Timmins than they pay in Southern Ontario. And the British Columbia Utilities Commission, under New Democrats in 2019, found out there was price gouging of at least 13 cents a litre. So the honourable member agree with me that we need to push the Competition Bureau to start making sure that in isolated northern communities we're not getting ripped off at the pumps with these arguments that you're a little further away from the centre. If we deal with price gouging, people will at least have a fair chance, especially with the outrageous prices we're paying because of Putin's war.
The honourable member for Brandon-Souris in 20 seconds.
Well, I just want to thank my colleague for that question as well, on the Natural Resources Committee with him. And yes, there is some gouging in all levels, I guess you could say, of the pricing of our costs of fuels in Canada, and perhaps not just in our fossil fuel area. Coming from a farm background, I know exactly what's happened to the price of fertilizer in the last year. It's doubled, both nitrogen and phosphorus, and so they're coming from natural gas products and in those areas. So there are exacerbations in the increases of these products due to things like the Suez Canal blockade started that whole process of fertilizer pricing and changes of costs. The delivery mechanisms have slowed up because of COVID, and we've certainly got a problem with the taxes on taxes that the government has today. And all I'm saying is there's something that the government can do immediately, and they're not doing it.
Returning to debate, to repeat the debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to take part in today's debate. I haven't had an opportunity to congratulate the member for Abbotsford on his new role in the House. I'd like to do that now. Of course, this is a return to a role he held previously, and I'm always excited to work with a fellow British Columbian on policy. The motion under consideration before us today brings to mind the musings of a 20th century journalist who said that for every complex problem, there is a solution that is simple, elegant, and wrong. Make no mistake, our government cares about tackling global inflation, and we care about making life more affordable. In fact, I gave a speech in this very House yesterday where I outlined many of the very real solutions our government has put forward to make life more affordable. I'll raise some of these initiatives later on in my speech, but first I'd like to turn to the issue of rising energy prices. Certainly, we can all agree that the problem of rising gasoline prices is a complex one that must be seriously considered. Canadians and people around the world are facing higher prices at the gas pump as a result of the unprecedented challenge of restarting the world's economy in the wake of a global pandemic and the significant global oil market disruptions arising as a result of Russia's illegal war in Ukraine. The proposed solution is wrong, Mr. Speaker, because gas taxes represent a small portion of the total price that consumers pay at the pump. So cutting them would be ineffective in protecting Canadians from these global market forces. Daily changes in gas prices can be greater than the 5% tax proposed in today's motion. That means that any positive impact of the proposed fuel tax cut could be wiped out the day after it was implemented. Canadians could literally wake up paying the same price for gas as they did the day before. The government would also be in the uneasy position of having spent tens of or hundreds of millions of dollars trying to unsuccessfully fight market forces over which it has very little control. What then? Would the opposition have us further cut gas taxes? How long would the measures last for? More importantly, what programs would the Conservatives cut to make up for the shortfall in revenue? They voted against our tax cuts for the middle class. They voted against decreasing the age of retirement from 67 to 65. These are all programs that make life more affordable for Canadians, but also programs that the Conservatives would rather do without. It is interesting, Mr. Speaker, but it seems that according to the Conservatives, the solution to almost every problem we face in Canada can be solved by further subsidizing the oil and gas sector. Our government has cut taxes for the middle class twice, reduced the cost of childcare, improved retirement security, and made post-secondary education more affordable. But on these important measures, the Conservative Party votes against. And then they move a motion that cuts the funding source for these important programs that actually do make life more affordable for Canadian families. That's because taxes help pay for the government programs and services that benefit Canadians. They provide a safety net on which all Canadians can rely in times of crisis, and they allow us to make the sort of investments that can help our economy grow and create more opportunities for future generations. Funding these investments means ensuring that everyone pays their fair share of tax. And taxes on gas are an important component of the Canadian tax system in this regard. Moreover, there are very real costs associated with fuel consumption in terms of carbon pollution and climate change that all Canadians have to pay when fuel is consumed and released into the atmosphere. The member from Abbotsford knows all too well the very real costs of floods and forest fires that have affected so many families in British Columbia and families right across Canada. The fact is that climate change presents a threat to our long-term health and economic prosperity, and putting a price on carbon pollution is the most effective policy to address it. Fortunately, our government, along with most Canadians and provincial governments, understand this. That's why we recently confirmed our plan to increase the carbon price through to 2030. At the same time, we will continue to return the direct proceeds from the federal carbon pollution pricing system to their province or territory of origin. In jurisdictions that do not have their own fuel charge consistent with the federal backstop criteria, Ontario, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, Alberta, approximately 90% of direct proceeds from the fuel charge are returned to residents of those provinces through climate action incentive payments. As a result, in most households, these climate payments actually represent more than the increased costs they face from the federal carbon pricing system. What's more, the remaining fuel charge proceeds are used to support small businesses, farmers, Indigenous groups, and other organizations. And going forward, the federal carbon price will continue to be revenue neutral for the Government of Canada. This is one thing that has always confused me about contemporary Conservative policy. In 2019, they promised to eliminate carbon pricing entirely. A strange promise, as both the member from Abbotsford and I live in BC, where a price on carbon has been in place for more than 10 years. That particular promise essentially meant no savings for British Columbians and no fighting climate change in other jurisdictions. This, of course, is a lose-lose proposition for both the people of British Columbia. It would be much more effective to ensure that BC's carbon price is revenue neutral, a position I have supported since its inception. In 2021, they reversed their position and promised to eliminate carbon pricing by getting rid of our revenue neutral system and creating a less efficient special bank account where they would collect money on your behalf and then tell you how to spend it. Now in 2022, Conservatives are again calling to eliminate carbon pricing and basically abandoning any real or serious climate plan that would allow us to hit our IPCC targets. This motion in itself potentially saves up to 8 cents a liter, which is remarkably close to the current carbon price of approximately 8.8 cents per liter. With revenue neutral carbon pricing in place, we're making sure Canadians and Canadian businesses have positive incentives to make consumer choices that are good for them and good for the environment, and that encourage innovation and create clean solutions. Solutions that Canada will be able to export to the world as demand for clean technology continues to grow rapidly. Our policy is benefiting the majority of Canadian families, helping to fight climate change, and helping to create clean jobs. I am confident that any future generation who might study contemporary conservative climate policy or the lack thereof would see it as short-sighted and not meeting the real needs and challenges that Canadians are facing today. At the same time, I think we can all agree that it is important that our government continue to focus on measures that makes life in Canada more affordable for the average family. That is why our government is cutting taxes for the middle class while raising them on the wealthiest 1%. And we have delivered on that commitment in real terms. We have increased support for families and low-income workers through programs such as the Canada Child Benefit and the Canada Workers Benefit, which have helped lift over 1 million Canadians out of poverty since 2015, including 435,000 children. In fact, our anti-poverty measures helped reduce Canada's poverty rate to all-time historic lows. We have increased the guaranteed income supplement top-up benefit for low-income seniors, enhanced the GIS earnings exemption, and we are increasing old age security for Canadians aged 75 and older in July of this year. And to protect Canadians from the impact of inflation, the government indexes the Canada Child Benefit to inflation, as well as the Canada Pension Plan, old age security, the guaranteed income supplement, the goods and services tax credit, and other benefits that our most vulnerable Canadians rely on. This means as inflation rises, so too do these benefits. To further offset the impact of inflation and make life more affordable, we have increased the basic personal amount that Canadians can earn before paying any federal income tax. And to ensure this support is targeted at the middle class, the benefits of the increased exemption are phased out for high-income taxpayers. Mr. Speaker, when this measure is fully implemented next year, single individuals will pay $300 less in tax each year, and families will pay $600 less. We're also working with provinces and territories to implement a Canada-wide $10 a day community-based early learning and childcare system that will make life more affordable for families, create new jobs, get parents back into the workforce, and grow the middle class. We're giving every child a real and fair chance at success. These are the right ways for the government to make life more affordable and offset the impact of inflation, Mr. Speaker. So far, I've primarily discussed government fiscal policy, but I think it's worth discussing monetary policy as well. A strong monetary policy framework is also crucial to keeping prices stable and keeping inflationary pressures in check. Our government, the Bank of Canada, believes that monetary policy can best serve Canadians by continuing to focus on price stability. That is why last December, our government, the Bank of Canada, announced the renewal of the 2% inflation target for another 5-year period. The renewed framework will keep the bank focused on delivering low, stable, and predictable inflation in Canada. Since Canada's adoption of the inflation targeting framework 30 years ago, inflation has averaged close to 2%, which has contributed to our country's strong labor market performance, to our economy's growth, and to our prosperity. Maintaining a stable environment for the prices that Canadians pay is the paramount objective for Canada's monetary policy. That policy is independently administered by the Bank of Canada and has been tremendously successful since its implementation. There are very real challenges with regards to global inflation, and strong fiscal and monetary policy can help Canadians work through these challenges. These are the right ways to make life more affordable for Canadians and protect them from the impacts of inflation, Mr. Speaker. The proposal put forward in today's motion is not. It's wrong because it would be ineffective and it would be costly. It is wrong because it would undermine important goals like protecting Canadians from the impact of climate change and ensuring we can afford to invest in our highest priorities. It is wrong because the federal government does not have the authority to cut the Quebec sales tax. And it is wrong because our government is already taking more effective and appropriate steps to make life affordable for Canadians and protect them from the impacts of inflation. Thank you for the opportunity to make this case, Mr. Speaker.
Question et commentaire, questions and comments. The honourable member for Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for Burnaby North Seymour for his thoughtful speech on this Conservative Opposition Day motion. But one of the things I feel was lacking from his response is a real concern about the immediacy of the crisis many Canadians are facing in their household budgets when it comes to increasing prices. And while I agree with his statement of the long-term things that we must do, what exactly has the Liberal government got in mind to help out those people who are finding it hard to make ends meet at the end of the month?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member from Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke for his question and his concern. It's true. There isn't an immediacy to this crisis, and we need to make sure that we are tackling inflationary pressures right away. Certainly, we had economists come and speak to the Finance Committee that talked about making sure that expected inflation is not anchored into the economy. So measures that we have taken, concrete measures that have helped with affordability, that are going to help Canadians deal with these inflationary pressures, include reduced costs of childcare. Not only going to reduce costs for families, it's going to give those children a better head start. Those are going to provide benefits to Canadians in the long term, but it's also going to help those family members get back to work and give them more flexibility around their jobs. We have implemented real changes that have helped seniors, that have helped students, and we have a national housing strategy that is working to make life more affordable and allowing individuals to be able to afford their first home as well. Those are some of the measures, and I have many more, and hopefully I'll be able to talk about them in further questions.
Question et commentaire, l'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. He spoke about the importance of helping Canadians during this period of inflation and helping families. And then another group with fixed incomes is seniors. I heard him talk about affordable housing. That's all very well, but when you have a fixed income is also a problem. Does he recognize that seniors need help, not just only those over 75, like this government wants to do, but also those over 65? People on fixed incomes need help during this inflationary period.
Mr. Secretary.
First of all, thank you very much for that question. For me, this is one of the most important challenges that we as a government have to tackle. When it comes to our most vulnerable seniors, we need to make sure that every Canadian retires in dignity. And that's why our government moved to reverse the Conservative change, which increased the age of eligibility for retirement to 67 years. We lowered that back down to 65 years, which gives thousands of dollars to seniors right when they need it at retirement. We've also moved to increase the OAS and the GIS to make sure that seniors have the resources that they need. And importantly, and I think this is crucial, we're indexing those measures to inflation, which means as inflationary pressures grow, those benefits will grow as well.
Question et commentaire, questions and comments. The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for Burnaby North Seymour for his thoughtful response to this motion this morning. I appreciate his focus on measures that would address affordability, and I feel like if we're talking about affordability in this place, we should be talking about affordability for those who need it most. And recognizing that it's Canadians with disabilities who are disproportionately living in poverty. Up to 40% of those living in poverty across the country are Canadians with disabilities. And so I wonder if the member would comment on the need to go further and to fast-track the need for a Canada Disability Benefit, or any other measure he would put forward in order to meaningfully address affordability for a group of people across the country who need it the most.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I almost got ahead of myself there. Well, thank you very much for that question, and thank you for raising the issue of Canadians with disabilities. I have members of my own family that are in that situation, and I have, of course, many families in my constituency of Burnaby North Seymour that are also in that situation. And the member opposite is correct that we do need to do more to make sure that individuals with disabilities have the supports that they need, not just financial supports, but the accessibility supports and the ability to, for many individuals with accessibility issues, to be strong members of our workforce. Canada doesn't want to have any members of our team sitting on the bench when it's not necessary to do so. I would be very happy to sit down with that member to discuss any ideas that he has on how we can go further. But what I can guarantee is that any funding for programs that are going to help vulnerable Canadians with disabilities who are also trying to deal with an inflationary crisis are not going to be helped by the motion that is on the table today. In fact, it would cut revenue that could help invest in programs that could help Canadians with disabilities.
We do have time for another question and comment, but the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm wondering if my colleague could just provide his thoughts on the issue of what's happening around the world with regards to inflation and possibly even the impact on oil prices, more specifically because of what's taking place in Ukraine.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the question from my colleague. Certainly, I don't think anyone in this House on any side or any aisle would dispute the impact of the illegal war in Ukraine on energy prices. And that, of course, is putting further pressure on a global inflationary environment that has seen pressures from supply chain bottlenecks, who have seen pressures from climate change, who have seen pressures from increased demand on hard goods as opposed to services during the pandemic, and of course, seen pressure from the reopening of the global economy from the pandemic. While the member from Abbotsford is correct that inflation in Canada is currently at 5.7%, and we need to work to reduce that inflation. I would remind that our health-based and economic-based policy has led to better results than our neighbors in the U.S., whose inflation rate is at 7.5%. And of course, Canada's average is less than the OECD, which is 6.5%, and lower than the G20 average, which is at 6.1%. So in all, Canada, through measures that our government is taking, is working to tackle the inflation crisis and to improve affordability for Canadian families.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I will be sharing my time with the Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. So, I was reading the text of the motion from my colleague from Abbotsford, and it reminded me of a course I took at university on populism. Because populism, Mr. Speaker, if we want to give a definition of populism, it's quite simply to propose simple solutions to complex problems. Inflation is a complex problem. We can propose simple solutions, and we'll try to go through that together. But beyond that, a good way to analyze populism is to talk about populism in a different way. It's, for example, to say to people, I'm going to put more money into your pockets. And you have to be careful with politicians who say that. You know, politicians say, I'm going to put more into your pockets. Well, you have to be careful because they're pretending that our services, our public services like our healthcare system are paid for magically. And, you know, we know that we have problems with our healthcare system right now. We're not getting enough in transfers. And, you know, we need to keep an eye on that. But there are politicians who are always going to say, I'm going to put more money into your pockets. You have to be careful with those. You also have to be careful with politicians who deny climate change. Let's keep things the way they are. Don't make any efforts. Climate change, and it doesn't exist. And the oil and gas sector is not responsible for the warming climate. And that's something you hear from populists. And we see that often in populism. And, well, what do we have in front of us? Well, a very populist motion from my Conservative colleague, because both of those points are in this motion. So I already have some reticence about the vote buying, if you will, or the electoralist intentions of this motion. So it's completely incoherent. If we look at the motion, you know, in the last election campaign, I saw the Conservative leader come to Quebec and say that he was going to respect Quebec's provincial jurisdiction. But when I look at this motion, what do I see? Well, it suggests that the House drop the GST, and yes, that's possible. The GST is a federal tax. But it also suggests that we should reduce the Quebec sales tax. The QST, that's Quebec's sales tax. So from my point of view, that's completely impossible for the House to do. So the House of Commons can adopt any motion it wants, but it's still not going to be able to change any of Quebec's laws. So claiming that Ottawa can reduce the QST is misleading the population. So what we have here in front of us is, once again, populism. Another element we see in the motion is to drop the price at the pump by 5%. That can sound good. That might sound appealing. It's easy to understand. So, and that's another element of populism. However, since tabling their motion, we've already seen gas prices go down 5%. So the goal of the motion is really just to increase people's unhappiness with inflation. The Conservatives here also have talked about a temporary reduction. So what does that mean, temporary? If I look at this in the context of the climate crisis, where we shouldn't be inciting people to consume more gas. Rather, we should be inciting them to, for example, buy an electric car. I wonder what my colleague means when he talks about temporary in that context. And if we read the motion, it says the House call on the government to immediately provide relief at the pumps to all Canadians. So provide relief at the pumps to all Canadians. So, in other words, they're trying to encourage people to use more gas and diesel. Another element here, what I see in the motion from my colleague, is a very conservative intention to make everybody pay except the big oil companies. The Conservatives want everybody to pay for this except the oil companies. The increase in the price of crude oil, well, that's money that goes into the pockets of the big oil companies. The government doesn't get that money, it's the oil companies. But it goes further than that. It goes further than that. The oil companies also make profits on refining, the refinement. And their profits in that area have quadrupled in a year. From $1.15 American a barrel a year ago to $4.40 a barrel now. So the oil companies are certainly making money off the increase in costs for refineries and in crude oil. So in the eyes of the Conservatives, the government can never do enough to help the big oil companies. The best way to protect consumers against the oil companies would be to ensure that the oil companies contribute to solving the problems that they're creating. Just yesterday, the Conservatives opposed the idea of requesting a special contribution from the oil companies to fund measures to help consumers deal with inflation. So with today's motion, the Conservatives are suggesting that all taxpayers should pay for this through higher taxes or decreased services. And this is a terrible idea. I'd like to conclude, Mr. Speaker, by saying that I think that the worst thing that can happen in politics is to be irrational. And I'd like to discuss this idea of being rational or irrational. We have to consider what our interests are. And there are many things that can make us irrational. Love, for example. I'm irrational with my partner, for example. But when I look at the Conservatives' actions, this. Maybe you've heard of the French singer Johnny Hallyday. I don't really like him, but when Johnny Hallyday yells about love, you think, well, there's something irrational there. Love is irrational. So when I can see my Conservative colleagues here yell, build the pipeline, I see that same irrationality. If you were to take my phone, you would see a picture of my partner and of my son. And if you look at my computer, you'll see Quebec's flag. And I'm irrational, too, with my love for Quebec. When I look at my Conservatives' colleagues' computers, you'll see as a screensaver, I love oil and gas. So that's irrational. It's the same kind of irrational love that I have for my partners, while the Conservatives have an irrational love for oil, and they can't get away from it. And this irrational love for oil means that often our politics end up being here a bit inefficient because the Conservatives love oil and gas a bit too much. So just for 2019-2020, Oil Change International estimates that the federal government invested $78 billion in supporting oil and gas. In 2015-2017, $111 billion. Every year, EDC gives $14 billion to the oil and gas sector. We paid $21 billion for a pipeline. And I studied that at the Natural Resource Committee, and we're studying that right now. We're studying carbon capture and sequestration, and everybody agrees that it's inefficient. It's inefficient, and yet we're going to put billions of dollars into carbon capture and sequestration. And what the Conservative Party is saying today is that if we want to deal with the inflation problem, why not give additional money to the oil and gas sector? And so that's the height of irrationality. It's the height of irrationality, and it's shocking. You hear this from the Conservatives, and the Liberals, meanwhile, the government, are caught up in this race to the bottom with the energy companies, and they feel that they, too, have to contribute to this. So Canada is a prisoner of this irrational love for the oil and gas sector, and we can't get away from it. And everything is analyzed through the lens of the oil and gas sector. We're looking at the Ukraine situation, for example, through that lens. That's the only lens the Conservatives are applying to it. Now, inflation is only being analyzed through the lens of the oil and gas sector, and that's very dangerous, Mr. Speaker. So I know I don't have much time left, but I call on my Conservative colleagues maybe to see the light at the end of the tunnel and get out of this toxic relationship that they have with oil, and it would be to their great benefit. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Commentaire, questions and comments. The honourable member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We know that these are difficult times for Canadians, that costs are going up, and that it's very difficult for Canadians to make ends meet. So I would ask my honourable colleague if he has ideas about things that the federal government could do to help Canadians in these difficult times, to help them pay their bills. If not this, maybe they have some other proposals that could help Canadians make ends meet at the end of the month. The honourable member for Jonquière. Well, what the federal government can do, Mr. Speaker, well, first of all, would be to respect its jurisdiction. And we see that the NDP has agreed with the Liberals for pharmacare and dental care, and that's not the federal government's responsibility. But, well, if that's what they want to try to do, okay, well, maybe the federal government could respect its jurisdiction and also respect seniors and their purchasing power. Seniors have been left behind in this pandemic. If we want to fight inflation, we need to support the most vulnerable in a society. That doesn't seem to be a priority in the NDP Liberal alliance. Questions and comments?
Comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, to pick up on the theme of love, I have a love for our country, Canada, and many different programs that government needs to provide to support, whether they are seniors, such as the 10% increase for those above 75, to the GIS increases, to the many different other types of programs that the government needs to support real people in tangible ways. And I'm wondering if my colleague could continue his thoughts along how important it is in order to provide these programs. You need a source of revenue, and that source of revenue comes from a multitude of things, including oil and gas.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Well, you're absolutely right. And it's rare that I agree with my colleague from Winnipeg North, but I agree with him today. We need revenue to offer support to seniors. And revenue, I could find some revenue for him easily. If he stopped supporting the oil and gas sector, well, there would be additional revenue. When you look at for 2015 to 2017, $111 billion were put into support for the oil and gas sector. It's the most polluting sector in the world. Well, you know, there are some questions that have to be asked there. $78 billion, as I said, in 2019 to 2020. So maybe even if you were to end all of that support for the oil and gas sector, you would be able to do the most rational thing, and that would be to increase healthcare transfers. And I would ask you to look at that. You've got a good starting point. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Montmagny, Liselay, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, what's irrational is that if there was no oil, we wouldn't have anything here in the House of Commons. Oil and gas is used for many things, and it's a good thing that we have oil and gas that allowed us to have all the products we needed to fight the pandemic. But my colleague comes from the Lac-Saint-Jean region. It's a region that's far from big cities, and I imagine the people in his riding need oil and gas to get around. So paying 5% less on gas, that would be a good thing for his constituents. If not, what does he suggest to help his constituents? The Honourable Member for Jonquière. All right. Well, first of all, don't say to somebody from Saguenay that they come from the Lac-Saint-Jean. You should never do that. No, I don't believe that if there was no gas, we would have nothing here in the House of Commons, or we'd be naked in the House of Commons, as you said earlier. I've often heard this from the Conservatives. If there'd be no oil and gas, that we'd be living naked in the forest. The Conservatives often say that, but that's not the case. The Greeks, for example, the ancient Greeks didn't have oil and gas, and they didn't walk around naked. Now, there are electric cars. That's an option. And what I would suggest to my colleague would be to say, should the oil and gas sector not do its part? Would it not be up to the sector to reduce their profit margins? Why did you not think about that instead of reducing the state's fiscal capacity? That's your problem. It's not my problem. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Jonquière for his speech. But unlike him, I am very proud to say that I come from a united region, Abitibi-Témiscamingue, and I'm just as proud of Témiscamingue as I am of Abitibi. And, you know, there might be a bit of a debate as to where Abitibi or Témiscamingue starts and when the other ends, but either way, I'm very proud of both of those. Mr. Speaker, first of all, thank you. This morning, you know, well, we were expecting, you know, it was a tough winter. There was a lot of snow, but the snow was melting. Spring is coming back, and that's inspired me with some of the meetings that I've been able to have this week. And when we started talking about having a debate on the price of gas, I spoke to somebody who said, you know, sometimes, you know, we should listen to the Conservatives, as a constituency said this, because when they propose a solution, we should do exactly the opposite, and that's our solution. And I think that's the case today. Everybody knows that the increases that we've seen in the price of gas are in part linked to sanctions on Russia. So it might seem interesting to drop the cost at the pumps, but it's important to know that if we do that, we're not fixing the real problem. Will the problem of inflation be fixed if we do this? No, because, if we're talking about 5%, if that's off of $1.84 a liter, that's maybe, 8 or 9 cents? 8 or 9 cents, it was, scandalous, if you remember, a few years ago when we had to add an extra panel to gas stations because it was $1 plus for a liter of gas. And now they're saying we need to get rid of a couple of cents, and that's not really going to fix the problem. So does this motion fix the problem of inflation? No, not at all. I agree with my constituents when they say that, they're having a hard time at the pumps. It's very true. And we know that this increase is also going to have an impact on the price of food, and I have a lot of empathy for that. It's also going to increase things like the price of airplane tickets. Inflation is definitely a major problem. It's generalized, and we need to find global measures and structural measures to fix the economy, to fix inflation, and to get away from dirty oil from Western Canada. When the Bloc Québécois said that we needed to get off our addiction to fossil fuels, to make choices and to support innovation from Quebec, the federal government continued to, instead fund oil from Western Canada, and they're still doing it. Quebecers know that this is a choice that doesn't make any sense for the future of young Quebecers. I was reading this week something that Quebec's Finance Minister Éric Girard said when he looked at this measure. He said, what a bad idea. Why? Because, Quebec wants to promote electrified transit. And that's something that we've already been working on in Quebec, and it's becoming a gold mine for Quebec. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure you understand that the Conservatives are telling you that they've made some bad choices in the past, and the only way to get out of that is oil and gas independence. And what we're seeing with, for example, the Ukraine situation is that Quebec has solutions because Quebec is already working in green energy. Quebec's industry is doing well. This week, we're working on a study on critical minerals and strategic minerals, and I have to say proudly that we've heard about a great progress that's been made in developing the value chain for batteries for electric vehicles. Chemical industries are coming back to Quebec, Mr. Speaker, with investments from outside of Canada. There's investments in aerospace and heavy trucks. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, the future isn't in oil and gas. The future is in the green transition. And Quebec is taking advantage of that. Why? Why? Because we acted a long time ago, and we continue to act. All of the small businesses in Quebec have said that we need to keep going down that path. We can't ignore the transition that's taking place around the world. Carbon capture and sequestration is a mirage that the Conservatives have been hiding behind for years now to try and keep us held back in the 20th century. We know it's not a real solution. The longer we stay stuck in last century's economy, the harder it's going to be to make the transition, because it'll be too late. The Conservatives are using poor logic here. They're saying that we're talking about tropes, but the intention of the Conservative MPs are just using think that if they repeat the same thing over and over again, we're going to end up believing them. But that's not the case. Just repeating a bad idea doesn't make it a good idea. They want to get rid of the carbon tax, they want to develop pipelines, and they want to increase Canada's oil and gas sector. But no, we need to focus on the green transition, and this has to be done in a gradual and coherent way. we can't question it every time there's a jump in the price of oil and gas. If we were to listen to the Conservatives, we would be turning a ship around in heavy seas. And, well, I'm sure you know, Mr. Speaker, that's not a good idea. We need to tell Quebecers that the federal government's carbon tax is imposed on provinces that have not yet set a price for carbon, a price on the carbon they produce. And which provinces are those? Well, there's Ontario and Alberta, but not Quebec, because in Quebec we have our own carbon market. And on April 1st, the price will go from $40 to $50 a ton of oil. And so, you know, it's a pretty minor change, Mr. Speaker. The carbon tax doesn't reduce purchasing power. It just incites Canadians to make greener choices. The green transition is essential to the economy, and it is viable. Quebecers are making more and more green choices in their investments, and they're choosing businesses who are fighting climate change. And I've been doing that for 15 years. And I have to tell you, Mr. Speaker, that if you invest in funds that are green, well, they are a better investment than other funds. However, Canada's investments funds continue to invest in fossil fuels, and we need to continue the transition away from that. There are a lot of businesses who have made coherent investments to limit the rise in global temperatures to 1.5 Celsius, as climate scientists tell us we need to do. There are major issues, and the transition needs to start now in our pension funds, which are still heavily invested in fossil fuels. And Mr. Speaker, I would suggest that you look closer at that and that you talk about it with your bankers. And so the Conservatives are predictable, Mr. Speaker. Whatever the problem is, their solution is always the same: help the oil and gas sector. On their last opposition day, they tabled a motion saying that the best way to help Ukrainians would not be to help Ukrainians, but rather to increase oil and gas production in the tar sands. And we know what kind of impact. We know that any impact that might have isn't going to have an impact in the short term to help Ukrainians. This week, the only way that they're suggesting we can help people deal with inflation wouldn't help people, but once again, it would help the oil and gas sector. Today's motion is a false solution to a real problem. And, Mr. Speaker, I would like to take this opportunity to mention, because, you know, I bought an electric car, and I'd like to say, Mr. Speaker, that, you know, the issue isn't the price that it costs me. Quite the contrary. When we heard from Mr. Zelensky, I drove to Ottawa, and I had a bad experience because on the Ontario side, on my drive here, neither of the recharge stations was working, and so it took me longer to get home than I was expecting. So if we want to make a real transition, I think we need to have a higher gas price, but we need to also make sure that people can buy electric vehicles and that they can charge them. And given that everything functions according to supply and demand, that's a basic economic principle, the more we increase demand for electric cars, more will be done. There'll be more cars available, and if we offer tax credits, there'll be more demand. That's a great advantage. And if we look at the supply and demand, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I would just note that the more electric cars we have, fewer there will be demand for oil. And that means if there's less demand, the prices will go down. So maybe that's the solution instead of cutting in our social programs, which this motion would do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable colleague for his speech, although I definitely am at odds with his conclusions. However, given the fact that there is an immense amount of tax already on gasoline, would it not make sense to just remove the GST so that we can make sure that folks that don't have an electric car, or folks that have to drive great distances, he mentioned the fact that he took his electric car to Ottawa. I have driven to Ottawa from my riding several times, and I don't think that an electric car would be an efficient way to get here whatsoever. So the folks that aren't able to afford an electric car or able to take public transit, would not pulling the GST off be the minimum that we could do to ensure that we're not paying $2 a leader for gasoline in this country. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I think the answer is an easy no. You know, it's 6 hours for me to drive from here to Ottawa, and so you just need to adapt and change your habits. Of course, you have to plan to have a charging station, you know, maybe if you were driving a gas-powered car, you might have to plan stops to fill up with gas, so it's the same type of thing. But there's a real issue here, and that's the availability of electric charging stations in rural areas, and I think that the federal government has a responsibility to fix that. We need charging stations to be made available quickly, and then that might allow my colleague to make the trip from Alberta, and I think the federal government should invest in that. That would make a huge difference. Thanks, Mr. Speaker.
Question et commentaire, questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the Government of Canada is, in fact, investing in charging stations in Canada. But in good part, the debate is about the issue of inflation. And one of the things that we have to take into consideration is the world dynamic. What's taking place, unfortunately, in a very horrific fashion, can be witnessed every day on the news by seeing firsthand what's happening in Ukraine. And that has had a severe impact on the price of oil worldwide. And I'm wondering if my colleague could provide his thoughts in regards to that aspect in terms of the reason why we are seeing oil increase as dramatically as it has been is because of what's taking place in Europe.
The Honourable Member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So indeed, this is a sensitive question. I think that one of the issues underlying the Russian invasion is the desire to appropriate critical and strategic minerals that Ukraine has. Because the energy transition is a global phenomenon, and Russia needs those strategic minerals to be able to build electric vehicles, for example. So they need to get their hands on those minerals. We know that China also controls a large part of that market, and Russia wants to get its share of the pie. So Canada can take action here. The best way to reduce our dependence on oil or the best way to sanction Russia would be to reduce our dependence on their oil, and then to move toward a more electric system. I think that making things electric is part of the solution. The more you use oil, the more you're dependent on Russia, and the more you contribute to the factors that lead to this type of war. So let's move toward this energy transition and actually find solutions to make the energy cleaner and to find peace. Questions and comments?
Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague from Abitibi-Témiscamingue for his speech and also for his calls to action on climate change. My question is, if parliamentarians here were really serious when it comes to making the green transition affordable for Canadians and Quebecers, then what can we make of the $18 billion in subsidies given to oil and gas? Imagine what we could do if we could take that money and use it to make electric vehicles more affordable for Canadians and Quebecers. The Honourable Member, very brief response, please. Well, I want to thank my colleague for his questions and his comment. In fact, much more than that is actually given to oil and gas companies, and that's part of the problem. So what should we do? We need to accelerate the green transition. Let's take that money and invest it in every region of Canada to drive innovation. Let's invest it in our universities and colleges who drive innovation and find alternative solutions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Resuming debate.
The Honourable Member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's my pleasure to rise to speak to the motion today. I think one of the things that I'll commend the sponsor of the motion for is for putting some concrete ideas on the table about how we can try and provide relief to Canadians who are living through very difficult economic times. And that's certainly something that has been a focus of the work of the NDP over the last number of years. I think, and I won't, belabor the history of our attempts to try and make sure that working people and vulnerable people in Canada have what they need in order to live a life of dignity. But it's certainly been a focus of ours through the pandemic. And that's why I think you've seen a real willingness on the part of New Democrats to come to this place, understanding that, we may not have liked the outcome of the election, but we respect what Canadians did in terms of building a parliament and having an expectation that parliamentarians will come here to work on behalf of Canadians and try and navigate the parliament that they elected and try and come to agreement on concrete policy ideas that are going to make a difference in the lives of Canadians. That doesn't mean that every idea that's put on the table will find agreement in this place, but I think we're doing our job well when we take those proposals seriously, when we make counter proposals in the event that we don't like the initial offering, and I think Canadians enjoy seeing their parliamentarians engaged in that kind of work. And there's no question that this is a difficult economic time. I had the opportunity yesterday to speak to some of the reasons why Canadians are having such a difficult time and why we're seeing, even in the face of sometimes good news announcements about the economy, why that isn't translating into financial security and economic security for so many Canadians who are worried about losing their jobs still in an economy that on the one hand needs more workers, and we hear there's a labor shortage, but for many Canadians, they're living with pretty serious job insecurity. They're already either out of work, or they're working reduced hours, or they're concerned about the future of their industry. That's true for industries that have been affected by the pandemic. We think of the tourism industry and the travel industry, the entertainment industry, and other industries that are still reeling from the impacts of the pandemic and wondering what their industry looks like into the future. But it's also true because of climate change. And many Canadians who are seeing the impacts of climate, of extreme weather events, the impact on supply chains, and also understanding the need for the Canadian economy to become more sustainable if we're to prevent the worst scenarios of climate change. And I think Canadians, are right to wonder about their own individual place in that and the meaning of those changes for their families. And I think, and that's why I'll come back to my opening remarks, which is that I think it's incumbent upon us as their elected representatives in this place to work in good faith to try and find solutions and create a path that gives Canadians a better sense of certainty about where the economy is heading, so that they can plan better their individual futures and the futures of their families and their neighborhoods. So the question before us today is in light of rising prices, in light of this intense period of inflation that we've embarked upon, and what that means for Canadians who are struggling with income and job security and rising prices, what can we do to try and provide some relief? And of course, we've talked many times about longer-term things that government ought to be doing. Certainly, we need to see policy action in the housing market, and that's not something that's going to change overnight. It would be very hard to affect the affordability of housing overnight, but that doesn't mean there aren't things that we could be doing right now in order to put us on the path toward lowering the cost of housing. So that's certainly something that we think we need to see better action on. A key part of that is even just, and I mean, it's sad that we're so far away from effective housing policy in Canada, but one thing the government can and should be doing right now, and New Democrats are working hard to get the government to do, is even just to ensure that the public funds that we do spend on housing now to build affordable housing actually build affordable housing. And of course, the definition of affordability in the National Housing Strategy has been a barrier to that, because the way the Liberals initially chose to define housing affordability in their strategy has actually kept so-called affordable housing out of reach for far too many Canadians. And one thing that we could do is change that definition to make sure that the projects that are receiving public funds are projects that are in fact going to create housing that is truly affordable for those who find themselves in the greatest housing need. So that's something longer term that we could be doing. Childcare was something that the NDP ran on many times, and we're often told by Liberals that was unrealistic. Couldn't be done. There was so much jurisdictional negotiating to do, the provinces would never get behind it. It wasn't role of the federal government. Some Liberals may be nodding because they remember these lines from the 2015 campaign where they repeated them ad nauseum. They may remember them from the subsequent parliament where for 4 years in majority government they chose to repeat those lines rather than getting to work and doing something. What we found when they found the political will, after years of pressure from the NDP and from civil society and frankly just Canadian parents who knew better and needed the help, was that they were actually able to conclude those deals rather quickly. What's remaining is for them to cement that in legislation to make sure that those things can't be undone in the way that a Conservative government subsequently undid the Canada Health Accord arrangement. And I think to the shame of the Liberals, they chose to perpetuate that by not convening new rounds of negotiation on a Canada Health Accord, but instead going around and signing bilateral deals. So all that to say, are there things that government can be doing to create a context in 3, 5, or 10 years where some of the price pressure on Canadian households is reduced? Absolutely there is. Another important place where Canadian households are suffering is on dental care, because too many Canadians don't have coverage and they don't have the money to be able to pay for dental care. Someone was just telling me a story earlier today of their brother who had a decent job but didn't have dental care, had to move back in with his parents as an adult because the money he had to borrow in order to get his mouth fixed meant that he couldn't live independently anymore and is going to have to remain living with his parents for some time until his financial situation improves. That's also something that government can work on right now to bring those costs down for Canadians into the future, next year and the year after. But there still is the question of whether government can do something that is going to have a truly immediate impact. And so that's the proposal that we find ourselves discussing today. In this case, the Conservatives have proposed lifting the GST off of the price of gas at the pump. So again, right on, we've got a concrete proposal. It's something that can provide immediate effect. But we do have to ask whether this is the right proposal and whether it's going to have all of the right consequences. And I would say, first of all, that I think part of the issue that I would have with this proposal is that it really prioritizes reducing the price simply on oil and gas. And that's only one of the issues that are confronting Canadians in this difficult time. And so, I think we want to try and find ways to provide financial relief for Canadians that aren't simply about putting more of an emphasis on oil and gas, when we know in the face of the climate crisis that we need to be trying to de-emphasize the role of oil and gas in our economy. And so that's one flag that goes up in respect of this proposal. Another flag that goes up, I think, from the point of view of equity is that while many Canadians rely on cars in order to get to and from work, to drop off their kids and pick them up from school, not all Canadians do that. There are other Canadians who aren't using a car, sometimes because they can't afford it, sometimes because they've made a choice to use other means of transportation, whether that's active transportation or public transportation. There are seniors who don't drive because their eyesight isn't up to it. They've had their licenses revoked or they've made the decision themselves not to drive anymore. Those are people who are also experiencing these very real cost pressures. And so I think if we're going to come up with a solution to try and provide immediate financial relief, that it's important that we try and find something that can apply to as large a category of people as possible and that is sure to capture the most vulnerable. That's not to say it has to be limited to the most vulnerable, but it certainly ought to capture them. or I think we have to look in the mirror and wonder if we're really getting that balance right, Mr. Speaker. So that's a very important consideration. And the other thing that I would say, Mr. Speaker, is that I do think that the emphasis simply on tax relief, while that is a mechanism, and I would like to propose an amendment near the end of my speech, Mr. Speaker, on this motion. The emphasis on tax relief can be appropriate sometimes, but I would be remiss if I didn't note that coming from the Conservatives, I do think that it's part of a larger project to always find a way to simply blame government, when we know that there's a lot of other things going on that are driving cost pressures. And we know also, I mean, look, high prices at the gas pump are not a new thing. Oil and gas companies have been finding ways and pretexts to raise the price at the pump for years. Sometimes they pertain to, in this case, a global crisis that's well outside the immediate control of the Canadian government, but sometimes a long weekend is good enough for them to jack up prices. And certainly seeing tax relief on the cost at the pump without any further guarantee that prices would remain low and that savings would be transferred to the consumer, I think does raise the question of whether or not oil and gas companies would simply see this as another reason to raise their own prices in order to capture that extra bit of revenue instead of having it go back to consumers. So I think those are all reasons why, while I'm glad to see a proposal, like a real proposal, come out of the Conservative Party, I might hazard to say it's the first in this Parliament, we don't think it's quite on the mark, Mr. Speaker. What I do think might be on the mark and still within the scope of this motion, because it's about providing tax relief on an energy product in the context of significant inflation, would be to rather see the lifting of the GST not at the price on the pump, but on home heating. Because that's something that applies to everyone. And while I respect that, you know, driving your car, whether it's for work or for other reasons, is well integrated into the lives of many Canadians. That's true for me at home as well, Mr. Speaker. There is a little bit more flexibility for people on how much they drive, how often they drive, than there is on whether they heat their home. So, you know, if you're living in Canada in the winter, you're going to be heating your home. It doesn't matter if you're a vulnerable senior who can no longer drive. It doesn't matter if you're somebody who has made the choice to use public transportation or active transportation. It doesn't matter if you're somebody who's using an electric car. You're going to be heating your home. And that's why I think if we're serious about trying to provide widespread relief to Canadians, if we're serious about ensuring that this isn't just another way to talk about oil and gas in Parliament because some people feel that makes the government feel uncomfortable, or it's you know, a nice thing to say to lobbyists when they come visit your office from the oil and gas industry, then I think having a proposal around home heating is a better way to go. Of course, this was something that was touted for a long time by Jack Layton, and as far as we're concerned, is a bit of unfinished business. There are a lot of other essential goods that the GST does not apply to, because we recognize that there are certain kinds of things that Canadians simply can't go without, and we think it's reasonable to withhold charging the GST on those things. And so I think this is another example when we talk about home heating of how that can be done. The other thing that I would add, and I'm going to speak from the Manitoba experience here, I'm not an expert on public utilities across Canada, but I do know that in the Manitoba context, if a public utility wants to raise rates, they have to go through a public process. They have to make submissions to the Public Utilities Board. They can't just wantonly raise their rates, unlike oil and gas companies at the pump. And so not only do I think that this is, when we talk about withholding the GST on home heating, not only do we have a tax relief measure that would apply more broadly across the board, but we also have better insurance that companies won't simply make up the difference and take that revenue for themselves while charging the consumer more, because at least in some parts of the country we know that the companies that might consider doing that would have to go through a process of public review in order to be able to raise their prices. So I think this proposal that I'm going to formally move shortly, Mr. Speaker, is better in that regard. So it's better in that it actually captures more people, and I think is more likely to provide real relief to some of Canada's most vulnerable, while also still providing meaningful relief to Canada's middle class, who are also really struggling through this time of inflation. It's a better proposal because I think we have more reason to expect that that tax relief won't simply be eaten up by companies raising their prices. And I think it's also a better proposal because it doesn't prejudice any one particular type of energy. There are people who heat their homes with renewable energy. There are people who heat their homes with electricity. There's different ways of heating your home. And so this isn't something that's focused specifically on oil and gas. And it's something that can continue to benefit Canadians as we transition towards a lower carbon economy. So it isn't a proposal that predicates tax relief upon the persistent use of fossil fuels. It recognizes that people are using fossil fuels to heat their homes. It provides tax relief to them anyway, but it doesn't build in oil and gas to the tax relief remedy. And I think that that's something that is important in the context of figuring out how Canada can provide meaningful help to Canadians in this difficult time, while continuing to honor our very real and important commitment to doing our part to ensure that climate change doesn't run away on us and cause even more hurt and turmoil and economic dislocation than it is already likely to do. So those are all the reasons why I'm glad to be having this debate in the House today. I've said before, New Democrats are here to work in a spirit of collaboration with anyone here prepared to work with us to do things that we believe are in the best interest of Canadians. That should come as no surprise to anyone, particularly on this day, where I think New Democrats have proven that we are prepared to work with people. We do that with eyes wide open. Our eyes would be similarly wide open in working with the Conservatives on improving this motion. But that's something that we're prepared to do. And we will continue to be prepared to work with anyone in this House that is prepared to work with us to make a difference in the lives of Canadians. That's what we're here to do. It's what Canadians expect of us. And it's not just what Canadians expect of New Democrats, it's what they expect of every member elected to this chamber. And it's in that spirit, Mr. Speaker, that I move, seconded by the member for Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the words provide relief and substituting the following. To Canadians, by removing the federal sales tax from the home heating bills of Canadian households. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
It's my duty to inform honourable members that an amendment to an opposition motion may only be moved with the consent of the sponsor of the motion, or in case that he or she is not present, consent may be given or denied by the House Leader, the Deputy House Leader, the Whip, or the Deputy Whip of the sponsor's party. Since the sponsor is not present in the chamber, I ask the Whip if he or she consents to this amendment being moved. The honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Mr. Speaker, it's odd that the NDP Liberal government member would want to take over an opposition day motion, so there is no consent.
There is no. There is no consent, therefore, pursuant to Standing Order 85, the amendment cannot be moved at this time. So we'll go back into questions and comments. Question et commentaire. L'honorable député de Drummond.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. And I'd like to share my empathy for the fact that he hasn't been able to table his amendment. But I'd like to speak about that amendment. I was a bit surprised to hear our NDP colleague propose an amendment which, instead of trying to encourage people to transition to green energy, is instead encouraging people to continue consuming fossil fuel products. I use electricity for heating at home, and I think many Quebecers and Canadians who are trying to transition are doing. I would have expected from our colleague an amendment to the motion that would have instead proposed incentives to encourage people to transition to residential heating systems that are more ecological, instead of once more encouraging us to use oil and gas products more. And in addition, one of the criticisms of the Conservative motion is that the tax or the financial burden will be passed on to consumers instead of oil companies. So I'd like to hear from my colleague on these points. The Honourable Member for Elmwood-Transcona. Well, I think one of the good things about my suggestion was that it can apply to any heating method, including electricity, electrical heating. And so the intention was not to favor oil and gas as a method of heating. I agree with my colleague that it's important to encourage people to transition, but we recognize that that can't happen overnight. And people are facing problems with their costs right now. So we see this measure as a way to help people at this time, during this difficult time. But we do definitely need to make the transition. And we need to do so in a way that doesn't encourage people to use oil and gas. And I think that my amendment was doing that, indeed.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Halifax West.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. J'ai une question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Listened intently to what he said, and there's a number of items that, we agree with. We were all elected to this place of parliament here in order to represent our constituents and to work collaboratively, to work in partnership, to make lives better for Canadians. But as we all know, revenue comes to government from so many different sources. In order for government, government does need revenue to provide support for seniors, for families, for people of different abilities, to continue the great programs of early childhood education and all of the ones. Can you please comment on increasing sources of revenue, and how can government work better in that in order to be able to provide Canadians with the affordable housing and all the services that they deserve? Thank you.
Well, I can't comment on it, but I'll ask the member for Elmwood-Transcona to respond to it.
Well, Mr. Speaker, thank you. I'm very happy to comment on your behalf, of course. Look, I would refer the honourable member to our Opposition Day motion yesterday, where we proposed a 3% surcharge tax on industries that have done very well in the pandemic, whether it's big banks, box stores, oil and gas companies that are the beneficiaries, actually, of these incredible increases at the pump. And so those are some of our, that's just one proposal that we managed to table yesterday. But of course, there are many things we think that the Liberal government ought to be doing on the question of tax fairness. We ran on a wealth tax. I think that's actually a far more fair way to raise revenue rather than asking the middle class, who are already struggling, to pay more in tax to fund these things. And that's another way that I think we can fund something like a temporary relief on home heating of the GST. I think that we should be working to close the agreements that we have about tax havens that the PBO has said we're losing $25 billion a year in revenue on. I think beyond the 3% surtax that was proposed yesterday, we need to be looking at an excess profit tax for for those companies in the pandemic that did extraordinarily well on top of their normal healthy earnings and profit. So yes, absolutely. There are a lot of ways that we could be raising revenue in Canada. There are other jurisdictions that have shown far more leadership on this, both in terms of closing tax loopholes and ensuring that the wealthy pay their fair share. I think it's high time we did that, and we're going to continue to be a voice pressuring the government to do those things in the months and years ahead.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Thank you very much, and I do appreciate the amendment that the member wanted to put forward, but I want to really focus on what we are doing today. In his comments, he mentioned, you know, seniors don't drive. There's a variety of different reasons why this doesn't impact each and every Canadian, but I would like to fully disagree with him on that, because we recognize those things coming into the stores. Many things are some GST exempt, but there is fuel on that gasoline when we're doing shipments. When a person's being driven to a medical appointment, maybe it's a taxi. There's going to be an increase right there. There's that 5% sitting there in taxes. There are so many ways that we can look at this. So although it's not cut and dry because it's not a direct link, we know that overall it will have a bearing. When there's a reduction of 5%, it will reduce the costs of things for people because gas is being used in this, or fuel. So my question to the member is, will he be supporting this bill?
The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, as I said, I mean, we're here to try and cooperate and negotiate, but of course it takes two to tango, I think is the phrase, Mr. Speaker. And I think we heard a pretty clear message from the whip that he's not in the mood to dance on behalf of the Conservative Party, and so that's difficult. I don't think that precludes us cooperating in the future on other things, but I think we were clear that we wanted, if we were going to go the route of tax relief, we wanted something that would apply more broadly than simply providing tax relief at the pump, that we wanted something that didn't have its principal focus being on oil and gas into the future, and we wanted something where there was a better sense of certainty that the companies that could raise prices in order to eat up that price differential of the lower taxes wouldn't be able to do so. And that's why we felt that home heating was a superior choice as well, because there are usually public processes for rate increases on public utilities that don't exist for oil and gas companies at the pump.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member for his speech and his contribution today and his attempts to make this motion a bit better. Unfortunately, it did not turn out that way. So yesterday I was in this House and I was listening to the Conservative members discuss our Opposition Day motion. And they were talking about the need for actually, on the big corporations that we were insisting that there needed to be increases in terms of tax measures, that in fact these big corporations needed tax decreases, that their profit margins weren't really that large. And so and I know that this is difficult for him to try and get into a Conservative mind state maybe, but perhaps he could try to explain why they are so resolute about not moving in the way in terms of that progressive taxation, and why they are so convinced that you cannot tax big corporations on those excessive profits. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, thank you very much for that question. And indeed, I do often struggle to put myself in the mindset of my Conservative colleagues. To be charitable, I might hazard this attempt. And I would say this, that I think too often Conservatives have a tendency, in fact, a deep kind of driving need to blame every problem on the government. And while government can certainly sometimes be the problem, I mean, I believe that. That's why I bothered to get elected, and why and why we work so hard in this place to change the disposition of government and to influence government's actions, because government certainly does have a role to play. But there are other actors in the world that have real power that also contribute to some of the problems that Canadians are facing. And so I think the Conservatives sometimes, because they're so narrowly focused on the problems of government and trying to blame every problem on the government, sometimes miss the fact that they become apologists for everybody else. Because to admit that there might be a problem somewhere that isn't in the halls of government kind of undermines their entire intellectual political framework. And so it's a difficult thing for them to focus on. And that's why I think sometimes they might end up apologizing for large companies that are doing very well, thank you, and are themselves part of the problem that are facing Canadians.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The honourable member for Northumberland, Peterborough South. Oh, the honourable member for Calgary, Midnapore.
Thank you so much. Didn't just insult our entire constituencies and those who voted for us when he made reference to the intellectual framework of our party. We are all elected here in this House, and it's very disappointing to hear any type of reference to intelligence of either us or our members or those who voted for us, Mr. Speaker. So I'm going to give the member an opportunity to apologize for that, because that was uncalled for, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think the member just answered her own question when we were talking about the intellectual capacity of the Conservative caucus, because they did not hear anything in there that said anything about ordinary voters. We were talking about the Conservatives and particularly their backbench.
The honourable for Elmwood Transcona first, and then maybe I'll get back to Calgary.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I do appreciate the opportunity to respond. Two things to say. One, I would note that a comment about the intellectual framework of a political organization is not a comment about people's intelligence. First of all, those are just two separate things. But second of all, I would say that pointing out the shortcomings of certain elected representatives says nothing of the voters. I mean, voters elect people in good faith. People don't always live up to the expectations of voters. Pointing out that may be the case is no insult to the voter. Might be an insult, but it's not an insult to the voter, Mr. Speaker.
All right, we're still on the point of order. The member for Brantford-Brant.
Yes, on the point of order, Mr. Speaker, I took great offense to the member who now questioned the intellectual capacity of the Conservative backbench. I'm a proud member of the Conservative backbench, and to the member who questioned my intellectual capacity, I've enjoyed a 30-year legal career. I've got a BA Honours Political Science, Mr. Speaker. I've got a law degree. I've had a distinguished career as a public servant for the Ontario government, and now I'm a proud member of the Conservative Party. Thank you.
Now, we are starting to descend, we are descending a little bit into debate. The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Well, I was fascinating to see him read his resume, but I'm not really sure what the point was. It's nice to hear from the member of the backbench once in 6 months with his resume, but was there a question pointed at me? I didn't hear anything.
All right, we've descended far too far. I've let this go far too long. I believe we've got into too much debate on this issue. I don't think that's a point of order, yet I do give the opportunity for the members to rephrase things if they need to. I don't see anyone standing to try to rephrase, so we'll move on to the member for, we'll try to get Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Yeah. Thank you. And it is my great privilege to split my time with the member from Louis Saint Laurent, and I thank him for his work in his constituency. And perhaps maybe people are excited, right? Like maybe we should be generous with the other members, and perhaps the member from Timmins James Bay was just excited about his new cabinet position in the coalition. So I look forward to his testimony and discussion of the WE scandal and other things in the coalition. It'll be, I'm sure, quite riveting testimony from that member. But Mr. Speaker, today is not about that. Today I rise on behalf of the hardworking people of Northumberland, Peterborough South, who are struggling every day just to get by. Across our country, we are facing a cost of living crisis. From coast to coast, the amount of Canadians who are struggling to fill up the gas tanks in their cars, who are struggling to finish off this heating season in a cold spring, those who are struggling to put food on their table, is getting larger and larger. More Canadians are struggling, Mr. Speaker. And unfortunately, in my beautiful riding of Northumberland, Peterborough South, we are not immune to this crisis. Mr. Speaker, and what is the government's suggestion, or what is their solution to this? Well, it may very well be to foist with their coalition partners one of the largest tax increases in Canadian history. Let me explain. When a government prints money to spend, prices increase. So the more that the government has to print money, the more it spends. It just keeps going. It's a cycle. So they keep spending money, printing money, spending money, printing money. Well, that drives down the value of money. Everything costs more, from your house to your car to going and buying groceries. It is driving down money. Inflation has the real effect, just like taxes, that $10 that you had in your jeans is now worth $8. It is exactly the same as if taxes are increased by 20% when we have inflation that is increasing over the last couple of years up to 20%. The same impact. This is indeed an inflation tax, Mr. Speaker. And we see the evidences everywhere. Not since 1991 have we seen inflation at this rate, 5.7%. Everyone's paycheck is going down at 5% per year. You've been given a pay decrease of 5%. And that is shocking. And you know what? Things weren't good before. The last 7 years have been tough on Canadians. Right, just last year, over 53% of Canadians said they were within $200 of insolvency. This government's solution, Mr. Speaker, well, more inflation, just inflation. We have increasing year-over-year grocery bills of an additional $1,000. To the members of this House, we can probably all afford that. To many well-doing, well-productive, upper-middle class and wealthy individuals, they can afford that. But you know who this hurts? It hurts a single mother in Orono who's working every day to pay for her children, for their future education, to put food on the table, who goes to work every day on the front line during the pandemic, making minimum wage, and now is struggling to fill up her car. And by the way, she would probably love an electric vehicle. Many Canadians would, but most, increasingly now, many more, don't have $100,000 for an electric vehicle. So we can take the approach of let them eat cake and say, why don't you just afford an electric vehicle? It's unreasonable. It is the modern incarnation of let them eat cake, is go buy that EV to someone who cannot afford $100 to put it in their gas tank. When we add the inflation tax to the carbon tax, we get a particularly nefarious combination. So I had the opportunity to actually ask questions of the Governor of Bank of Canada about the impact of the carbon tax. It was strange to me that the Governor of Bank of Canada didn't know the answer to a relatively simple question when I asked him, what is the inflationary impact of the carbon tax? He didn't have an answer, but he was kind enough to write a response. And in that, he ascribed nearly 10% of the inflation we are experiencing to the carbon tax. And once again, this government is tone deaf to the needs of the people of Northumberland, Peterborough South, because their response is not, maybe let's pause the carbon tax, or let's even pause the increase on the carbon tax, because the goal of the carbon tax is to make gasoline more expensive, so we look at other solutions. Well, the goal's accomplished, guys. It's accomplished. You know what? They can't afford gasoline, and they can't afford an EV, and so you're driving people into poverty. You are driving people into poverty. So why not just pause the increase in the carbon tax? The price of gasoline and diesel have already increased. That goal has been accomplished. At this point, it is just punitive. Because there are many, including those in rural Canada, who just don't have that alternative. In my riding and elsewhere in Canada, where there are rural parts of Canada, and by the way, so for those of you in urban ridings, I invite you to come to my riding and meet the great folks of Northumberland, Peterborough South. You're here. And I would also invite to tell them that, you know what, for the soccer mom who wants to take her kids to soccer, who puts gas in her SUV to take them to soccer practice, say, no, you can't do that. Or for the factory worker who's making a reasonable dollar but is still struggling to get by because of the carbon tax and the inflation tax, tell them, no, you can't put gas in your car. You can't go to work, because that's what you're saying to them. I want you to think hard about that, the impact that you're having on rural Canada. I want you to think about the farmers out there who are paying tens of thousands of dollars in carbon tax every single year. And you know what? We will be more reliant on Canadian farmers, not just in this country, but across the world, given what's going on in Ukraine. We will be dependent. And what are we doing to them? We're making them pay tens of thousands of dollars of carbon tax. It's not because they don't want to fight climate change. They do. They do, but there just aren't the alternatives. We heard testimony in the Agriculture Committee that there just aren't the alternatives to things like drying grain and to heating their barns, and so they're reliant on fossil fuels. So you're not driving people to fight climate change. In fact, you're driving them away from fighting climate change because they can't invest in the innovation and the technology they need. So the exact opposite of what you want to happen is not happening. Let me just talk about what the opposition motion is. The opposition motion starts by acknowledging that we are in an affordability crisis, that we are in a financial challenge as a country, that Canadians are struggling to get by. Then it says, let's give you a little bit of a break. Let's give Canadians a little bit of a break. You're going through a lot. You've got the opioid crisis, the housing crisis, and now an affordability crisis. So let's do something. Let's reach out our hands and give you a 5% break on the gasoline and diesel you need to put the gas in the car, to drive your kids to school, to go to work, to build our country. To me, it's entirely reasonable. It is a break that Canadians need. To get to my conclusion, Mr. Speaker, Canadians have had a tough go over the last 2 years. It's been increasingly challenging for people to buy a home. So we've got more 20-year-olds and 30-year-olds who have good jobs, who did everything they were told to do. They went to school, they got a trade, they worked hard, they've done everything that we've asked them, but they still can't afford a house. To the pensioner, to the senior, who gave their life building this country, who can now barely afford to buy groceries. And their prosperity, the prosperity of our country, is being undermined by this coalition's dedication to the inflation tax and the carbon tax. We need to return to make Canada affordable again. We need to return to prosperity. And right now, we need to give Canadians a break, and that's why I'm proud to vote for the opposition motion.
Question commentaire, questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member talked a great deal about the carbon tax. And it's hard to say exactly where the Conservative Party is on the carbon tax. There was a time in which speech after speech they would stand up and they would say they would get rid of the carbon tax completely, just get rid of it. And then they had a flip-flop position prior to the last election where they told Canadians, no, we don't want to get rid of a carbon tax. In fact, we want a new and improved carbon tax. Can the member enlighten through the House of Commons Canadians today in terms of what his personal position is on the price on pollution? Does he believe there should be a price on pollution?
The Honourable Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I thank the member for his lengthy service in this House and appreciate many times his comments. What I will tell him is that what I know for sure is that Canadians are struggling, that they are in pain, and that now is not the time to increase the carbon tax. I believe climate change is real. I believe it's a fight worth fighting and one that Canada can win. But I don't believe that that should come on the backs of Canadians who are struggling every day to work hard to build this country.
Question commentaire, questions and comments.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. And he talked about farmers, saying that farmers want to contribute to the environment and they want to produce, but they don't have the means to do that. So what would he suggest instead of saying that we need to keep doing things the same way? What would he suggest in terms of helping our farmers and making investments in allowing them to make a green transition? And if we want to move towards renewables, why should we continue investing in oil and pipelines instead of investing in green energy and this transition and in green energy? So why shouldn't we transfer the money to research in that field, which would help with that transition?
For Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Merci, merci pour les bonnes questions.
Thank you for the good question.
To farmers and the investment in our agriculture, I think often the time the best solution government can offer is to get the heck out of the way, Mr. Speaker. Farmers want to invest in climate change. The reality with the inflation tax, the carbon tax, the income tax, the sales tax, the property tax, they simply don't have the money to do it because it all is coming to Ottawa. If we return that money to the farmers, if we allow them to keep it in the genes, they will make the investment because they are the stewards of the land. They will protect our land and they will protect our environment and they will fight climate change. We just need to get the heck out of the way, Mr. Speaker.
Question commentaire, questions and comments. The honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague down the way for his remarks. I listened intently. My question, and I certainly agree with him, that there are so many people in our country that are struggling with the cost of living. My question is that this Conservative motion really focuses on people who use diesel and gasoline, which admittedly is a large portion of the population. But many of the people who are struggling the most with affordability are people who don't drive. People living in poverty, people working minimum wage jobs, seniors who aren't able to drive for a whole host of different reasons. Those people are also struggling in many ways more than the rest of the population, struggling with the cost of living. My question to my honourable colleague, why did his party not put forward, not craft a mechanism that would more broadly help people who are struggling with the cost of living?
The honourable member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you, and thank you for the thoughtful and reasonable question, I might add. So two responses I would have to that. Number one is that energy grounds all of us and it affects all of us, and so it doesn't just when you reduce the cost of energy in this particular in gasoline and diesel, it reduces the cost throughout. The number one greatest achievement, or one of the greatest achievements of mankind, is bringing people out of poverty. And one of the keys to bringing people out of poverty, and this is just economics, is cheap energy. And so when we reduce the cost of energy, we give everyone a better chance. But I will say, Mr. Speaker, if the NDP want to sit down and talk about tax relief, my office is open anytime, any place. I am more than willing to have that conversation. We can reduce income tax, sales tax, whatever you want. We're in the business of reducing taxes and burden on Canadians.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate.
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very happy to rise today to speak in this debate after 2 weeks, which I spent in my riding, like my colleagues. And Mr. Speaker, it's not because we're in our ridings that we're not working. I know there are some people who think that we're on holiday, but it's quite the opposite. We have the privilege, when we're in our ridings, to meet and speak directly with the people that we represent here in the House of Commons. And we are, first and foremost, the representatives of the people of our ridings, no matter who they voted for. And so, Mr. Speaker, over the last couple of weeks, I met with hundreds of people in Louis Saint Laurent, whether that be at some charitable activities, at community activities, whether it be at the restaurant or in the cafe or at the gas station, wherever. So anyway, I was able to speak with hundreds of Canadians in my riding. And there's one subject that affects them all directly, and it applies to people in Louis Saint Laurent, and it applies to people in all the ridings of Canada, and that is inflation. And so, Mr. Speaker, today we have an inflation rate of 5.7%. That's something we haven't seen in over 30 years, Mr. Speaker. There are people who sit in this House who weren't born the last time we had such a high rate of inflation. And, Mr. Speaker, inflation affects everyone. It affects people who need to buy groceries and they realize that their groceries cost more, over $1,000 per family more per year. If you want to buy fruit, vegetables, meat, the prices have gone up by 10 or 15% just since last year. Inflation affects housing in an even more brutal way because of the housing bubble that we have right now in Canada. Prices have gone up by 29%. in just a year. So, Mr. Speaker, inflation affects everyone. Inflation isn't something that's just appeared out of nowhere, Mr. Speaker. It's not something that appeared a week or two ago. No. For months now, inflation has been hitting Canadians, and the spiral continues. It continues to spiral up. So, Mr. Speaker, this isn't the first time we've talked about inflation here in the House of Commons recently. A couple of weeks ago, I asked the Finance Minister and Deputy Prime Minister what she intends to do to help Canadians and Canadian families deal with this problem, to face this inflation, which is affecting them. And what was the Finance Minister and Deputy Prime Minister's answer? That's somebody who's very powerful in the cabinet, at least for the moment. We'll see what happens in the coming weeks. But we know that the Deputy Prime Minister and the Finance Minister is very powerful. The Finance Minister has levers, financial levers at her disposition. And what did she say? Well, she said, well, you know, Mr. Speaker, Canada is... compared to its G7 counterparts, has a lower rate of inflation. So, okay, maybe at a world level, well, she said, Canada's doing well. Real GDP went up by 0.6%. So, wow, Mr. Speaker. And you know what? The real GDP, wow. I mean, maybe that's great, but I don't know the last time a real GDP put more groceries into my cart. Nobody's talking about the real GDP except for the finance minister, and she is clearly completely disconnected from reality. That having been said, she's very influential, at least for the moment, and we'll see what happens in the coming weeks. And she said, well, you know what, we don't need to be too concerned because inflation's not just happening in Canada, it's worse in the United States. So we're comparing to the United States. Well, listen, the Conservatives and Canadians want to compare themselves to the best, not the worst. And, so we can't just go up to our constituents and say, don't worry, things aren't so bad here. In the United States, it's worse. That's not going to help anything. But that's the Liberal government's plan on inflation. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, what we are proposing is to... get rid of GST on gas, and I'll explain. I'll explain why we've privileged this approach.
First of all, Mr. Speaker, who benefits from inflation? Well, unfortunately, the government does. And I do say unfortunately, because the government is profiting from climbing inflation. Why? Because when prices go up, the 5% tax also goes up proportionally. What you actually pay, if you were paying $15 for it before and now you're paying $20 for it, well, you're also paying more tax. So who benefits from this situation? The government, Mr. Speaker. Because the government is getting more money when there is inflation. And that's what we're going through right now. That's why we've said, given this inflation spiral and the fact that the government is raking in lots of extra money, well, we believe that temporarily we should breathe some fresh air and give a break to Canadian families by temporarily giving them a break on the gas tax. Now, why are we targeting this in particular, Mr. Speaker? Well, generally speaking, this gas tax is worth $3.5 billion. Now, that's money that can stay in the pockets of Canadian families. Now, Canadians are best placed to make decisions about how to spend their money, rather than sending their money to the government to make those decisions for them. Mr. Speaker, yes, there are people who live in places where they don't need a car. They don't need to travel very much and don't need a lot of gas. But not everyone is in that situation. To paraphrase my colleague, the member for Louviers-Hébert, who said not all Canadians are on the same footing. They all need to be heard from. We need to hear all of their voices. Well, I would also say not everyone can get by without a car. That's the reality. When that member said almost exactly what the Conservatives said, he attacked his own government, and unfortunately a couple of weeks later he voted with the government, but there you have it. Mr. Speaker, we believe that if we temporarily abolish the tax on gas, we believe that's the right thing to do. Yes, that will directly affect workers who need to travel, families who need to travel. But, we need to stop talking about the gas tax as just the tax on the product that you put in your car. Now, when you go grocery shopping, do you think that fruits and vegetables just fall from the sky? Of course not. They're transported, they're processed, and then they're transported in trucks and other vehicles. They don't just appear by magic. They have to be transported by vehicles that run on gas, Mr. Speaker. So that's why the impact of this gas tax doesn't affect just people who go fill up their big pickups with a bunch of gas, Quite the opposite. It affects all Canadian families, including the most vulnerable, and we need to respect those Canadians. That's why we believe this measure is the right one. Now, what's the government going to do with this? Which government am I talking about, Mr. Speaker? Are we talking about the government that was elected about 6 months ago? Or are we talking about the new government? The new NDP Liberal government that is going to change everything? Well, Mr. Speaker, if that's the case, watch out, dude.
Mr. Speaker, is now. We have a brand new government in this country. Est-ce que vous avez été aux urnes, Monsieur le Président? No.
Did you vote for them, Mr. Speaker? No, nobody did. But we learned this morning that we have a new government. The NDP Liberal government. Who would have thought, Mr. Speaker? Certainly not some ministers that I saw this morning who weren't in a great mood. Maybe there wasn't enough sugar for their coffee this morning. I don't know. But I can tell you one thing. I don't think everybody is okay with this alliance. But, we'll see what happens. It's only the beginning, Mr. Speaker. Now, I'm saying this with a sarcastic smile, Mr. Speaker, but I shouldn't, because this is actually really bad news for Canadians. Even if 80-some% of Canadians did not vote for the NDP, they are now controlling things. They've really got their hand on the steering wheel of Canada's economy. What does that mean? That means more taxes, more spending, more debt, more deficit. Mr. Speaker, we are thinking of Canadian families. We are thinking of Canadians' wallets. We are the ones who want to help Canadians directly, and that's why we are proposing this temporary measure to abolish the tax on gas. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question and commentaire. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm wondering if my friend could provide his thoughts in regards to what the impact of the motion with respect to the province of Quebec. Is the Conservative Party trying through this motion to instruct the province of Quebec to reduce a tax? And I'd be very much interested in his thoughts.
The
Honourable Member.
And great answer, no. Why? Because we're talking about the GST. We're not talking about la taxe de vente du Québec, Monsieur le Président. But why do we have that kind of expression inside our motion? This is a great question by my colleague. I asked the same question to my friends. I said, well, why do we have that in our motion? Because, Mr. Speaker, when we talk to Revenu Canada, and they explain to us that when we talk about the GST, yes, we talk about also the taxe de vente du Québec. So this is why only to be respectful, because on the side of the House, we do respect the rules and the law. So to be respectful of the law, we have to include everything, but specifically, Mr. Speaker, we address the GST, and I can assure everybody, us, the Conservative, will not interfere in the provincial jurisdiction compared to the new NDP Liberal government.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. I'm not sure that his colleagues, his English-speaking colleagues, are as subtle as my colleague here. But anyway, we'll pass over his complicated explanations. Now, he said, who benefits from inflation? The government. But no, that's not true. The oil and gas companies are benefiting. From 2021 to 2022, refining brought the cost of a barrel of oil from $1.15 to $4.40. So the oil and gas companies are getting more money. The ones who are dipping into Canadians' pockets are the oil and gas companies. So when the Conservatives propose special measures to help with this, they should target oil and gas companies who year after year receive the lion's share of the subsidies of the federal government. So they're reaching into people's pockets twice. First, directly into taxpayers' pockets, and secondly, by getting this support through the federal government. My colleague, the member for Louis Saint Laurent, says we're going to take off this tax to help the oil and gas industry. You know, it's just totally indecent. The honourable member. Good morning, Madam Speaker. Nice to see you. Well, what's indecent is not understanding this very simple explanation of the law. It's not complicated. It's just the laws. What's indecent, Madam Speaker, is forgetting the fact that I talked about who benefits from profits, and unfortunately it's true that the government benefits from inflation. When prices go up, taxes go up proportionally. That's Math 101. That increases state revenue. And as state revenue increases, we need to help taxpayers by giving them a break. To conclude, Madam Speaker, as long as we need energy, so-called fossil fuel energy, I will continue to be the biggest supporter of Canadian energy. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his speech. Fossil fuels are not so-called fossil fuels, they're just fossil fuels. Now, if I look at his analysis of this situation, I mean, I don't agree with his conclusion or his proposed solution. They don't want to attack oil and gas companies. Of course, they never do. But why didn't they accept the NDP amendment that would help individuals with the costs of heating their home, regardless of how their home is heated? Because that would go much further than simply dealing with the gas tax. That would help all families who are dealing with the rising cost of living, including groceries. The Honourable Member. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also find it unfortunate that the member arrived at the conclusion that he's against getting rid of this tax. But that's what we can expect in the coming weeks, months, and unfortunately in the coming years. Until October 2025, that's what we can expect because of this new government that was, well, not elected, but who magically appeared last night, this morning. We're not really sure. Because now we have an NDP Liberal government. It'll be interesting to see what happens, but it's certainly not nice for Canadian taxpayers because straight off we've seen that the NDP is against lowering taxes and that the Liberal government, the current NDP Liberal government, is against lowering taxes. And we believe this is the best way to directly help Canadians.
Debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government's House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'll be splitting my time with the member from Davenport. I wanted to take this opportunity to be able to share some thoughts with the members in regards to my basic understanding. And I can honestly say, you know, the issue of price on gas has always been an interest to me since I was but a 12-year-old young man pumping it for a turbo at 51 cents a gallon, Madam Speaker. Now, you can do the math to figure out the liter. It would have been a whole lot cheaper. But I can tell members that ever since then, and that goes back to the 70s, of supply and demand. I can recall being at the station and there'd be lineups of cars because of the fear of fossil fuels and that the earth was running out of fossil fuels. At least that was some of the things that were talked about, the conspiracies that were being talked about, I would suggest to you, back then. And I was but a 12-year-old young man. Today, Madam Speaker, here we talk about, again, the price of fuel. And we have seen dramatic increases in fuel. And I think it's fair to say that you have to put it in the context of time. What's happening in Europe today, that the horrors that is taking place in Ukraine today. Just turn on the news and you'll get a very good sense in terms of some of the horrors that I'm talking about. And unanimously, this House has recognized what is happening in Ukraine and how wrong it is and how offensive we have found the Russian government, in particular President Putin, has been. And at the end of the day, there has been a cost. That cost, we're starting to see firsthand at our pumps, Madam Speaker, as the world demand on oil is somewhat in turmoil today. Now, we have seen the government, in particular the Minister of Industry, come forward and say that we have the Competitions Bureau. The Competitions Bureau has been obviously notified and in the strongest way to watch and monitor the price of fuel and to act wherever it can in terms of the whole issue of collusion on how oil companies might be jacking up the prices that affect all of our constituents, Madam Speaker. Very much aware of the issue. Now, the Conservative Party, through an opposition motion, has kind of taken it to another level, another step. They're saying let's reduce the tax on the price of the liter of gasoline. Now, I have a bit of a problem with that. I understand the value of general revenues overall to our national governments and provincial governments. That's what enables us to provide the many different types of social programs that we've been providing throughout the years. The Conservative Party would say, well, let's do it on a temporary basis. They haven't given any explanation in terms of what they mean by temporary, Madam Speaker. But I had posed a question earlier. We have progressive conservative governments in the province of British Columbia, in Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, here in Ontario. And I had asked the question, which one of those conservative governments have actually reduced the price of the liter by reducing their tax on gasoline? To the best of my knowledge, Madam Speaker, that hasn't taken place. It hasn't taken place because at the end of the day, I suspect that the concern is in regards to the overall pricing of gasoline and what it is that we can do to ensure that there is not gouging taking place at our pumps, Madam Speaker. And the different levels of government do have a role to play. As I pointed out, for us through the Competition Bureau, which is in fact monitoring the situation. Inflation is something in which we take very seriously. Madam Speaker, if you take a look at the Liberal Party of Canada's agenda going into the 2015 election, all the way to today, on the whole issue of inflation, you will see that we have been very much progressive in our thinking in being there to support Canadians. From the day one, as I made reference to it last night in yesterday's debate, of the tax breaks for Canada's middle class. And I pointed out yesterday how the Conservative Party actually voted against that particular tax break. But for the first number of years, the focus of our government was in fact on Canada's middle class and how we could expand the middle class. And the results of the policy measures that we had taken in those first few years had a profoundly positive impact. Canada's economy was doing exceptionally well in comparison to other countries around the world, and in particular, whether it was the United States or our European Union countries, Madam Speaker. Canada was doing exceptionally well. Then we hit the pandemic. And in the pandemic, we saw Canadians come together to take on something once again that was taking place around the world. And the impact that it was having on our economy was quite severe. And if you take a look in terms of what we were able to accomplish by working with Canadians and the different types of support programs that we brought in to support Canadians, whether it was things such as the CERB or programs for direct support for seniors, people with disabilities, students, just vulnerable people in general. we were there having Canadians back through that difficult time. And it paid off. Just like our first 4 years in dealing with the middle class, where we generated over 1 million jobs in those 4 years, to the pandemic. Compare Canada to other countries around the world, whether it's the US or go into those G20 countries. And we did exceptionally well in comparison. Madam Speaker, take a look at the number of jobs that were returned. Well over 100% of the jobs had returned from pre-pandemic times. And I like to believe it had a lot to do with the government programs that were rolled out, where Ottawa paid out somewhere in the neighborhood of 80 to 85% of all dollars spent, new money spent on pandemic relief, came from Ottawa. Again, supporting Canadians. Inflation is something that has come up as a major issue over the last couple years, and the government continues to give more and more attention to it, Madam Speaker. We see in terms of comparisons, again, you have to put it in a perspective of what else is taking place in the world. The speaker before me said, well, yeah, we just compared it to the United States. Well, Canada, our inflation rate is at 5.7%, compared to the US, which is 7.5%. And we were criticized, well, why just the US? Well, look at the G20. Average out the G20 countries in the world, and what you will see is that their inflation rate, averaged out, is over 6%, which is higher than Canada. Again, I would suggest to you, Madam Speaker, that as a government, it doesn't mean that there's no room for improvement. There are things that we have put into place, that we have taken action to ensure as much as possible that we are contributing in a positive way to our economy and the growth of our economy, and trying to minimize some of the negative impacts of inflation. But for the Conservative Party to try to give a false impression that Canada's in this huge black cloud is over Canada because of inflation, I think is somewhat misleading. And at the end of the day, the government policies that we put into place have done exceptionally well, especially if you compare it to other countries in the world, Madam Speaker. And it doesn't mean that there's not more work to be done. There's a lot more work to be done. And one of those is going to be the presentation of the 2022-23 budget, in which I know that it will be a true reflection of what Canadians believe is the right thing for this time and age. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Charlotte. Assiniboia, Headingley. I'm missing two.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the member, one of my fellow Manitoba MPs, for his thoughtful speech. Just a quick Google search shows that Maryland and Georgia have cut a 36-cent excise tax on fuel until the end of May. Florida passed a 1-month gas tax suspension on a temporary basis. Maine and Washington have introduced similar measures, as have other states. If these states can all take us up on this great idea, why won't his government?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, one of the comments that I made reference to was the fact that, as my colleague pointed out, we're both from the province of Manitoba, a progressive Conservative government. And you have progressive Conservative governments in other jurisdictions here in Canada. And it's interesting to see that none of those have picked up on the Conservative idea. There is a fundamental difference that I have with many of my Conservative friends, and that is I understand and I appreciate the true value of government expenditures to support Canadians at a time of need. And what we have seen in policies is a government that continues to support our vulnerable, in particular investing in our seniors, investing in infrastructure, and so much more, Madam Speaker.
Le député de Drummond.
Madame la Présidente, je félicite mon
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. Once again, we see that our colleague, well, I believe I could recommend that he get a job in a PR agency where he would just have to draft ads for the Liberal Party. I think he would be incredibly good at that, Madam Speaker. Now, in my colleague for Jonquiere's speech earlier, I hate to say it, but my colleague does have some good points. My colleague for Jonquiere, he said that one must take into account not only direct subsidies, but all the supports that the oil and gas sector get in Canada. For example, $111 billion between 2015 and 2017, and $78 billion in the next 2-year period. So the Conservatives have good intentions here with their motion. They want to reduce the burden on Canadian and Quebec citizens. But perhaps in those tens of billions of dollars that the Liberal government is granting to the oil and gas industry, couldn't the Liberal government treat that as a kind of fund and use that to redistribute to citizens during a crisis like this one? Thank you.
Parlementaire.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And one of the things I don't find difficult at all in terms of being a Liberal member of Parliament is just by being open and honest and transparent. There's a lot of wonderful things that we have done as a government, so it only comes natural to be able to talk about those policy actions. With respect to the issue of subsidies of fossil fuels, which often comes up as a matter of debate inside the chamber, one of the things that we need to recognize is that some of those fossil subsidies goes towards assistance for remote regions. And I think that I would like to think that all members would recognize the true value of that, at the very least, for the short term.
Parlementaire, l'honorable député de Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I have a question in the same vein as the question just asked by the member for Drummond. Because the people or the companies rather, that are really taking advantage of this crisis are oil companies. And the Conservative solution is to decrease government revenues when we actually need that money to help people. Why not go get the money where it is, which is to say oil companies' profits, to be able to help the average Canadian who's struggling?
Parlementaire.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I suspect that there are some individuals within the Department of Finance that are much more ably minded than I am in terms of taxation policies and how it is that we could ultimately ensure that there's a sense of fairness in terms of taxation, that there will be additional revenues that will be coming in as a result, no doubt, of higher oil prices that these corporations will have to pay. The details of it, I really don't know offhand anyway.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Davenport.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. It's a true pleasure for me to rise in this House on behalf of the residents of my riding of Davenport to speak on the Opposition Day motion put forward by the Conservatives that calls on our government to introduce a temporary 5% reduction on gasoline and diesel, whether collected under GST, HST, or QST, which would reduce the average price by approximately 8 cents per litre. Our federal government, Madam Speaker, is acutely aware that many Canadians are being squeezed by higher prices for gasoline and by elevated inflation in general. But I believe that this motion will not help Canadians. A tax holiday on oil and gas could result in energy companies pocketing the difference in costs, and there's no guarantee that savings will pass on to Canadian consumers at the pumps. Madam Speaker, increases in prices for a variety of goods is a global phenomenon driven by the unprecedented challenge of restarting the world's economy, as well as the instability to the global markets as a result of Russia's attack on Ukraine, which has jolted commodity markets with a surge in prices, particularly for oil, natural gas, and wheat. Obviously, the most direct impact of the war is on the people of Ukraine. As we have repeatedly said, we remain steadfast in our support for Ukraine and will continue to put pressure on Russia and choke President Putin's ability to fund his unprovoked and illegal attack of aggression. Madam Speaker, as you know, and as do the members of this venerable House, our federal government has been swift and decisive in its actions, along with Europe, the United States, and the United Kingdom, to put in place aggressive sanctions on Russia. Indeed, they are the toughest sanctions ever imposed on a major economy. However, in order to really be effective, in order to really have an impact, we have to be prepared for there to be some adverse consequences for our own economy, which could also affect Canadians' cost of living temporarily. Along with higher prices for a broad range of commodities, the Russian invasion threatens renewed global supply disruptions, all of which are expected to add upward pressures on prices. The OECD recently estimated in a special report on the economic and social impacts and policy implications of the war in Ukraine that global growth could be reduced by over 1 percentage point over the next year, while global inflation could be 2.5 percentage points higher. And while Canada's natural resource sectors will benefit from higher commodity prices, higher prices will additionally disrupt supply chains and will have significant impacts, further impacts on inflation in Canada, including, as we are currently seeing, at the gas pumps. The pandemic also remains a threat to global supply chains and inflation, with the recent surge in cases in China and another wave beginning in Europe. As global economies have unwound COVID-19 related restrictions and reopened their economies, the price of goods have gone up around the world. Indeed, the Bank of Canada and private sector economists anticipate that inflation may stay higher for somewhat longer than initially expected, but they expect it to ease back towards the 2% target over the next 2 years as pandemic-related forces fade. As we have always said, restarting the economy is a complex process, and the Canadian and global economies are still feeling the impact of the pandemic. That said, Madam Speaker, Canadians should be rest assured that when it comes to government benefits and concerns over inflation, the federal government indexes the Canada Child Benefit to inflation, as well as the Canada Pension Plan, Old Age Security, the Guaranteed Income Supplement, the Goods and Services Tax Credit, and other benefits for the most vulnerable people. I'm very proud that our key government supports for those most vulnerable in our society are indexed to inflation. So while inflation will have huge impact on our society, our most vulnerable are protected. This is not the case in many other countries. Madam Speaker, other measures that we have implemented to support Canadians include the cutting of taxes for the middle class while raising them on the top 1%, and we're working very hard to address housing affordability. In addition, we're also working with provinces and territories to implement a Canada-wide $10 a day community-based early learning and childcare system that will make life more affordable for families, creating new jobs, getting parents back into the workforce, growing the middle class, while giving every child a real and fair chance of success. Now, all provinces and territories have signed on to this national plan except for Ontario, and I know Ontarians, especially the residents of my riding of Davenport, are hopeful that they will sign on to this plan very soon. Madam Speaker, a strong monetary policy framework is also an excellent weapon in our arsenal to keep prices stable and keep inflationary pressures in check. Our federal government and the Bank of Canada believe that monetary policy can best serve Canadians by continuing to focus on price stability. That is why last December, we announced with the Bank of Canada the renewal of the 2% inflation target for another 5-year period. This renewed framework will keep the bank focused on delivering low, stable, and predictable inflation in Canada. Since Canada adopted an inflation targeting framework 30 years ago, inflation has averaged close to 2%, which has contributed to our country's strong labor market performance. It has also contributed to our economic growth as well as to our prosperity. Maintaining a stable environment for the prices that Canadians pay is the paramount objective of Canada's monetary policy. That has been the case for the past 30 years and will remain the case for the next 5 years as well. Doing so supports a strong and inclusive labor market that provides every Canadian with opportunities for a good quality of life. That is why the review and renewal of Canada's monetary policy framework every 5 years is such an important moment. This renewal of Canada's monetary policy framework is fundamental to Canada's economic success. It is about continuity and about continuing to do what we know works. Madam Speaker, as you can see, our federal government is already working hard to address the cost of living and to make life more affordable for Canadians. And thankfully, by delivering significant fiscal policy support to Canadians during the pandemic and avoiding harmful austerity policies, we've seen a rapid and resilient recovery so far. The vast majority of the government's recovery plan is targeted towards growth-enhancing and job-creating initiatives. Initiatives such as the investment to support childcare and the adoption of new technologies that will help boost supply, increasing space for the economy to grow without the risk of higher inflation. And our federal government has moved from very broad-based support to far more targeted measures that will provide help where it is needed, the most when it is needed. I am pleased to say, Madam Speaker, that our plan is working. Canada has exceeded its goal of creating 1 million jobs, well ahead of expectations, and has the strongest jobs recovery in the G7. In fact, as of February, despite the temporary effect of Omicron on Canada's labor market, 112% of the jobs lost since the peak of the pandemic has been recouped in Canada, significantly outpacing the US, where just 90% of lost jobs have been recovered so far. And Canada's GDP has now returned to pre-pandemic levels, with economic recovery well on track and the focus now shifting to sustaining and enhancing Canada's growth potential. However, Madam Speaker, we know that more can be done, especially as we emerge from COVID-19. Despite impressive economic performance in certain parts of the economy, as I stated earlier, our government is mindful of the global phenomenon of elevated inflation, its impact on the cost of living, including higher prices at the pumps. Our federal government has and will continue to focus on actions that will create jobs and growth and make life more affordable for Canadians. Not through a temporary 5% reduction on the gasoline and diesel, but in meaningful and concrete actions that will grow our economy, provide good paying jobs for the middle class, and create prosperity for Canadians now into the future. This will be a core priority that will form the foundation of the upcoming budget. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Cumberland-Colchester.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for the repetitive discourse that the government narrative that they want to bring forward, this NDP Liberal coalition. The question I have, Madam Speaker, is, you know, I spoke to Bev this morning, and Bev is having a very difficult time. She lives in rural Nova Scotia. As a lot of our members have pointed out, she doesn't have access to transportation and a mass transit system. She relies on her vehicle to get to doctor's appointments, to buy her groceries, to attend events that she needs to get to, and appointments she needs to have. And this government talks about targeted opportunities. What more targeted and time-limited opportunity could you possibly have, Madam Speaker? Not you, Madam Speaker, of course. I know you're not going to change the law, but I know you would if you could. That being said, you know, what more targeted opportunity could this NDP Liberal coalition have than to reduce the GST portion of the tax on fuel for Canadians suffering today? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Davenport.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And through you, I want to thank the Honourable Member for his question. I think it's a really good one. I want to just remind everyone that since we were first elected in late 2015, we've been very focused on trying to support Canadians in terms of costs. So we to support seniors. We've increased the guaranteed income supplement to support families. We have introduced the Canada Child Benefit and now the National Child Care System. There's been a number of items that we've done to introduce to support Canadians to reduce income inequality, and we will continue to provide additional supports for Canadians as we move forward. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable député de Thérèse de Blainville.
The honourable member for Thérèse de Blainville. Thank you, Madam Speaker. A question for my colleague. In her speech, she talked about the Ukraine war, daycare, the GIS for seniors. Listen, the only thing we can agree on is that we seem to both disagree with the Conservatives' proposal because it's a false solution. But what's not clear to me and to the people of my riding is that given that we're facing inflation, which is affecting food, it's affecting everything from the labor shortage to the housing shortage and a number of other factors where we know that inflation is an issue and it seems to be there to stay. What clear action will this Liberal government take to help our fellow citizens face these problems with inflation? The honourable member for Davenport.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. And through you, I want to thank the honourable member for her excellent question. I had mentioned the Old Age Security and Canada Pension Plan and the Canada Child Benefit in my speech because I want to remind everyone that all of these supports are actually indexed to inflation, which will help our most vulnerable in our society. And this is not the case, and it's not something that's offered in many other countries. In terms of what additional supports we will be providing to Canadians, one, we have and continue to implement the National Child Care Plan. We continue to provide supports for our seniors. As I mentioned, we had increased the guaranteed income supplement, and we plan on supporting and increasing our old age security for those seniors 75 and older. We are looking at the housing issue and the affordability issue, and we're looking to take urgent, concrete steps to help resolve this issue moving forward. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks to my honourable colleague for her speech. The oil and gas companies in Canada have increased their already excessive profits, even throughout this pandemic, when others are suffering. And the NDP have pushed for many years for the creation of an oil and gas ombudsman to work for and to protect consumers against that kind of price gouging. Does the honourable member support this sort of initiative? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Davenport.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I support any type of effort that is going to ensure that our oil and gas sector decarbonizes and works with all other Canadian sectors to move to a low carbon economy. That works to transition their workers into to decarbonize and anything that will support Canada achieving our net zero by 2050 targets.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nickel.
I'd like to thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to be here in the House with you and the other members today.
It's always an honor to rise on behalf of the good people of Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nickel, Madam Speaker, and on an issue that's so incredibly important. Now, before I can get on to that, in Kelowna, they've seen large gas prices. It's about $1.84 in Merritt, an area that is always where they often have protests even for high gas prices. It's $1.93, Madam Speaker. So these are challenging times, and it aggravates many problems we have in our country right now. And before I go any further, I want to make sure that I'm clear that I will be splitting my time with the wonderful member from Hastings, Lennox, and Addington. But Madam Speaker, all the problems that we are suffering right now, I hear from pensioners who say the cost of groceries, Mr. Albus, are going up all the time. That's going to be aggravated by increased transportation costs because of the high cost of gas, both gasoline and diesel. We also have, commuters that need to be able to get to work. Now, because of rising house prices in this country, people are now living farther and farther away from where they work. And look, there's a price to be paid for that. And now we are seeing such record highs in gas prices, it is making life less and less affordable. In fact, Madam Speaker, we've been talking as a party, the Conservative Party of Canada has been talking about these issues in the 2019 election, where my friend from Winnipeg joined us. We talked about it's time for you to get ahead. So we've been speaking as a party to the very real pressures that Canadians have been feeling, and this government has simply been adding to the pain. Now, they may say, oh, we added an inflationary clause here on this program or that program, but for rank and file, for the working poor, Madam Speaker, for those low-income families that do not have children, they are paying higher Canada Pension Plan contributions. They are, as of April 1st, going to be paying higher carbon taxes, whether it's in my home province of British Columbia, as it goes to $50 a ton, or any of the other regimes that we have in Canada, including the backstop. So this government continues to add and add and add. And Madam Speaker, it's incredibly important for us to be proposing things that will help make it better. Someone told me once, Dan, sometimes life cannot be easy, but it can always be made easier. So the purpose of this common sense plan to reduce 5% GST or its harmonized equivalent across this country, to give every Canadian a break when they go to fill up at the pumps, Madam Speaker, will be incredibly important. And there's many reasons why for that. So the first reason, Madam Speaker, is obviously we are seeing large increases in gas prices. And unlike some of the rhetoric we hear from the NDP and others that suddenly say it's the big oil that's making this, well, we know international instability due to the situation in Ukraine, and my heart again goes to those people that are suffering in Ukraine right now, fighting for their very freedom, for their very sovereignty. It's caused international prices to go up, and therefore that variable, when we're adding up the bill, goes up as well. Then you have fixed gas taxes, such as the excise tax that goes towards municipalities. Then you have the carbon tax on top of that. And you know what, Madam Speaker, what sits at the very top that multiplies and compounds all the pain? The GST. The GST on gasoline and diesel is multiplying, compounding that pain, making it absolutely intolerable and worse. So, Madam Speaker, l'inflation fait mal.
Inflation hurts, Madam Speaker. It hurts the most vulnerable, and it particularly affects rural communities, which are totally dependent on delivery by trucks for food and other basic products. Up until today, the Liberal government has not done anything. They haven't taken any of the actions we've suggested to make life more affordable. But GST on gas and diesel, which because of the high price of crude oil, is a manna for the government.
Revenues that they are receiving. Usually they get about between $3.5 billion or $5 billion, depending on the year, Madam Speaker, in this. But that's under regular conditions, not what we see today. And as I said before, la taxe sur le carbone.
The carbon tax will go up in British Columbia and in all the other provinces which have their own system or which are subject to the federal carbon tax on April 1st. GST will be added to that, a tax on a tax. And that is going to make things even harder for Canadians who are affected by the high price of gas and the increase in the carbon tax. That's why we want to give Canadians a 5% break at the pumps so that they can have more money in their pockets to help them face inflation levels that we haven't seen for over 30 years.
Speaker, 30-year highs, the most I've seen in my lifetime, Madam Speaker. And you know what? This government just seems unmoved. Some may say it's a stoic quality. I would say, Madam Speaker, they're just indifferent. And more needs to be done. This is a common sense measure that would, again, deal with the escalation of gas prices caused by crude costs, and also, Madam Speaker, while I'm on my feet, the issues we have in our country with pipelines. In fact, in British Columbia, we actually have a net deficit every day, a structural deficit of gas that is not refined in British Columbia, and that raises the price there. Having pipelines, having a proper system would help with that. And unfortunately, this government has been relatively indifferent to it. You know, as they may say, oh, well, we bought a pipeline. Well, Madam Speaker, again, billions upon billions. I think the original estimates were $5.5 billion for the original and around 12 billion for the building of the expanded TMX. And guess what, Madam Speaker? Over $21.5 billion and counting. And the government still won't say when it's going to get finished. So again, Madam Speaker, all those costs get incorporated and magnified by the GST. And so if we want to see where truckers can get foods as cheaply as possible to stores, so our pensioners, our families can buy affordable, nutritious food, they need to see a break. And this government has, in previous years, Madam Speaker, when we've said, you know, defer or cut the carbon tax, they've been completely opposed to that. So I hope, Madam Speaker, that the government will, and when I first came here in 2011, the first thing I noticed, Madam Speaker, is it often isn't whether an idea is good or not. The merit of an idea, it's often based on who proposes it. So I do hope that members opposite and the government and other opposition parties, well, I guess the opposition bloc, I can't say what the NDP is anymore, Madam Speaker. Maybe they can clarify for me. But ultimately, Madam Speaker, a good idea is a good idea. People in our ridings, and it's not just mine, it's across this great country, are feeling the pinch. If we want to get them to continue to support other measures that are important to members, they need to feel that we are taking care of them, that we are thinking of them as we walk and chew gum and try to support others as we've been seeing internationally, that we can walk and chew gum and make sure that our children and our pensioners can have an affordable, nutritious access to food, Madam Speaker. And don't even get me started on our northern communities. Again, rural and remote areas always pay through the nose. So, Madam Speaker, I'm not sure how much time I have left, so let me just sum up by saying this again. Please, to all members in this place, take a look at the proposal. A 5% reduction at a time where government is getting so much windfall, whether it be through inflationary means, whether it be through a higher carbon tax, whether it be through higher crude prices. This government is loading up and receiving a ton of revenue. Let's just say, stop, pause, give a temporary reduction, zero base, the 5%, so let Canadians keep a little bit more of their money when they go to fill up with gasoline at the pumps. A simple suggestion, Madam Speaker, and I do look forward to questions and comments. Always love hearing what my fellow colleagues have to say. Thank you.
And comments, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to get a sense from my friend opposite. There are a number of Conservative governments that are in Canada at the provinces. Can he identify any provincial governments that have reduced their taxes with respect to gasoline during this time?
The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen, Nicola.
Yeah, the member asks a very good question because all provinces right now are feeling the strain of their healthcare system from the pandemic. They've all asked for an increase in transfers, which this government has stuck its ears and refused to listen on for such a long time. But Alberta is also receiving a windfall right now because of its resource revenue, and it said at $90 a barrel, we will then forgive this certain tax room. Other provinces are not in the same ability. And they've actually, in my home province of British Columbia, the Premier's actually said publicly that it should be the federal government to take action on this. That's why I'm so happy, Madam Speaker, to be from British Columbia, to be standing up and actually saying, here's a common sense solution that will help people in Merritt, Kelowna, and actually right across this great country, a 5% reduction at the pumps.
The Honourable Member for Drummond.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I have the same big question that I had earlier. I understand the desire. I understand the intention to help Canadians in this time of crisis. But what I don't understand is why it's always up to taxpayers to accept the cost when oil and gas companies are getting huge subsidies from the government. Why do the Conservatives not want to ask the oil and gas companies themselves to contribute to reduce prices at the pump and make an effort on their side in this time of crisis?
Nicola. Really simple, Madam Speaker, and this member being from Quebec knows that they do get some of their gas, some of their energy from outside of Canada. So there's going to be a different approach in every different province. So, for example, if the international price of it goes up, you're going to be paying more. Right? And so, again, Madam Speaker, the issue that you ultimately end up with is whatever that price is gets magnified by the GST. And in my home province, the government has been saying for years that they're going to come down on those gouging gas companies. Well, they haven't, because oftentimes it's a competitive marketplace. And so what ends up happening is it finds its natural level. So international instability has skyrocketed crude prices, which magnifies the GST and increases the windfall revenues this government is having. Let's just let Canadians keep a little more of their money, whether it be in British Columbia or La Belle Province.
Member for Skinner, Buckley Valley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague from Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola, and a fellow British Columbian at that. His last comment there about price gouging seemed to suggest that price gouging by oil companies is not a big issue when it comes to gas prices. But he will be familiar that in 2019, the BC Utilities Commission did a study on this and found that 13 cents of what were then much lower gas prices were attributed to unexplained factors that couldn't be explained by the competitive market. Today, that 13 cents is likely much more. Could he speak to this discrepancy, this uncompetitive gouging that's happening at the pumps?
Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen and Nicola.
Madam Speaker, I'm very happy the member from Skinner-Bulkley Valley is asking about this. He should actually get on the phone and talk to John Horgan. John Horgan has repetitively said, we're going to be taking action on this. And you know what, Madam Speaker? He actually, on the BC Utilities Commission process he talked about, they actually said you can't talk about government taxation whatsoever. So if there's information gaps, the BC government should be able to say this is what we know and this is what we do. But instead, it's more rhetoric from the NDP, whether it be provincially or NDP, or federal. They just say those big, bad oil companies. Madam Speaker, we see international crude prices have gone up. The government, this government, is getting a ton of extra cash because of the GST on top of that, because it's on everything, including other taxes. Let's just focus on the basics here. Let's try and put a little more money in our constituents' pockets when they go to fill up.
Debate, the honourable member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
Madam Speaker, I wish I could say it's my pleasure to rise in the House today to speak to this motion, but that would be misleading in this place. The circumstances that have led to the necessity of this Opposition Day motion completely efface the normally noble feelings I have to expect when standing in this House. The price of fuel has been increasing. This we all know. We can sit here and debate the macroeconomic reasons of how we got here. We can point fingers at various governments, regulatory bodies, international associations, etc. But what would that do? What would pointing the finger at government agencies do for the business owners that I spoke to during question period during our last sit-in week? The reality of the situation is that no amount of bickering in this place about past governments will lower the out-of-control fuel bills Canadians are being stuck with. People from all ages and stages are grappling with these costs. Their budget doesn't have room for the increase when paying the minimum payment on their exhausted credit card is their primary concern. Bickering about OPEC or allegations of corporate greed among oil and gas companies does nothing to help the young couple from Sterling I spoke to earlier today, or the retiree from Bath last week, or the gentleman from Tamworth that emailed me this morning begging for relief. Empty words and pitful rhetoric from wordy politicians gets old, and it won't help. Madam Speaker, this motion will. And this is why it is critical that we can pass this motion today and do so unanimously so that we can all go back to our constituents and say, we did this. We did this together. We set aside any professional grudges we held. We set aside our pride. We set aside our loyalty to our party, and we delivered financial reprieve to those suffering from these ridiculous fuel prices. Madam Speaker, I think it is no surprise at all that those in this House that are lucky enough to represent the more rural ridings in Canada feel particularly strong about this issue. Now, to be clear, to my more urbanite colleagues in all parties, I do not mean to minimize the effect that these fuel prices have had on your constituents. I know they suffer too. But the simple reality is that the people in rural Canada, like those in Hastings, Lennox, and Addington, rely more on fuel than lobbyists in downtown Toronto or bureaucrats here in Ottawa. There is no city bus from El Dorado to Enterprise. There is no LRT from Bancroft to North Thurlow. If you do not live within walking distance of your work, and the vast majority of my voters, constituents, human beings do not, you need to drive a car. And believe you me, when I say driving around HLNA, Hastings, Lennox, and Addington requires a lot of gasoline, there's a lot of driving. Madam Speaker, our farmers, who have often invested millions of dollars into their machinery, do not have the option to use some tax credit to convert their fleet to electric. Nor do our haulers, or our foresters, or any small business owners reliant on any type of machinery. Another point that I believe often gets left out is that of home heating. As a senior living on a fixed income, I spoke to, this particular gentleman was later last week. It was a rural community in Marmora. They simply cannot switch over to a more cost-effective heating option. Not only because it's cost prohibitive, but because in many instances like his, the infrastructure just didn't exist. Madam Speaker, these are good people. Many of these people have been raised to work hard and play harder. These people have paid their taxes, volunteered in our communities, coached sport teams, baked for school fun fairs, and church bazaars. These are Canadians who rely on their vehicles to get to work and their children to activities. These are Canadians and nonprofits who depend on their vehicles to keep serving their community. They need reprieve yesterday. They do not deserve to suffer under paralyzingly high fuel prices. Something needs to be done. And today, something can be done. Today, we can call on the government to pause the GST on fuel and give Canadians a break. This would immediately reduce prices at the pump by about 8 cents a liter. I recognize this does not solve the problem, but it helps. The reality is, Madam Speaker, 53% of Canadians cannot keep up with rising costs. Higher fuel prices raise the cost of everything. It's not just a ripple effect anymore, it's a tidal wave, and Canadians are feeling it across this country. Madam Speaker, I urge the members of this place. The official opposition has before you a realistic, tangible, and direct solution to Canadians suffering from high prices. To date, this legislature's reaction to those gas price increases have been completely inadequate. A vote against this motion is a vote for the status quo. It's a vote against the low-income senior who is forced to choose between heating or meals. It's a vote against the single parent of 4 kids struggling to make ends meet. It's against the farmer who grows our cities their food. It's a vote against the struggling student working 3 service jobs through town to get through school. Madam Speaker, this is a good motion. This motion will help all of our constituents. An Opposition Day motion should not automatically elicit a paroxysm of partisan mania from other parties. Yet it happens far too often. While I'm not surprised, I'm extremely disappointed that the NDP have now formally signaled to the Liberals that they'll support whatever measures they need to prop up this minority parliament. Regardless of your political leaning, the option was not on the ballot. Madam Speaker, it's not democracy at its best. Today, I implore these members who vote against this motion to at least consider listening to your constituents crying out for help. If you have not already, ask your staff to read the emails that are being sent to you, listen to the messages that are being left on your phones, and I guarantee you they will have many, many instances to share with you. Try to understand their sleepless nights that these increases of prices are bringing. If you vote against this motion, at least think about how else you can ease the financial burden. The short-sighted economic policies from governments the world over has foisted over the backs of our seniors, our single parents, our Indigenous communities, our farmers, our rural Canadians, and act. Madam Speaker, this is what we were sent to this place to do, to act. If you must vote against this motion, be it from pressure from your whip or your leadership, then I pray that you will listen to the words of the members here and your constituents at home and use it to go back to your caucuses and create something more palatable for this Parliament, because none of our constituents, especially those in our rural communities, can afford the indecisiveness and indifference that plagues politicians in Ottawa. The status quo is not acceptable. We owe them all, regardless of political affiliation, better. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government's House Leader.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I find it quite interesting to listen to the members from across the way, and this member in particular, a neighbouring colleague of mine, referred to making sure that we don't talk about this or provide empty rhetoric, I think were her words, specifically as it relates to the challenges that Canadians are going through and the reality of what they're facing. Yet a quick search in Hansard comes from this member, a question that she asked in this House on December the 16th, where she said, Mr. Speaker, while working Canadians struggle to make ends meet, the Finance Minister continues to mislead Canadians by arguing that our economy is strong. That may be the case for some, but for conversations around the kitchen tables in rural Canada tell a very different story. Bills are piling up and credit cards are maxed. Just inflation has brought Canadians to their breaking points financially. So I'm curious, Madam Speaker, when this member speaks of empty rhetoric, is she referring to just empty rhetoric from across the way, or is she referring to the comments that she herself made on December 16th during question period?
Honourable Member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for mentioning that. And in fact, it was pitiful rhetoric that I made reference to earlier in the speech today. And I'm quite proud of the comments that were made. Canadians need to have representation to speak to the pressures that they're facing. And the prices in gasoline are intolerable, inflation is at an all-time high, and Canadians are exhausted from the rhetoric, and they need action. They're not asking for too much.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Beauport.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Inflation can be caused in part by the fact that we depend so much on oil and we should be reducing our dependence on oil. That said, we're living through a situation where people from all walks of life, seniors, students, as my colleague said, low-income people, and so on, are facing problems with the cost of living. And not just gas, but many things. One thing that's really expensive is housing. There's too much demand relative to supply. Now, one of the things that we could do, wouldn't my colleague agree, would be to invest in social, affordable housing.
For Hastings, Lennox, and Addington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The issue of the day is how can we help Canadians? Madam Speaker, the cost of fuel has increased 32.3% in 1 year alone, and that is why we are here today presenting the opposition motion to provide relief for Canadians. And I will continue to be the voice of all Canadians looking for relief with regards to the spiraling cost of living.
Member for Skeena Buckley Valley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for Hastings, Lennox, and Addington for her remarks. Now, she made several points in her speech about the cost of home heating, and I agree very much that this is an issue that needs to be addressed, but I'm confused, and I'm confused, Madam Speaker, for two reasons. The first one is that just a couple of hours ago, the NDP brought forward an amendment to this motion that dealt specifically with the cost of home heating, and it was refused by the Conservative Party. So the first question is why, since it's obviously an issue that concerns her. The second issue is that the Conservative motion deals specifically with the cost of gasoline and diesel. And the member spoke about seniors forced to choose between heating and meals. Could perhaps my honourable colleague tell us how many seniors in her riding heat their homes with diesel or gasoline?
Member for Hastings, Lennox, Addington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, here's the reality. Inflation is at an all-time high. It's the highest rate in this generation. Everything is going up. What we have to recognize is that this government is spending millions of dollars on things they could have cut. They've misplaced billions they can't account for. And sadly, this government has no financial accountability. People are struggling to make ends meet. This government has an opportunity right now, today, if they wanted to, perhaps had it been their idea, to do something right for Canadians. Thank you.
Reprise du débat. L'honorable.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for, Diversity, Inclusion, and Diversity and Inclusion. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I would add, and housing. I'm going to be sharing my time with the member for Halifax. Madam Speaker, the government is acutely aware that there are inflationary pressures all around the world at the moment. All countries are facing the same challenge, how to revive the global economy. We all have to deal with disruptions in supply chains. Added to this is the current instability in global markets due to Russia's attack on Ukraine. This invasion has led to higher commodity prices, which will put an upward pressure on prices in general. Canadians are concerned about the rising cost of living, and we understand that. But, Madam Speaker, I want to reassure the House that we are taking real measures to help Canadians deal with the rising cost of living. The government is here to support Canadians, and especially the most vulnerable. I think that we need to put things in context. Canada's inflation rate is currently 5.7%. Inflation in Canada is lower than it is in the United States or the United Kingdom. It's also lower than the average inflation rate for G7, G20, and OECD countries. But do you know which rates are higher in Canada? Those that measure economic recovery. More Canadians are now working than they were before the pandemic. More businesses are open in Canada than before the pandemic. 112% of the jobs lost since the worst of the pandemic have now been recovered in Canada, despite the effect of the Omicron wave. This is significantly better performance than we've seen in the US, where only 90% of the jobs lost have been recovered to date. Canada's real gross domestic product is now above pre-pandemic levels. The economic recovery is well underway, albeit at a slower pace in some sectors. And that's why we have maintained targeted measures to provide assistance where it's really needed. It is true that the Russian invasion of Ukraine is a major new source of uncertainty for the global economy, and it's led to a sharp rise in oil and agricultural prices. That said, I hope the member for Abbotsford would agree with me that the action taken against Russia was necessary and remains necessary. It was necessary to act quickly and decisively, and that's what the Canadian government did. We acted in concert with the European Union, the US, and the United Kingdom to put in place the toughest sanctions ever imposed on a major economy. For these sanctions to be truly effective and to have a real impact, we need to be prepared for temporary consequences for our own economy. That said, I would remind the member for Abbotsford and the entire House that the government's assistance programs are indexed to inflation. This ensures that benefits paid to Canadians increase along with the cost of living. This is the case for the Canada Child Benefit, for the GST credit, the Canadian Pension Plan, Old Age Security, and the Guaranteed Income Supplement. And on the subject of OAS, starting in July, we will be increasing Old Age Security for people aged 75 and up. Around 3.3 million people will benefit. No action will be required on their part. These seniors will automatically receive the additional payment as long as they qualify. The 10% increase will provide an additional $766 in the first year for seniors who are receiving a full pension. The CCB, the Canada Child Benefit that I mentioned earlier, is also a key part of our effort to make life more affordable for Canadian families. This program will support 3.5 million families with children every year. Compared to previous child benefit programs, our program puts more money in the pockets of 9 out of 10 Canadian families. The benefit has already lifted 435,000 children out of poverty, and the payments are indexed to keep pace with inflation. We're also working with the provinces and territories to ensure that Canadian parents across the country have access to early learning and childcare services at an average cost of $10 a day. We've reached agreements with 9 out of 10 provinces and all 3 territories, and we're continuing our discussions with Ontario. Madam Speaker, I read the member's motion carefully, and I have to admit that I don't think it would do that much for Canadians. He's asking the federal government to reduce the Quebec sales tax on gas and diesel. But that's not our jurisdiction, Madam Speaker. We can't reduce a provincial tax. The government of Quebec has already indicated that it has no intention of reducing the tax. The member for Abbotsford can challenge that if he wants, but that's his choice. Madam Speaker, as I said earlier, our government is aware that high inflation around the world is having a very real impact in Canada, and we will remain vigilant. We will continue to be there to help Canadians, to make life more affordable for families, to build a resilient economy, to ensure that no one is left behind. Our goal is to build a stronger, fairer, more competitive, and more prosperous economy. We want to build a sustainable and supportive Canada and Quebec, and a world that's fair and one where no one is left behind. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member for her speech, and I'm wondering, when the honourable member speaks to her constituents, when she speaks to them about the cost of living, the rising price of housing, of groceries and gas, does she rhyme off the inflation rates in allied countries, in the UK or in the US? Does she tell them about the employment rate? Is she going to be able to admit to her constituents that when presented with a motion that could relieve them from a cost of living, will she be able to look them in the face and say, I voted against that? Does she have a comment to that?
The Honourable Parliamentary
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank my honourable colleague for her question. I'm proud to tell my constituents that I voted in favour of the CCB, that I voted in favour of measures that helped families all across the country during the pandemic. And I would tell my honourable colleague that the intention may be good, but it's actually a bad idea. The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll just go back to what my colleague said earlier. She said, you know, the intention is good, but the execution is bad. And that might be also applicable to this idea of increasing OAS for those 75 and up. It's a good idea, but they've forgotten about the people who are 65 to 74. The Conservatives have talked about how difficult it is in rural regions to have access to public transit that is actually reliable. But in the most recent budget, there was a lot of money invested in transportation for bikes, but even less for public transit in rural areas. So shouldn't they improve their budget in order to relieve some of this pressure on the most vulnerable? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. I want to thank my colleague for her question. In a previous life, I worked on a project to set up a public transit system for seniors in my riding. What I can tell my colleague is that our government invested more in public transit, and we're working with municipalities all across the country to ensure that we're improving service. And I would be very pleased to work with her on the issue of rural issues, which is very important. Thank you for the question.
The honourable member for Esquimalt, Saanich-Sooke.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for her speech today. And my question is whether she shares the concerns that we have as New Democrats that if we put in place the measures in the Conservative motion today, that oil companies would just simply be able to scoop up that reduction in excess profits as they've done repeatedly, and whether she shares the idea that we put forward that applying this to home heating fuels would actually reach more vulnerable Canadians and would be avoiding that problem of the gas companies simply increasing prices.
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Je remercie mon honorable collègue.
I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. As we were saying earlier, these are good intentions, but a very bad idea, not the right way to go about it. I think we need to directly assist Canadians throughout the country to face this inflation. As a government, we have worked with the provinces and territories to offer additional assistance during this pandemic. And I think that in future, we will need to work together to help Canadians directly, instead helping oil companies make more money.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the comments from my colleague, and would just ask her to provide her thoughts in regards to the whole global situation where we have seen inflation around the world. And in comparison to other countries, whether it's the United States or G20 countries, that Canada is doing relatively well on fighting inflation. And if she can just provide her thoughts in terms of that perspective.
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Je remercie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. I come from Chile, and I'm very pleased to have seen the transition to the new president in Chile. They are facing the same challenges there. This is a global situation. And we are very privileged to be in a country where the government has done things to help all Canadians. And I'm very pleased with that. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise today on the opposition motion brought forward by my Conservative colleague from Abbotsford. Now, you may have noticed, Madam Speaker, that there is an unmistakable air of nonpartisanship in the House today and all throughout Ottawa, and it's so in this positive and productive spirit that I wish to invite my Conservative colleagues to work with us in partnership to serve the best interests of Canadians. And with that in mind, I'll start by thanking the member from Abbotsford for raising this very important issue that I know is on the minds of many families across the country, and from his side of the country to my own, and that is the rising cost of gasoline. Now, on the surface, it's a bit confounding to see that an issue so very close to home for many Canadians, the price at the pump, is also a story about what is unfolding a world away with Russia's brutal, illegal, unprovoked, and unjustified war with Ukraine. An invasion, it's worth noting, that is being funded by the very resource that we're discussing today. Now, one of the consequences of Putin's illegal invasion has been a sharp increase in oil and gas prices across the globe, including right here in Canada. While Canadians are willing to make sacrifices in order to preserve the freedom of the people of the Ukraine and maintain European security, we know that the rise of the price of oil is placing the greatest burden on those who are least able to afford the sharp energy increases. And therein lies the hard truth for us as parliamentarians to consider. We have a responsibility to seriously examine our reliance on a resource so volatile that a sudden turn of events, the heinous actions of a dictator across the globe, can have such a dire impact on how our own residents can afford to drive their car to work or to heat their homes. Yet, here is where the Conservatives differ from the other parties in this place. Conservatives see this as an opportunity to yet again double down on this volatile resource. But doing so would only further endanger the financial well-being of low and middle-income Canadians who will bear the brunt of the next sudden surge in gas prices, just like they are today. There is a different way. There is a better way, Madam Speaker. As my father taught me long ago, when you're in a hole, stop digging. This rise in gas prices only strengthens the case to speed up our transition to a carbon-neutral economy and to energy sources that won't fluctuate at the whim of world events. Renewable energy, like solar and wind and green hydrogen, a great example of which is Solar City in Halifax, which puts solar panels on residential rooftops supported by the Green Municipal Fund, a program of FCM funded by the Government of Canada. So we have a chance right now to signal that the federal government will not continue to put low and middle income Canadians in this difficult position again, and that comes down to how we allocate taxpayer dollars to support clean growth and the stable energy costs that Canadians deserve. We've done that already in a wide variety of ways, Madam Speaker, and here are a few local examples from my own riding in Halifax. This summer, I announced federal funding, the federal share of $112 million in joint funding from all orders of government to purchase 60 new battery-operated, zero-emission buses to electrify Halifax Transit, removing 3,800 tons of emissions annually by 2030, funding which also includes charging infrastructure for the fleet. And in June, I announced $5.5 million in investment to create a renewable district energy system in the Cogswell Interchange redevelopment area in downtown Halifax, a project that will provide residents with rate-stable, clean energy source for years to come by extracting waste heat from treated effluent in downtown Halifax. And Madam Speaker, I'm proud of my past work as Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Infrastructure and Communities to lead the development of Canada's first active transportation strategy and its associated $400 million fund, the first of its kind in Canada. This is in addition to the $25 million in joint funding from all three levels of government to improve the Halifax All Ages and Abilities Bikeway Network. And as a final example, Madam Speaker, I can share that productive discussions are underway between the federal and government and the Atlantic provinces toward the development of the Atlantic Loop, an interconnected clean power grid that would serve as the foundation for a competitive, electrified economy across the Atlantic region. Madam Speaker, these are just a few of the many measures that we've taken, but we can still do more to cut and stabilize energy costs for Canadians so we don't find ourselves back in this place again. The upcoming federal budget presents that opportunity. Now, I sent out a pre-budget consultation survey to my residents in Halifax and received an overwhelming amount of feedback in return, many of which were concerned about the cost of living and indeed the cost of energy prices, the cost of energy. In response, I wrote to the Minister of Finance with two ideas that I think would be worth considering. One, an acceleration of the implementation of interest-free loans of green retrofits announced in Budget 2021. This would allow Canadians to reduce their energy bills, insulating them from further oil price shocks in the future. And two, an acceleration of our government's efforts to support the adoption of zero-emission vehicles, including adding 50,000 new electric vehicle chargers and hydrogen stations to Canada's growing network and expanding purchase incentives for zero-emission vehicles, which have been massively popular. Work is already underway in Halifax to prepare for this transportation transition, as last year I announced funding to advance cost-effective energy solutions for an electric vehicle smart grid integrated system in Nova Scotia. I believe that these are more productive kinds of ideas that are needed to address the root cause of the strain being put on Canadians, our reliance on a volatile resource to heat our homes and power our vehicles. Now, ultimately, this is about using the power of government to help Canadians who need it. But the mechanism presented by the Conservatives in today's motion is not one that will achieve its desired effect. Although I do believe the Conservatives have submitted this suggestion because they want to provide relief at the pumps, there is still no guarantee that their proposed measure would do anything of the sort. In fact, it could result in energy companies pocketing even more astronomical profits, as they have over the past few weeks, without any benefit accruing to Canadian consumers whatsoever. Instead of putting more money into the pockets of oil companies and executives, we should instead focus on putting money into the pockets of Canadians in need. That's what our Liberal government has been doing throughout our time in office, with means-tested benefits indexed to inflation that are supporting Canadian families with the rising cost of living. Measures like the Canada Child Benefit, Madam Speaker. Measures like cutting taxes on the middle class. Increasing the OAS and GIS for seniors. Introducing the Canada Housing Benefit for the housing insecure. Slashing childcare costs to $10 a day. These are the measures that have a positive impact on the pocketbooks of everyday Canadians, not the pocketbooks of big oil and gas. And yet the Conservatives have routinely voted against these very measures. It certainly shows us where their priorities lie. So as I conclude, Madam Speaker, we will continue to be there for Canadians by providing them with the financial support that they need to get ahead and to stay ahead, by funding the transition to net zero so that they don't have to live in fear of the next big oil shock, by putting in place programs that rely on stable, reliable, clean energy sources that protect the planet and the pocketbooks of Canadians for years to come. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Cumberland-Colchester.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member opposite, who of course hails from the same province as I do. I find it fascinating. We're talking about electric buses and energy from thin air, etc. You know, when I speak to the rural residents of Cumberland-Colchester, they wonder how they're going to get to the doctor's office. They wonder how they're going to get to the hospital. They wonder how they're going to get to the grocery store. And surprise, surprise, they all do it by car. How do they heat their homes? Most of them do it by home heating fuel, which is also known as diesel.
Really?
This proposal, Madam Speaker, would change things for Canadians overnight and cost the government nothing in a timely and proportioned response. How is the member opposite going to help with that? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, I thank my colleague from Nova Scotia for the excellent question, and he raises important concerns. Now, of course, it's important that we get off the kind of monoculture of fuel that we have been on for a long time. The importance is going to have to be in the diversification of transportation options, be that public transit, be it electric vehicles, be it active transportation, as you've heard many people discuss about. Of course, it's going to be very important, Madam Speaker, to support rural transit as well as we go through this. The point is, we'd like to create the conditions in which Canadian families don't have the decision to own multiple vehicles forced upon them. Rather, there are options, alternatives to that. Likewise with home heating. The Solar City program that I mentioned, energy retrofits for which we're providing zero-interest loans. The object here is to diversify our sources of energy so we never again have to live through a spike like we are right now.
Can I ask the honourable members to respect people who are giving answers and so that we can actually hear what the answer is? Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Shefford.
The honourable member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. He discussed what his government is doing. He discussed the various programs, and it's all very well. But as we heard from my colleague for Jonquière this morning, this government has been directly and indirectly investing billions of dollars in energy companies. Wouldn't that money be better invested elsewhere? There is a great deal of noise in the House. I'm sorry to interrupt, but there is a great deal of noise and also noise in the lobbies. Could we have some silence, please? I'd like to hear the question from the honourable member. The honourable member for Shefford, I'm sorry. No worries, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech, and I will repeat my question. He spoke about what his government has done. He talked about green renovation programs and so on. That's great. But the numbers show that his government is massively investing in pipelines and the energy industry. And we know that that's happening and continuing. Wouldn't that money be better invested elsewhere? For example, for people who are falling victim to inflation, like people on a fixed income. For example, seniors, and perhaps increase their benefits from 65 instead of only at 75, as his government plans to do. And also to invest in the green transition, in research and development, in green programs. Wouldn't that money be better invested there? That would be much better to help people. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. I'd like to thank my colleague for her good question.
I'd like to answer her in this way. Our government has committed and in fact ran on the phase out of fossil fuel subsidies and in fact most recently has accelerated the phase out, which does in fact create capacity in past and coming budgets to support the very kind of programs that she has raised so diligently today. This will allow us to allocate more money to seniors and those living in need, more money for other methods of low and zero emission transit, other means of heating homes and running industry. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. You know, through the discourse today and even through the first question and answer, you know, I can't help but be reminded how whenever the Conservatives talk about energy, they talk about energy as if there's only ever going to be one source of energy, and that comes from fossil fuels. But the reality of this situation is as we know, different types of energy, renewable energies, energies that are created in a much more sustainable fashion than extracting fossil fuels from the ground, are just gaining more and more popularity. And as a matter of fact, in Alberta itself,
Could we have some order, please? We can actually hear the questions and then the answers. Thank you. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I was going to say, in Alberta itself, Madam Speaker, the renewable energy industry has been employing more people for the last number of years than the fossil fuel industry. It's a signal that we're moving towards, and they would heckle that. Can you believe that? They are heckling that, Madam Speaker. I'm wondering if the Parliamentary Secretary can provide his comments as to where he sees the future being as it relates to energy and...
We have a point of order from the Honourable Member for Battlefield Crowfoot. Yes.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I would simply encourage you, Madam Speaker, to give the opportunity to the Honourable Member across the way to retract what was a categorical falsehood that he just referenced within this chamber.
That is obviously matter for debate. I will let the Honourable Member speak between themselves. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, very short answer.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I wish to thank my colleague for the wonderful question. Now, where do I see the future of this? I look no further than my own home province of Nova Scotia and the Atlantic provinces that surround it for the future. With the Atlantic Loop, about which we're in discussions now, this is going to create an improved electrical grid that will allow us to phase off of coal earlier than we expected to, and to allow all kinds of renewable inputs, wind, solar, and others, as we electrify the lives of Atlantic Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Thornhill will have about 4 minutes to begin her speech. Proceed after QP.
I'm going to split my time with the Honourable Member from Red Deer Mountain View. And it's hard to think of a more appropriate debate to expose the consequences of what transpired between the government and the NDP this morning. And while today it might seem politically expedient in the moment, Canadians lost out, I think, on having a voice in the NDP who once played a critical role in championing issues like this, issues of affordability. I'm actually rather surprised at some of those members, and I'll be even more surprised at their silence as time goes on. And while the fallout from broken trust with their constituents, coupled with a fire sale of their principles, in exchange for what amounts to broken promises from the government year after year, it's far more important that Canadians understand the consequences of a bad deal, not only for the two political parties in this House, but a bad deal for them.
Well stated.
Mr. Speaker, to simplify this transaction, the NDP members of this House have agreed to never hold this government to account. And in turn, the government has agreed to never control spending. Higher spending, higher taxes. And while I believe this to be a disingenuous attempt at politicians to protect themselves, I'm far more concerned with the devastating impact this deal may have. Higher spending, higher taxes, higher prices. But
interrupt the honourable member again. The noise in the antechambers is really, really bothersome. I can barely hear the honourable member's speech. Can people please quiet down? We are trying to have proceedings in the House. The honourable member, please.
But, Madam Speaker, today we have an opportunity to answer the call of Canadians from coast to coast. One that if you even spent a moment outside of this place talking to anyone, just about anywhere, you'd be hard-pressed not to hear the loud and clear call that skyrocketing inflation and the cost of living crisis is devastating families across Canada. The inflation rate is at the highest point in 30 years. That's 5.7. And it's growing faster than Canadian wages. And for the average Canadian, that's equivalent to a pay cut. 5 cents for every loonie earned. You'll hear in this House today the government's greatest hits, featuring a litany of excuses stating that the inflation rate is a result of global supply chains being disrupted by COVID, leading to higher prices. You'll hear the one-hit wonders of listing off countries and their corresponding inflation rates, or my very favorite, somehow asking the government to acknowledge a cost of living crisis. Members of this House hear from their constituents is an attack on the Canadian economy and that we should be thankful and everything is absolutely fine. But what you will not hear is that the prices for Canadian products that are rising, it's those prices that are rising the most and the fastest. That's the inconvenient truth of the matter. You see, when you speak to people at the grocery store or you bump into someone at the gas station,
the honourable member will have close to 7 minutes after question period to pursue her speech. Statements by members. Déclaration des députés. D'honorables députés.
The honourable member for Malpeque.
The honourable member for Malpeque. The honourable member, l'honorable député de West Nova.
Dimanche dernier.
Madam Speaker, last Sunday was International Day of la Francophonie. French is the 6th most spoken language in the world. It's a day that's celebrated in Francophone countries and also in small but important communities like Bay Sainte Marie and elsewhere in my riding. As a proud Canadian from a Francophone region, I know the extent to which this day is important for all Francophones in my riding. For many generations, we have been working very hard to preserve the French language and to promote our culture, a culture which distinguishes us and which has made the fame of Acadie around the world. I'd like to thank all of those who are working in our Francophone communities across Nova Scotia. And Francophonie is not over yet. There are from the month is not over yet. There are a number of activities coming up. Let's celebrate its diversity and its inclusion across Canada. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't know what's happening today, but there is a huge amount of noise, particularly outside the House. So I would like to please ask everyone to show respect for the work of the honourable members in this House. The honourable member for Malpeque.
It's an honor to rise and recognize Elliott River Elementary School and their environmental and climate change initiatives, Mr. Speaker. With a student body of 470, Elliott River recently won a national contest put on by Earth Rangers Conservation Organization. Elliott River collected over 3,000 kilograms of used batteries for proper recycling. Elliott River's environmental spirit also led them to another challenge, collecting over 300,000 single-use plastic bags through the Plastic Bag Grab Challenge. Using contest prize money and returns from a daily recyclable school program, Elliott River reinvests to help finance climate initiatives like school roof solar panels, EV chargers, and garden green spaces. Mr. Speaker, we could all learn from these elementary-age students, their teachers and administrators. The staff and teachers like Darren Ford are dedicated to educating children and their families through sustainable initiatives at the school. Mr. Speaker, our future is important to them. So as policymakers, their future should be just as important to us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The The Honourable Member for Humber River Black Creek.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise today with a heavy heart, a feeling that I am sure all of my fellow parliamentarians share. 27 days ago, the people of Ukraine found themselves under siege from a foreign government, an escalation to a conflict they had already been facing for years due to a ruthless dictator who wishes to own them by any means necessary. Madam Speaker, this attack on democracy cannot and will not stand, and the people of Ukraine have shown just that. Citizens who have never been part of the military have fought back with a veracity that has shocked their attackers. Their leaders have shown what it truly means to lead a country, to protect and sacrifice for the good of their people, to be champions to the neighboring countries of Ukraine who have opened their arms to all those fleeing. We say thank you. To the people of Ukraine who are defending true democracy, thank you for your courage, your sacrifice, and your inspiration. We are all with you. We love you. You will prevail, because for darkness is overcome by light, and you, my friends, are the light. Hear, hear.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi, Bay James, Nunavik, EU. Madam Speaker, it was with sadness that I learned of the passing of Mr. Lev Chaika, a priest from Ukraine who came to Abitibi-Témiscamingue in 1952. He was aged 98 and was the oldest priest to date in the Ukrainian Catholic Eparchy of Toronto and Eastern Canada. He gave almost 70 years of his life to communities in Northern Ontario and in Abitibi. After he arrived in Abitibi, he founded the Ukrainian parishes of Val-d'Or and Rouyn-Noranda and built churches that still stand to this day. His first church was built in Val-d'Or in 1954, and it quickly became the pride of the 375 Ukrainian families who lived in the parish at the time. And for many years, we also heard him on the radio Sunday mornings, speaking in a language we didn't understand. Rest in peace, Mr. Chaika. After all of the exceptional work that you accomplished for the Ukrainian community in Abitibi-Témiscamingue, your rest is well-deserved. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Member for Madawaska, Restigouche. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Who among us hasn't dreamed of being a superhero? Well, on the night of March 15th, Jeremy Bouchard was called upon to don the cape of courage and the suit of bravery. Today, I wish to salute the heroic actions of this 16-year-old from Edmundston. During the night, Jeremy awoke to find that the home where he and his stepmother were sleeping was in flames. The fire had spread within the walls of their home. He was able to escape through his bedroom window, but from outside he saw that his stepmother was trapped by the flames and was calling for help from her window. With great courage, he broke the window, entered the room, and his only thought was to save this mother of two young children, which he was able to do. Jeremy and his stepmother came out with injuries, but they are alive today, and happily they are here. They were the only occupants of the house. Bravo, Jeremy. All of Madawaska Restigouche is proud of you. We wish you and your stepmother all the best for a speedy recovery.
The Honourable Member for Kenora.
Mr. Speaker, for Dr. Kosta Bulavintsev, who is from Ukraine, seeing the illegal...
My apologies. It's really bad today. Can we give the Honourable Member the courtesy of attention? The Honourable Member for Kenora.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for Dr. Kosta Bulavintsev, who is from Ukraine. Seeing Russia's illegal invasion has hit especially close to his heart. And in an incredible community initiative, through his dental clinic, he has been accepting donations to support the Ukrainian military. So far, Madam Speaker, they have raised $20,000 and counting, and Dr. Costa has personally committed to matching every single dollar that is contributed. Madam Speaker, it's simply great to see the generosity in our community, and even more so to see the steadfast support for the Ukrainian people and for the country of Ukraine, which we know to be a democratic ally and partner. Madam Speaker, I am proud to say that the Kenora riding stands with the people of Ukraine, and that Canada stands with the people of Ukraine.
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Member for Don Valley East.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. We often don't get to witness politicians who are not afraid to challenge the status quo, that think beyond the four-year election cycle. I had the distinct honor of serving with the 25th Premier of Ontario, the Honourable Kathleen Wynne. The first woman and openly gay Premier of Ontario, Kathleen was a trailblazer. Her policies were embraced by governments across this country. She introduced basic income, took serious action against climate change, raised the minimum wage, introduced pharmacare for children and youth, created the anti-racism legislation, ended race-based carding, increased public pension for Ontarians, and introduced free post-secondary education for low-income students. Premier Wynne was relentless in her fight for a fairer Ontario. And now, Mr. Speaker, as the 25th Premier of Ontario bids farewell at the Ontario Legislature after almost 2 decades, I want to take this opportunity from the bottom of my heart to thank Kathleen Wynne for her passion, her integrity, and her service to Ontario. I know history will look back at her time in office and see someone who wasn't afraid to stand up and would not leave anyone behind. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Lac St. Louis. World Water Day is an opportunity to raise awareness of the urgent need to protect and manage this precious resource, which is vital to human life, the environment, and the economy. A safe and secure water supply is more important than ever, given the impact that climate change is having on the quantity and the quality of our fresh water.
A clear policy priority on fresh water can not only help better protect this resource in Canada, it can translate into a new kind of Canadian leadership. Promoting international water security can become the new peacekeeping. With expertise in water science and governance, Canada can and should make addressing the global water crisis a pillar of our foreign policy. I look forward to the role the Canada Water Agency can play in serving as a centre of expertise in responding to water challenges both here in Canada and around the world.
Here, here.
The Honourable Member for Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the second anniversary of the pandemic, workers across Canada are getting a nasty surprise from their government. Eligible workers are finding out that those who went back to work any time before the end of the CERB program are now expected to pay back the $2,000 lump sum. Mr. Speaker, as you know, Conservatives strongly supported the CERB in principle. In practice, however, the CERB disincentivized work. It was also not made clear that this $2,000 would be clawed back. This latest fiasco was another in a long line of ill-conceived and poorly executed programs which have cost the Canadian Treasury billions and created hardships for the workers they were intended to help. I can't help but wonder, Mr. Speaker, is this what Canadian workers can expect from an NDP Liberal coalition government? The past predicts the future. The past 2 years have shown that the grandiose programs the NDP will demand to continue to prop up the Liberals for the next 3 years will prove disastrous.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Granville.
Mr. Speaker, Nowruz marked the arrival of spring and is a time to reflect on the past year and look ahead to good things to come in the year ahead. This weekend, Persian, Afghan, Kurdish, Zoroastrian, Baha'i, Central Asian communities, and my own Ismaili community celebrated Nowruz, or Navroz. After 2 long years battling COVID-19, communities in Vancouver, Granville, and across Canada finally gathered together safely with family and friends this Nowruz. Yet even as we celebrated Nowruz, many of us had in our thoughts the people of Afghanistan, who continue to face hardship, difficulty, and this year, a government-imposed limit on the celebration of this important festival. The resilience of Afghans in the face of horrific daily circumstances, whether fear of oppression, a food crisis, and a true humanitarian catastrophe, is a reminder of the need to continue our work to build a more pluralistic world. On the occasion of Navroz, I wish us all, and the people of Afghanistan, good health, strength, peace, and prosperity. Nowruz Mubarak, Navroz Mubarak.
The Honourable Member for Fundy Royal.
Mr. Speaker, next week the Liberal government will yet again increase their carbon tax that disproportionately punishes rural Canadians like those living in my riding of Fundy Royal. While the price of gas is already breaking records in New Brunswick, the Liberals want to shatter those records by raising their carbon tax to an additional 11 cents per litre on April 1st. But 11 cents per litre is going to look quaint by 2030 when the Liberal carbon tax is fully implemented and charging Canadians an additional 40 cents per litre. The Liberal carbon tax doesn't care if you have to drive to work in order to pay the bills, in order to provide for your family. It doesn't care if you're a senior on a fixed income. All it does is add pressure on the increasingly strained wallets of everyday Canadians. This is unacceptable. In fact, 53% of Canadians say that they simply can't keep up with the cost of living right now. The last thing we need is another tax that makes life less affordable. People are struggling, and this government can no longer pretend that they're helpless to do anything about it. It's time that the Liberals did the right thing and suspended their carbon tax increase on April 1st.
The honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since the election, I've been speaking about the NDP Liberal coalition government. Well, today, it's official. My constituents in Saskatoon West know the dangers of the NDP and their love affair with propping up tired Liberal governments. These champagne socialists who care more about their expensive cars and shutting down economic development on the prairies are now officially on the government gravy train. Last night's pact guarantees a socialist lock on government into 2025, well past its due date. This NDP Liberal government will raise taxes, implement anti-energy policies, and push house prices further out of reach. Canadians deserve to know how much this pact will cost them. The Liberals and NDP used identity politics to divide Canadians, us against them. As a result, this country is more divided than ever. This place we stand in today should be about democracy, not secret backroom deals. Fortunately for Canadians, we have a strong, united Conservative Party ready to form government and restore faith in democracy and our institutions.
Hear, hear.
The honourable member for St. Laurent. Mr. Speaker, today I wish to highlight and share with this House the great work and the importance of a community organization from my community, a nonprofit known as Versité. It focuses on sustainable development projects and services and has become an indispensable resource in our community. Versité has developed and manages a number of educational initiatives related to the environment, greening projects, waste management, urban agriculture, food security, urban biodiversity, and active transport. What's more, Versité organizes a number of popular annual events, including the Urban Maple Grove, which will offer a taste of education and a taste of maple this Saturday, March 26th from 11 to 5 in Beaudet Park. It's going to be a party with music, dancing, and, of course, tasty maple products. I would encourage everyone from our community to join us for this exciting outdoor activity. What a better way to celebrate the arrival of spring. The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. In my country, there is a great river, the mountains but a reflection of its depths. Can you hear all that grows and flowers in my country dances to the song of the river? No other countryside can compare. These are translated excerpts from the poem Ode to the St. Lawrence. Starting in the Great Lakes and flowing to the ocean, the St. Lawrence defines Quebec, and along with its tributaries, it unites it. But who protects the St. Lawrence against pollution, mega projects, and purely economic interests? The United Nations have called on us to recognize the rights of nature. And that's why today, on World Water Day, I announced that I'll be tabling a bill to give a legal personality to the St. Lawrence River. In collaboration with First Nations, the St. Lawrence will be able to defend itself through a committee that will monitor its health and best interests. Nature has rights. Let's give the St. Lawrence the means to protect itself. It's in the best interests of everyone. The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I wish to celebrate the 60th birthday of the Saint-Eustache Hospital, which is located in the heart of my riding of Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. The hospital opened its doors on March 9, 1962. At that time, it was known as the Two Mountains General Hospital. Over 6 decades and multiple additions, its devoted and talented staff have served over 300,000 people from our region, the Bas-Laurentide. That means that the hospital has not only been a witness to history, but an active contributor to the development of our region since the years of the Quiet Revolution. The population of our region has nearly doubled in 30 years. And today, and for some time now, the need for additional funding for the hospital has been clear. That's the main reason why Ottawa should immediately increase health transfers from 22 to 35% as the Bloc Québécois and all of the provinces and the National Assembly of Quebec have all asked. In the meantime, let me express all of my gratitude and admiration to the staff of the Saint-Eustache Hospital. Thank you. Happy 60th. The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, it looks like there's a new Liberal scandal on the horizon. Canadians certainly did not vote for an NDP Liberal coalition government in the last election. We all know the Liberals are going to give the NDP a few baubles so that they can take over control of Parliament. The Prime Minister is making backroom deals with the fourth party, not here in the House, but behind Canadians' backs. Mr. Speaker, it's now clear that the NDP has carte blanche over this Liberal government, and they're going to take control of this government. We will not stand idly by and watch the NDP and the Liberals spend blindly. We will not let it pass in silence. This deal is not about transparency and does not reflect the practice of Canadian democracy. In the face of this backroom conspiracy, we have great cause for concern, and we must ask, what monstrous pig in a poke are the Prime Minister and the NDP planning to put in the next 4 budgets? It's not just worrying, Mr. Speaker, it's a new scandal.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg South.
Mr. Speaker, today is World Water Day. Canada is incredibly blessed with 20% of the world's fresh water, but this precious resource is increasingly under threat from pollution and climate change. Climate change has increased the frequency and severity of droughts and wildfires and floods like we saw across the country in 2021. Mr. Speaker, the climate crisis is the water crisis. That is why our government will implement an emissions reduction plan to reduce greenhouse gases by 40 to 45% by 2030 and introduce a national adaptation strategy by the end of 2022. That is why our government is creating a new Canada Water Agency, implementing a renewed freshwater action plan, and is modernizing the Canada Water Act, all in order to better protect and manage fresh water in our country. With these important measures, Mr. Speaker, I'm hopeful we will be able to make every day Water Day in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oral questions, question orale, the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
This morning and we're shocked to learn they have a new NDP Liberal government that is planning to spend and tax unlike anything we've seen before. Now things are starting to make sense. Now we understand why the NDP have been so eager to prop up the Liberals and their unethical behavior. It's because they have been cooking up a secret backroom deal. My question to the leader of the new NDP Liberal Party is this. When did he start these secret talks with his new Deputy Prime Minister, the member for Burnaby South? Was it before, during, or just after the last election?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
What this agreement means is in this time of uncertainty and pressures on Canadians, we're going to have predictability and an ability to focus on delivering the things that Canadians asked us all for collectively in the last election. More investments in housing, better support for families, help with the cost of living, growth for Canadians, the fight against climate change increased, and support on reconciliation. The toxicity and polarization that we'd seen in Parliament of the past is now an opportunity for us to deliver for Canadians, and that's what we shall do.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Suffering because of massive inflation, which is caused by the out-of-control spending of the old Liberal government. Now, Canadians are going to be living with a new NDP Liberal government, and the price tag has just skyrocketed. The NDP Liberal government's initial platform will cost over $200 billion, and that is just the tip of the iceberg. Can the NDP Liberal Prime Minister tell Canadians how much this backroom deal is going to cost them? How much?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we made a commitment in the last election to invest in housing, to invest in supporting for families, to invest in childcare, to grow the economy, to fight the pandemic, to move forward on fighting climate change. These are all things that we continue to be focused on. And Mr. Speaker, what we're going to see is an ability to work across party lines to reduce the toxic partisanship that we've seen in the past in this House and actually move forward on delivering concretely for Canadians. That's what Canadians want. That's what we're going to deliver.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Speaker, we've seen an attack from the left on Canada's oil and gas sector, our agricultural sector, and fisheries. All huge job creators. And now that extreme left-wing agenda has been baked into this secret backroom deal. The NDP Liberal platform will double down and intensify the attack on Canadian natural resources and jobs. So Canadians deserve to know how many more jobs are going to be lost, specifically in our natural resources, because of the NDP Liberal government and their backroom deal.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians saw what aggressive partisanship and toxicity in this place led to in terms of a slowed-down agenda delivering for Canadians. What we've been able to do in moving forward during this pandemic, seeing Canadians come together, is actually what we're going to be able to continue to do moving forward. Deliver on the things that we stood up for in the last election, deliver for Canadians in the things that they need to grow the economy, create good jobs for everyone, while fully continuing to respect Parliament.
I want to take a moment here and just to remind folks that there's been a great listening of the questions, and I'm hoping there's going to be a good listening of the answers, so that we can make sure that we understand where everybody stands in this issue. But I'm hearing lots of shots coming over here, so I want to be sure that we actually hear the answers that the Prime Minister is trying to give us. The Official Leader of the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Speaker, make no mistake, Mr. Speaker, this backroom deal disrespects Parliament and it disrespects every single Canadian voter.
Yeah. Right.
Gas prices right now are shockingly high and they're going up, unfairly punishing Canadians and families. But today, Conservatives have proposed a reasonable and positive solution to save Canadians money at the gas pump. Conservatives are consistently conservative, and we always want to lower taxes for all Canadians. Will the NDP Liberal government tell this House if they support our motion, or will their first act as a coalition government be to continuing punishing Canadians with high taxes at the gas pumps?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
The Leader of the Official Opposition needs to be careful when she's talking about supporting democracy, not spreading misinformation and disinformation at the same time. Mr. Speaker, Canadians returned this Parliament in a minority situation in the last election because they expected parties to work together collaboratively to deliver for Canadians. That is exactly what we're doing as we reach out across party lines to work together on the things where we agree, and there will be plenty of room for robust, informed debate in the areas we disagree. That's how Parliament should work, Mr. Speaker, and we will continue to stand up for democracy.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, I'm not quite sure who to ask my question to today. The new NDP Liberal government didn't have a leadership race, but it's clear that the government's new political agenda is largely inspired by the NDP's last federal campaign. More spending, more tax, more intrusion into provincial jurisdiction, and less respect for Parliament. Maybe the Prime Minister can help us. Maybe he'll make room for the leader of the NDP and formally appoint him Deputy Prime Minister to replace the current Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, this is an opportunity for us to work together collaboratively on issues that we agree on, and to continue to disagree on other issues where we disagree. But this will allow this will allow this House to operate more constructively and to deliver for Canadians on the priorities that we all share in this House, whether that's economic growth, help for the most vulnerable, fighting climate change, economic growth. These are Canadians' priorities, and we're going to work constructively on them.
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now that the NDP and the Liberals have taken their honeymoon together, maybe they could come over here and all of the Liberals could get on that side and they can form their own house together. Now, the basis of this agreement is basically intruding into provincial jurisdiction. Pharmacare, dental care, health care. So, is it not really the goal of this agreement that this newlywed government will actually trample all over Quebec jurisdiction? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, in the last election, we had this debate. This government, this Liberal government, has always underlined that we profoundly believe that the federal government needs to ensure that the quality of health care provided across this country is as good as possible and is consistent for all Canadians. We will always work collaboratively and with respect for the provinces. But we will also ensure that all Canadians across the country get high-quality health care. That's what people expect. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, the NDP is very hostile to Quebec's Bill 21, the secularism law. Now, a candidate for the Conservative Party is even hostile toward this bill. Now, in this new alliance, is there not also an attempt to take the resources and money of the Canadian state to attack Quebec's Bill 21? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, Canadians across this country expect the federal government to be there to defend the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms and to defend the fundamental rights of all Canadians. That's what we will always do. We will always be there to ensure that every individual's rights are respected.
Member for Burnaby South.
Oil and gas companies have made record profits, as well as big box stores, while families are struggling to put food on the table and fill up their tanks. We know that these companies have made record profits. We've got a chance to do something about that later on today when we can vote to tax their excess profits and reinvest that into people.
Order. Order. I know the temptations is there. I understand. Can we just keep it so we can actually hear the question that the member is asking? The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Oil and gas companies and big box stores have made record profits while everyday families are struggling to buy their groceries and to fill up their tanks. We've got an opportunity to do something about that today when we vote on our Opposition Day motion, our plan to tax the excess profits of these corporations and reinvest that into helping people. We already know that the Conservatives are going to support the profits of big oil and gas. Where will the Prime Minister stand? With people and families or with the large corporations who've made excess profits?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, from the very beginning of our time in office in 2015, we've moved forward on lowering taxes for the middle class and raising them.
All right, this is the last time that I'm standing on this one. Because, quite honestly, I'm getting tired of standing on this one. Listen, let's just try to keep a little decorum in the House. I know there's a lot of energy to be let out. I know we're still happy to be here after a few-week break, but it's good to be here, to talk to folks, to understand what's going on. And I believe the Honourable Prime Minister was trying to answer the question, or where were we? Because I kind of lost track. There you go. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, when we got elected in 2015, it was on a commitment to lower taxes for the middle class and raise them on the wealthiest 1%. We did that. And then we moved forward with more supports for seniors, more supports for families. We've continued to look at ways of enabling economic growth and support for small businesses, while at the same time making sure that the tax system is fair. Mr. Speaker, these bells ringing are not ideal for me.
Listen, I'm going to stand here as long as it takes.
You look great.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it over there. We don't need to be ringing bells. We don't need to be yelling and screaming. Let's just make sure we get through question period before 5 o'clock tonight. The honourable member for Burnaby South.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Oil and gas companies and big box stores made record profits, while Canadian families are having a hard time buying their groceries or filling up their gas tank. We have an opportunity to fix this problem today by taxing the excess profits of big oil and gas companies and reinvesting that money into helping families. Will the Prime Minister protect the interests of ordinary people or the profits of big companies? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, since we were elected in 2015, we've always been focused on helping the middle class. We increased the taxes on the wealthiest Canadians in order to reduce them on middle-class Canadians. We created the Canada Child Benefit, which lifted hundreds of thousands of children out of poverty. And we're continuing to invest in daycare centres, in seniors, and we will always be there to support people. We will always be there to support Canadians through these periods of uncertainty. The agreement that we have made will allow this Parliament to operate better with less toxicity, as sometimes we've continued to see from the Conservatives.
Abbotsford.
Mr. Speaker, my question is to the new NDP Liberal coalition. In its last election platform, the NDP promised over $214 billion of spending, with no plan to ever balance the budget. Now, the NDP and the Liberals have secretly negotiated a deal to circumvent our democracy and go on a massive spending spree that future generations are going to have to pay back. How many billions has this Prime Minister bargained away in order to hang on to power, and how many of the NDP's spending promises will we see in the coalition's upcoming budget?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, it was in fact the Conservatives who had in their platform more spending than we did. But I think what's difficult watching some of the reactions on the other side, Mr. Speaker, is just how irresponsible the positions they're taking are. We actually saw the leader of the official opposition say that somehow us working with other parliamentarians constituted supporting Vladimir Putin. I think that the opposition really should reflect upon the way they're working in this place and focus on collaboration. We're willing to work with anybody to get the agenda of the government done.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Mr. Speaker, as you know, the Parliamentary Budget Officer is responsible for evaluating the cost of various parties' election promises. That's what he did last fall for the NDP, notably. Do you know how much the NDP had committed to spend? $214 billion. Mr. Speaker, my question is for the current Finance Minister. I say current because you never know what will happen. But could the NDP Liberal Minister of Finance tell us how much her government will add to the debt in order to please their new friends at the NDP?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my honourable colleague for his question. Let's take a minute to remember what our economic stewardship has meant for this country. GDP has gone up. We recovered 112% of the jobs lost during the pandemic. The S&P restored our AAA rating. We are dealing with affordability, we're dealing with the economy, and we're here to move forward for this country. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Mr. Speaker, as we know, the NDP is a centralizing party. Now, that's not necessarily failing, but it's not what we think is best for Canada. So the new Liberal NDP government will be centralizing too, and that's going to lead to disputes with the provinces, which we certainly don't need. My question is for the government minister, not the Minister for Rosemont la Petite Patrie. Can they tell us which programs will be imposed on Quebec by the new coalition government? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I understand that my honourable colleague was talking about the Parliamentary Budget Officer in his last question. I think it's interesting to note that that same person, the PBO, said that the Conservative Party, in their platform in the last election, was going to spend more money than we will be investing in helping Canadians. I understand that our conservative friends are frustrated that the toxic atmosphere of Parliament is probably coming to an end, but we are here working to deliver for Canadians. That's what we're going to be doing in the coming years, and we're looking forward to working with all parties in this House.
The Honourable Member for South Surrey White Rock.
Mr. Speaker, the NDP has always wavered on its stance with defence treaties like NATO and NORAD, even going so far as publishing a white paper where they made it clear that they would pull Canada out of NATO at a time when Russia has attacked Ukraine. Our defence partnerships are now more important than ever. Does the new NDP Liberal government intend to uphold their promise to our allies, or will they pull out of NATO like the NDP so clearly wants to do?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, let's be clear. We are increasing our defence spending by 70% over the 9-year period beginning in 2017. We are very committed to our NATO and NORAD alliances, and we will continue to ensure that our Arctic is sovereign, that our continent is secure, and that we are ensuring upholding the rules-based international order. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Foothills.
The NDP Liberal government will continue to fail Canadian farmers. Lost markets, trade agreements, and they will continue to treat producers like a piggy bank with the farm-killing carbon tax that is devastating Canadian farmers. According to CFIB, Canadian farmers paid $14,000 a year in the first year of the carbon tax, $45,000 last year, devastating Canadian farmers. This is no joke. On April Fool's Day, the carbon tax goes up yet again, and the NDP wants that tax to be even higher. So here's the question. On April 1st, just how much more are Canadian farmers going to have to pay for this new carbon tax coalition?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our farmers across the country are very aware of the importance of tackling climate change. The most important thing to them is their land. They're the first ones to be affected by climate extremes like the droughts last summer or flooding. In order to help them, we've set up a number of programs that will allow them to establish good practices like crop rotation. And we have programs to help them acquire new clean technology. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Lakeland.
Mr. Speaker, energy self-sufficiency is national security, but the Liberals have killed 4 pipelines, more than 300,000 oil and gas jobs, more than $150 billion in energy and Indigenous projects, and lost 18 LNG export proposals. Now, a scheme with the NDP to end oil and gas in Canada and hike the carbon tax. Canada has the most responsible oil and gas and among the largest reserves in the world, but still has to import. Does the Liberal NDP cabal really want to keep Canada having to rely on oil and gas from corrupt regimes and hostile despots?
All right. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, let's be clear. We need to lower emissions in Canada's oil and gas sector, and we are investing in a range of non-emitting technologies that will get us to net zero. There is great opportunity right across our country from these investments, including in Alberta and in Saskatchewan. We've seen solar farms and a growing industry in renewables. This is a good opportunity going forward for our country.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Mr. Speaker, the Liberal government has just experienced its own orange wave. Once again, the jurisdictions of Quebec and the provinces are being undermined. Housing, early childhood education, long-term care, health, pharmacare. This sounds like a provincial party's platform. And no matter how hard you look in the agreement, Mr. Speaker, you won't find the words right to opt out with full compensation. So, has the Prime Minister decided, with the NDP's blessing, to strengthen his own power by trampling on Quebec and the provinces?
L'Honorable Ministre.
Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois just lives for these disputes. They can't understand that it's possible for parties to agree. That's something that's good for Quebecers and Canadians, that's good for the fight against climate change, that's good for reconciliation, that's good for families, could be a good thing. If it's good, then the Bloc thinks it's bad. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. The famous rhetoric. In fact, what Quebecers are asking for is health transfers. Now we have this NDP Liberal alliance, which is setting conditions on us, as if Ottawa knew better than us how to manage hospitals or understand Quebec's healthcare system. Everyone saw how poorly you managed your own matters of your own jurisdiction, and now the government's claiming that they understand provinces' needs in health, housing, or early childhood learning better than us. Why doesn't the NDP Liberal Alliance listen to Quebec and the provinces and increase the health transfers to 35%, no strings attached?
L'Honorable Ministre.
The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, we're listening to Quebec and the provinces. The people who aren't listening are the Bloc. They're always looking for disputes. They're always looking for jurisdictional disputes. But that doesn't create jobs, Mr. Speaker. That doesn't lead to hiring more doctors or nurses. Jurisdictional disputes are good for the Bloc, but they're not good for Quebecers or Canadians. We are delivering for Quebecers and for all Canadians.
The
Honourable Member for Montcalm. Well, when you don't have a valid argument, sometimes you just talk about disputes. Pharmacare, home care, long-term care, hiring doctors, none of this is federal jurisdiction. Let's face it, the NDP Liberal deal is just about strengthening government. Its goal is to weaken the powers and choices of Quebec and the provinces, unless there is an opt-out provision. So with everything announced today, will the government and its little friends commit to giving Quebec and the provinces the right to opt out with full compensation without conditions?
L'Honorable Ministre.
The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, since our government came to power, we've worked with the provinces on issues of great importance, like healthcare, like how to protect Canadians during a pandemic, how to build and maintain investments in a public health care system that is the envy of the world. Those are exactly the types of constructive conversations that we've been having with all of the provinces, including Quebec. And we're looking forward to continuing those discussions.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
Mr. Speaker, the government is set to increase fuel prices on April the 1st. This will drive inflation on already soaring food prices. And it's not only Canadian lives that Liberals are making harder. International students are already suffering due to the racism in IRCC and this Liberal-made immigration backlog. In the Metro Vancouver area, almost 70% of food bank users at the Guru Nanak Food Bank are international students. Now, why is this NDP Liberal government so good and making so many people miserable?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives would like to have Canadians think that a temporary pause on taxes would actually benefit Canadians at the pumps. We know that that is simply not the case. We know that the oil companies would not pass those savings on to Canadians. On this side of the House, we're focused on real, long-term plans to address affordability, not cheap political gas gimmicks.
The Honourable Member for Balfour's Lloydminster.
Mr. Speaker, clearly this government doesn't care if it makes lives miserable for Canadians. The pocketbooks of Canadians cannot keep up with skyrocketing costs. Just last week, we know that the Bank of Canada revealed that the carbon tax alone increased inflation by 0.4%, confirming that this Liberal policy is hurting Canadians. It's a failed policy that is even more costly for those living in rural communities, and it is set to increase. Mr. Speaker, if the NDP Liberal government won't abandon the carbon tax, will they at least provide Canadians some immediate relief with a GST holiday on gasoline and diesel?
The Honourable Minister of Environment.
Mr. Speaker, our plan is designed so that the majority of households receives more in climate action incentive payments than they pay. This has been confirmed by the independent analysis of the Parliamentary Budget Officer. As the carbon tax increases, these payments also increase, leaving the majority of Canadians with more money in their pockets. In Ontario, a household will receive $600 this year, Mr. Speaker, $720 in Manitoba, $1,000 in Saskatchewan, and $980 in Alberta. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Hold on. I'm just waiting for a sec here. Hold on.
Stand up.
There we go. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister, who did not know the price of a pack of bacon, is probably surprised to hear inflation is at 5.7% and rising. His carbon tax has generated surplus revenue, taking money out of the pockets of average Canadians. When will the NDP Liberal government give some of that back to the Canadian who work hard and pay it?
The Honourable Minister.
Let me talk about some facts about affordability that this side of the aisle is putting into place. Fact, a single mom with 2 kids will receive $13,600 from the Canada Child Benefit. Fact, the average family in Saskatchewan will get almost $1,000 in their carbon price rebate. Fact, seniors received an extra $500 this summer. Fact, a student will save $3,000 through our changes to student loans. Real facts on affordability, not political gimmicks.
The Honourable Member for Bella River Crowfoot.
Hey! Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Governor of the Bank of Canada revealed that the carbon tax contributed to inflation by nearly 0.5%. While the Liberals claim that this isn't their fault and that it is a global phenomenon, those who think and understand monetary policy know otherwise. This is costing Canadians who I hear from who are paying more for their home heating and more at the pumps. So my question is this: will the NDP Liberal government commit today to scrapping their carbon tax increase to come into effect on April 4th?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we know that a price on pollution is the best way to fight climate change, and that inflation is a global phenomenon. The data the member opposite is citing is from the governor does not factor in the rebates that are putting more money in the pockets of Canadians now with quarterly payments. And while it's not surprising to see Conservatives campaigning for less climate action against the climate action incentive, which put more money in the pockets of 8 out of 10 Canadian families, it's still disappointing. While they decide on climate change, we're going to fight climate change.
The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
The government said supporting women fleeing violence is their top priority. Gender-based violence has been rising at an alarming rate, and in my city of London, it has increased by 53%. But organizations like Inova in London that support women are being told that they will not get the necessary funding to run their life-saving programs. Without action, women in Canada will continue to experience devastating violence. In the upcoming budget, this government must provide core, stable funding. When will the Liberals keep their promise and stand up for women?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the Honourable Member's question and would like to let her know that we on this side of the House have been standing up for women. When COVID-19 hit, we were there. $100 million, Mr. Speaker, in shelter funding that helped 1,200 organizations. We knew when the pandemic hit that home wasn't safe for everyone, and we made sure that we provided the funding to help women and will continue to do so.
The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Speaker, 34% of people who menstruate had to sacrifice other needs to afford menstrual hygiene products. It costs an individual an average of $6,000 over a lifetime for these products. Menstrual hygiene products are essential health necessities, not luxuries, yet this government makes us beg for a pad. When will the Liberal government acknowledge the reality of period poverty in this country and ensure equitable access to free menstrual hygiene products for all?
Here, here.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you so much, the honourable member, for her question and for her advocacy. It's good to work with her. I will say this, we are working, my team and I, on that. It is part of my mandate letter. We take it very, very seriously. We are also consulting with organizations on the ground, Mr. Speaker, that will inform us on the path ahead.
The honourable member for Mississauga, Erin Mills.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday was the International Day for the Elimination of Racial Discrimination. This day reminds us that while progress is being made to fight systemic racism, hate, and injustice, there's much more work to do. And that work is really important because uplifting vulnerable communities improves the health and prosperity of all Canadians, including our economy. Can the Minister of Housing and Diversity and Inclusion please tell us what our government is doing to combat racism so that communities like mine in Mississauga, Erin Mills, can continue to flourish and prosper?
The Honourable Minister of Housing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the Honourable Member for her question on her important advocacy on an important matter. Our government has taken the issue of tackling racism as a top priority. That is why we've invested over $100 million in the anti-racism strategy, including investing $70 million in community organizations fighting racism on the ground. But we know that there's more work to be done. That is why we're committed to fighting systemic racism in our institutions. We're committed to renewing our anti-racism strategy and supporting racialized Canadians every step of the way. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Charlebourg.
The honourable member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, yesterday I posed a question to the Minister of Foreign Affairs, but instead I heard back from the Parliamentary Secretary, who was just reading off a sheet and had nothing to do with my question. So I will ask it again. This is important. The Liberals finally seem to understand that it's important to send lethal weaponry to Ukraine. And in an interview, the Minister of Foreign Affairs said that the weapons have reached Ukrainian territory. So my question is simple. Are all the weapons sent by Canada now on the Ukrainian battlefield, yes or no? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am working closely with my colleague, the Minister of Defence, of course, on this issue. We are coordinated. Of course, we know that Ukraine must be able to defend itself against the Russian aggressor. As my colleagues know, we are providing weapons and equipment to Ukraine. That is important to enable people to defend themselves on the ground. It is also important diplomatically, because it means that it puts them into a good position to negotiate around the table. The honourable member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, we see that the answer to Mario Dumont yesterday was false, because we can see that the weapons are not in Ukraine. And we know that recently the Prime Minister and some ministers visited Europe and ran around Europe a bit. No one knows why, apart from some photo ops. The Prime Minister will be going to a G7 meeting. Will he be bringing the NDP leader with him to ensure that the NDP leader can tell him to not get so involved in Ukraine? The Honourable Minister. First of all, my colleague should be reassured that Ukrainians are supported by Canada. I know that's something that my colleague has been asking for, and the entire House of Commons is united on this point, first of all. Secondly, Canadians expect lethal and non-lethal assistance to arrive in Ukraine, but Canadians and our allies know that we cannot divulge details of this. It's a security question. I will continue to work closely with my colleague on this issue. And he can rest assured that when our government makes statements, they are true.
Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Speaker, I and many other combat veterans were disappointed to hear the Minister of Foreign Affairs state Canada, quote, is not a military power, unquote. I have led some of Canada's finest warriors in Bosnia, Afghanistan, and Iraq. I'd like to educate the minister. The Canadian success in, quote, making sure that diplomacy is happening, unquote, during global conflicts is predicated by our ability to back it up militarily. Mr. Speaker, I'm doubtful the minister will apologize, but will she acknowledge the Canadian Armed Forces personnel are amongst the best in the world and that Canada is a military power?
The Honourable Minister.
We support our men and women in uniform. That's exactly why I had the chance to go to Ukraine to meet with them through Operation Unifier and as well as in Latvia. At the same time, I find it a bit rich coming from the Conservatives as they reduce their military spending below 1% of GDP.
The Honourable Minister.
Of course, as I mentioned, I find it a bit rich on the part of the Conservative as they reduce their military spending where they were in government below 1%, which was the lowest in 60 years. Exactly. Of course, it will be a pleasure to work with my colleague because the question of Ukraine is not a partisan question. It is a question that should unite ourselves while people are...
The Honourable Member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Mr. Speaker, Ukrainians are fighting for their freedom, democracy, and even their lives. They've asked for more help from Canada. The Canadian Armed Forces is in the process of divesting many armoured vehicle fleets like the Coyote, M113, and Bison armoured vehicles as they are replaced by the Armoured Combat Support Vehicle Project. Could these vehicles be donated to Ukraine? And if so, when?
Good question. The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the honourable member for the question and the Canadian Armed Forces for their ongoing and historic work to protect our country and contribute to our world. I would like to say, in addition to that we have contributed lethal and non-lethal aid to Ukraine, anti-tank missiles, grenades, including fragmentation vests, and we will continue to provide millions and millions worth of aid to Ukraine. In terms of the suggestion going forward, I look forward to working with my honourable colleague to get more details on his suggestions so that we can take it forward. We will continue to leave no stone unturned to assist Ukraine. Thank you.
L'honorable député de Lac-Saint-Jean.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois supports some of this government's measures to make it easier to welcome refugees from the Ukraine war. But once the minister has invited these families, it is not appropriate to let them languish in refugee camps for weeks or even months. They are going through a traumatizing situation. They need help. They need to hear the government of Canada tell them that flights are on the way, and they need to know when. So, when will the minister charter flights and create an airlift? I'd like to thank the member for his question, and I'd like to thank him for his collaborative attitude on the issue of Ukraine. It is possible for all parties to collaborate with our government. We are prioritizing Ukrainian applications. More than 10,000 Ukrainians have arrived in Canada since January. Last week, I announced new measures that will enable Ukrainians to come to Canada more easily and quickly, as well as safely. I will continue to work with my colleagues to enable a large number of Ukrainians to arrive in Canada. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, the Minister knows he can count on our cooperation, but things need to move. People don't understand how it is that there is still no air operation with chartered flights to bring refugees here. Even Air Transat is ready to participate. It has said it is ready if the government was willing to organize this type of operation. So if even these air companies are willing, well then, can the minister announce today that this operation will occur? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We will work closely with our partners, including provinces and territories, the private sector, and resettlement agencies, as well as the Ukrainian community in Canada, to resettle people arriving from Ukraine. I am working closely with the private sector, and I recently met with stakeholders just before QP. I will continue my work to facilitate the arrival of the greatest possible number of Ukrainians to Canada.
We're treating it as such, and we're going to continue to work to welcome as many people here as quickly as possible, as safely as possible.
The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
Yesterday, the health minister told committee that the government had a plan for every possible policy related to their continued mandates, but he repeatedly refused to share the government's plan to end the mandates, and I want to give him another chance right now. The provinces have shown leadership and are all moving on from COVID mandates. Will the minister tell Canadians on which date the Liberal NDP government will end the COVID mandates?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his collaboration on the Health Committee. Today we know more about COVID-19 than ever before, and we're in a very different place than we were in March 2020. We have safe, effective vaccines and highly vaccinated population, as well as testing, surveillance tools, and new ways to identify variants of concern and track the spread of the virus. But the future remains certain, and COVID-19 is not over. There are many, many factors at play, and our government is committed to following the science going forward to get out of this pandemic for good.
The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
And if the parliamentary secretary says the government is going to follow the science, then he should do that, just like the 10 chief medical officers of health have done in every single province in this country. They're all ending the mandate. So we want to know what the benchmarks are. What are the data points that this government is going to use to end the mandate? So they don't need to end the mandates today if they have a plan. But the problem is they don't have a plan. They're putting politics first. They're dividing Canadians, dividing communities. So when will they put politics aside, end the division, look to the science, follow the leadership of the provinces, their chief medical officers of health, and end the federal mandates?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank my colleague across the way for acknowledging that my answer was both thorough and good. I also want to acknowledge that he asked some pretty good questions yesterday on committee, and I thought the answers that the minister gave him were excellent. This is a very complex issue. This is a very, very complex issue. And our government is going to keep making decisions based on the best science. And we also understand that there are two jurisdictions. There are provincial jurisdictions and there are federal ones. The provinces will make decisions accordingly with their health officials, and we will make our decisions based on the science, the exact same science, with our health officials. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Lethbridge.
Well, they might be based on political science, but certainly not medical science. Yesterday, when the health minister was asked to explain when federal mandates would be taken off, he shrugged his shoulders and he said, well, COVID is still here. No benchmarks have been set, no plan has been put in place, and no assurances have been given as to when we return to normal. This is absolutely irresponsible of the government. Provinces can do it, other countries can do it, why can't Canada do it? So when will the Prime Minister follow the science, the real science, lift the mandates, and give Canadians their freedom back?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to address the question from my colleague and the entire Conservative caucus that is unmasked today and is pretending that COVID-19 is completely over. I'm sorry, we can't wish the pandemic is over. We have to follow the science, and our government is committed to following that science.
A certain level. I'm just waiting for a certain level, and then we'll keep going. There, the Parliamentary Secretary.
Put your mask on. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will put my mask on as soon as I sit back down, like the rest of my colleagues who are committed to following the science. This pandemic is not over. Canadians.
Can we just wait until after question period is done? We can go out and run around or do something. All right. I am going to give the member an opportunity to respond. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I want this pandemic to be over as soon as possible, just like every other member of this House. I've continued to follow the science, my colleagues have continued to follow the science, and we will ensure that we get through this pandemic. But the thing that I can't get over is the fact that Canadians are in the hospital right now. Over 5,000 Canadians are in the hospital right now with COVID-19, and you don't seem to care. Our colleagues across don't seem to care.
Only when hospitals
Oh, we're not done yet. We've got about 10 questions left, so. All right, we ready? All right. The Honourable Member, l'Honourable the Deputy de Saint-Léonard, Saint-Michel.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Léonard, Saint-Michel. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Last Friday, the Government of Quebec, the City of Montreal, and the Government of Canada announced a new version and reconfiguration of the project to extend the Montreal Metro Blue Line. This is a project that is highly anticipated by the entire metropolitan community and has been awaited for several decades. Can the Honourable Minister for Canadian Heritage tell this House about how the federal government is concretely supporting Quebecers with this initiative? The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank my colleague for her excellent question. This is a solid question. We are investing $1.3 billion to contribute to this project. This is a project that is important for her because it goes through riding and it also comes to my riding. We've been waiting for this for 50 years. More than 25,000 Quebecers, additional Quebecers, will be able to access an effective and reliable transit network. And that's in addition to the $750 million that we announced for transit networks throughout the country. This is a priority for our government, and we will continue to support it.
Honourable Member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Canada is a signatory to the conventions of the International Labour Organization, which prohibit international commerce in prison-made goods unless the prisoners are paid market wages. This leaves me wondering how Corrections Canada justifies its plan to open a factory farm at Joyceville Penitentiary where prisoners would milk 2,200 goats to produce infant formula for export to China while being paid only a fraction of the minimum wage. Doesn't this plan violate our international commitments?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The prison farm at Collins Bay, I know what a tremendous organization is happening there. I will check into that matter for the Honourable Member and I will respond back to him.
The Honourable Member for Moose Jaw, Lake Centre, and Lanigan.
Mr. Speaker, farmers are paying record amounts to dry grain. Families are paying record amounts to fill their vehicles to get their kids to school and get groceries. The price of gas in my riding is at over $1.78. On April 1st, this coalition is once again raising the carbon tax. People in my riding don't find this April Fool's prank funny. Policy should be there to help us, not punish us. Saskatchewan families need help with the rising cost of living, not another tax hike. When will this NDP Liberal government cancel this tax grab?
The Honourable Minister of Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We all know that carbon price is one of the most effective measures to reduce emissions, and if they won't believe the Parliamentary Budget Officer, if they won't believe the IMF, maybe they will believe the member from New Brunswick Southwest, who said that his province should go back to using the federal carbon pricing system because at least it comes with rebate, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Coast of Bays, Central, Notre Dame.
Mr. Speaker, Newfoundlanders and Labradorians and industry stakeholders have waited a long time in anxious anticipation for a decision on the Beta Nord energy project. Now with the NDP Liberal marriage, they're more uneasy than ever. Mr. Speaker, as the Prime Minister promised concessions such as cancelling energy projects like Beta Nord, in return for the NDP hand in marriage.
The Honourable Minister of Environment.
Mr. Speaker, our government recognizes the importance of the decision on Equinor's project Beigeonal development. As the member opposite knows, it requires that we review the extensive information prior to deciding whether the Beigeonal project is...
Order. ready? Honestly, we can be here till 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, and then we're done. Then, you know. So there was a question. I want to hear the answer. Let's see if the minister can provide us with that answer. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So as I was saying, we need to look at extensive information prior to deciding whether the Béjanot project is likely to cause negative environmental effects. This is why we extended the legislated timeline for the project to provide with more time to review the considerable amount of complex information and make an informed decision. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Kings Hants.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians know how important rail service is to be able to move essential goods across the country, whether or not it's inputs for farmers and ranchers or being able to actually take the bountiful harvest of those ranchers and producers and get it to export market. We watched with concern with the ongoing situation with CP Rail and the union in terms of what a disruption could mean to Canadians.
That's right.
I had the conversation to speak with the Minister of Labour directly in the last few days. I know he was on the ground in Calgary. We were working with federal mediators to be able to find a solution, and thankfully that came this morning. Can this minister provide us an update on when services will resume and the work that was undertaken to get to this critical juncture? Thank you.
Honourable Minister of Labour.
Mr. Speaker, we have always respected the collective bargaining process because the best, most durable deals are made at the table. It is the best path to achieve fairness and stability in the economy. I want to congratulate and thank CP Rail and Teamsters. They stayed at the table and they put in the hard work to come to a resolution. Normal business operations will resume today and they will continue during the arbitration period. And I especially want to thank the good people at the Federal Mediation Service who worked so closely with the parties and supported them throughout these negotiations. Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, the Arctic poles are experiencing unprecedented heat waves, causing alarm among climate scientists. This is another dire warning that we are in a climate emergency. Yet the Liberals keep fueling the climate crisis, handing out billions to big oil and gas. The same companies that are making record profits as they gouge Canadians at the pump. How many more dire warnings does this government need before they stop paying big oil to pollute? When will this Prime Minister stop putting corporate profits before people and the planet?
The Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Member for Victoria for her question. As we have committed to eliminate fossil fuel subsidies 2 years earlier than our G20 country partners, Mr. Speaker, we will do this, and I will be happy to work with her to make that happen as soon as possible. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Government is failing to help tourism businesses hardest hit by the pandemic. The Tourism and Hospitality Recovery Program was supposed to help, but due to an inflexible application process, many seasonal businesses can't access it. The Liberals cut its funding last week, and the program will end in May, just when it's needed most. Will the government commit to continued full funding for the program, change the application requirements so seasonal operators are not excluded, and extend the program until September?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Honourable Critic for his question, and as the Honourable Critic knows, we invested $15 billion in the tourism and hardest hit sector. In December, we passed C2, which put $12 billion of additional money into the tourism and hardest hit sector. Mr. Speaker, that includes $500 million for the Tourism Relief Fund, announcements that are happening from coast to coast to coast in all kinds of ridings. My number one message to all of the tourism operators and all of the businesses is thank you. You are there with the borders open. Brighter days are ahead. We supported you during COVID. We'll support you now as well.
Well, that's all the time we have for question period. Before I get to the point of order, I just want to say, sitting in the chair was difficult to hear a lot of the answers. If I stand and try to get folks to sort of calm down a little bit, I just need to get it to a point where I can actually hear, the table can hear, that the interpreters can hear of what's going on in this chamber. The bell ringing is unacceptable. So please stay away from that one, please. Now, a point of order from the Minister, from the member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm rising on a point of order concerning the status of the New Democratic Party as an opposition party, following the announcement of a confidence and supply agreement with the Liberal government. To paraphrase Shakespeare, this NDP Liberal government is a coalition by any other name. While many of our parliamentary procedures refer to recognized parties, others specifically refer to government and opposition parties. This reflects a key feature of constitutional parliamentary government in Canada, as explained at page 4 of the House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 3rd edition. Our rules referring to opposition parties must be carefully interpreted in light of this backroom deal, which has not been put before voters in the last year's election. What does it mean, though, to be in opposition? The Canadian Oxford Dictionary, 2nd edition, defines opposition as, quote, 1, resistance, antagonism, 2, the state of being hostile or in conflict or disagreement, and 3, contrast or antithesis, end quote. Respectfully, I would have said those definitions didn't really describe the NDP yesterday, but they sure don't describe them today. Bosque and Gagnon at page 35 describe how the House is generally organized, quote, functionally, the House is divided into 3 groups: the ministry and its parliamentary secretaries, members who support the government, and members who oppose the government, end quote. The NDP are not in the first group, nor in the last group. They are instead, Mr. Speaker, members who support the government, just like the Liberal backbench. Our former well-respected clerks at the table go on at page 35 to quote Sir Wilfrid Laurier, quote, it is indeed essential for the country that the shades of opinion which are represented on both sides of this House should be placed as far as possible on a footing of equality, and that we should have a strong opposition to voice the views of those who do not think with the majority, end quote. Well, the NDP are now part of a parliamentary majority, and I would therefore submit, Mr. Speaker, that by agreeing to participate in the Prime Minister's power grab, the New Democrats have forfeited their rights as an opposition party in this Parliament. There are many procedural implications which arise as a result. Most immediately, it means that we cannot vote this afternoon on a motion moved by the member from Burnaby South and which the House debated yesterday. Standing Order 8113 is relevant here, and it begins, quote, opposition motions on allotted days may be moved only by members in opposition to the government, end quote. Put plainly, the member from Burnaby South is no longer a member of the opposition to the government. Therefore, we cannot vote on this so-called opposition motion. Several other rules referring to opposition parties will also require the chair's interpretation. Paragraph 52B of the Parliament of Canada Act provides seats on the Board of Internal Economy for each parties with 12 MPs, quote, in opposition to the government. Therefore, it would seem that the member from New Westminster Burnaby would no longer be a member of the board, nor would either the member for Gatineau or the member from Brampton North, who hold the balancing government seats on the board. Standing Order 33 concerning ministerial statements provides that, quote, a member from each of the parties in opposition to the government may comment briefly thereon, end quote. Standing Order 1062 concerning committee chairs and vice chairs provides that each committee's second vice chair, quote, shall be a member of an opposition party other than the opposition, end quote. By definition, that is now only the members of the Bloc Québécois. Standing Order 81-4 concerning main estimates referred to committees of the whole requires that the leader of the official opposition to consult, quote, with the leaders of the other opposition parties on which departments are so referred. Does the government's coalition partner get a say? And the list goes on, Mr. Speaker. It also follows that we must revisit the uncodified practices of the House in light of these new arrangements. In particular, the allocation of oral questions heavily favors opposition parties. Are the NDP questions now to be treated as lobs, just like those of the 3 Liberals already get daily? Also, should the NDP be vacating the opposition lobby in the room behind me and joining their coalition coalition partners over in the government lobby. There are also committee matters to consider, such as the modified quorum rules some committees adopt, sequences for committee witnesses, questioning, and even the seating arrangements at committee tables. These are very important interpretations which are required to allow our parliamentary system to function how it is intended to. You have very little precedent, Mr. Speaker, to rely on because that's how unprecedented this situation is in federal politics. The closest parallel that I can offer the chair is the situation following the 1921 general election when the upstart Progressive Party captured the second largest number of seats in the House. Many progressives wanted to form a coalition government with Mackenzie King's Liberals, who fell short of a majority. Though in the end, the progressives did not join the cabinet, they were largely supportive of the government and accordingly declined the opportunity to form the official opposition since they frankly weren't an opposition at all. Just as the 1921 election produced a comfortable arrangement for the Liberal minority government, so too did the election of 2021. We must be guided by the practical and pragmatic conclusion it offered that a party openly supportive of the government is simply not an opposition party. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that you interpret the rules of the House in a way that recognizes that the New Democratic Party has ceased to be an opposition party and that the House cannot vote today on the motion that was debated yesterday. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Good job, John. Good job.
I believe I have an intervention on this one from the Honourable Member for New Westminster-Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. That is such a frivolous, irresponsible statement by the House Leader of the Official Opposition. I don't really need to respond to it. First off, this is confidence in supply. As he is well aware, this has already happened in numerous legislatures in this country. Secondly, I would ask through you, Mr. Speaker, that the Official Opposition House Leader actually consult the Political Science Text 101 so you understand a coalition government is quite different from a confidence and supply agreement. And I also would like to say, Mr. Speaker, this invented history is simply not helpful to the House. I would also like to say to you, Mr. Speaker, today that the conduct of Conservative MPs and Bloc MPs was reprehensible. It was juvenile. It was unbecoming of parliamentarians. Now, Mr. Speaker, we empower you to do numerous things, including keeping order in the House. And I would respectfully ask you, since you have those powers, to take questions from the Conservatives and the Bloc if they continue this reprehensible conduct. If we have question period tomorrow and they simply do not listen to the very clear directives that you give on our behalf, you have the ability and I think the responsibility to take questions away from them. It was simply reprehensible conduct, and it is not acceptable in the House of Commons of Canada.
Continuing on the point of order from the Honourable Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also wish to respond to the point of order put forward by the Honourable Member for Barris from Barry Innisfil and Honourable House Leader for the Official Opposition. Having some personal experience with two confidence supply agreements, just to put this into the record, the confidence and supply agreement that existed in the province of British Columbia between the British Columbia Green Party and the British Columbia New Democrats was far more detailed and I think more robust, but in that context, the British Columbia Green MLAs remained as members of opposition parties and had all the privileges that attain to that. I'd also mention the confidence and supply agreement that took place in New Zealand between the Labour Party there, led by Jacinda Ardern, and the Green Party of New Zealand, in which case they actually held cabinet positions within their confidence and supply agreement, but were still treated as an opposition party within the Parliament of New Zealand, which is also like us, a Westminster Parliament. One last point, Mr. Speaker, while I have the floor, I want to extend an official apology to the Honourable Member for Barry Innisfil. Yesterday, I believe that no one in my office had been contacted about the unanimous consent motion. I wish to formally, fully, with deep contrition, apologize to the Honourable Member for doubting that we had been consulted. We were. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
On the same point of order, the Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois would like to reserve some time for a subsequent reply to the Honourable Member's point of order, that is the House Leader for the official opposition. The response from the member for New Wester Burnaby, well, he sees a toothpick in the opposition's eye, but not the beam in his own.
Other interventions on that? All right, we will take it under advisement, but what we will say is this. The decision on the vote was made last night. The vote will happen today. We will take it under advisement to see if the issues are something that we can bring back to the House. Monsieur Perron, sorry, I'll do that again. L'honorable député de Berthier-Mascouin.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Mascouin with a point of order. Mr. Speaker, there have been consultations among the parties, and I think that you will find unanimous consent for the following motion. That this House consider that gardens and gardening contribute to the development of our country, our cities, and to the lives of people with regard to health, quality of life, reconciliation, inclusion, and environmental challenges, considers that a private and community and public garden have great importance in the urban landscape, and designate 2022 as the Year of Gardens under the association of various associations of gardening. Thank you. We have heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay.
I heard a nay, so we'll continue along. It being 15:28, pursuant to order made on Thursday, November 25th, 2021, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion of Mr. Singh relating to the business of supply. Call in the members. No, it is too late. We already began it. Can I take a point of order? Bells are ringing. Yeah. The question is the following one. Mr. Singh, seconded by Mr. Blakely, moved that, given that, can I dispense? The vote being 10-minute period for members voting electronically has now started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Ms. Edlout.
Ms. Edlout.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Ms. Gazan.
Ms. Gazan.
Going back to Mr. Backrack. Ms. Zarillo.
Ms. Zarillo.
Ms. Collins Victoria.
Ms. Collins Victoria.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Jajarle.
Mr. Jajarle.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
Mr. Terrien.
Mr. Terrien.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Godreau.
Madame Godreau.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Madame Saint-Clair-Desgagnés.
Madame Saint-Clair-Desgagnés.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Désilet.
Monsieur Désilet.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Logg.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. General.
Mr. Kimiet.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Ms. Lanceman.
Ms. Lanceman.
Mr. Halan.
Mr. Halan.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Melillo.
Mr. Melillo.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Gourde.
Mr. Gould.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Ms. Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Ms. Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Ms. Gladu.
Ms. Gladu.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leifert.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Abutayev.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Vierson.
Pearson.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Mr. Lehoux.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Major.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Morrissey. Apologies. Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Van Popta.
Van Popta.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Polyev.
Mr. Polyev. It looks like it's. You're right. Thank you.
La Chambre attendra maintenant la fin de la...
The House will now hear the results of the electronic vote before continuing. wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has expired.
If members were not able to vote due to the technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them. Madame Chabot.
Bonjour.
Votre vote a été enregistré comme oui.
Your vote has been recorded.
I would like to vote for the motion, yes.
Nobody else? The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 60, 60. Nays contre 114, 114.
I declare the motion defeated. Orders of the day.
Government orders, business of supply.
Motion on tax reduction on gasoline and diesel, standing in the name of Mr. Faust.
I wish to inform the House that because of the deferred recorded divisions, government orders will be extended by 12 minutes. Debate. The honourable member for Thornhill.
I'm going to start where I left off. You see, when I speak to people in line at the grocery store or bump into someone at the gas station, it would be difficult and quite frankly embarrassing to list off the inflation rate in Denmark or to tell them everything is okay and that we should not upset the government or take down the Canadian economy. Because when you tell people that the global supply chain is the reason that home heating is up 26%, their reaction is rightfully perplexed. We have 1.3 trillion cubic feet of natural gas in Canada. That domestic energy supply provides heating for Canadian families. It has nothing to do with the global supply chain. Because when you tell someone that the global supply chain are the reason that a family pays an extra $1,000 a year for groceries, their reaction is rightfully confused. The country ranks third in the world for the amount of farmland per capita. We have the capacity to produce our own food, and it has nothing to do with the global supply chain. Because when you tell someone that global supply chains are the reason that gas prices have gone up in some places 50%, their reaction is, well, stunned. We do have that right here in Canada, Madam Speaker. We have the second largest oil and gas reserve in the world. And in the case, it's a question of why are we relying on the global supply chain? And when you tell someone everything is okay, when 4/5 of Canadian families are already cutting back and scratching their budgets, their reaction is one of fear. Fear that they will not be able to keep up. Fear that they will not be able to afford to live in their own communities. We have an opportunity here to stop saying that everything is okay, because it's not.
Really sorry, I apologize. Could the honourable members who'd like to have conversations go out into the lobbies, please? Si vous souhaitez parler à deux...
If you would like to talk to your colleagues, please go to the lobbies. We'd quite like to hear the speech from the member for Thornhill.
Thornhill.
We have an opportunity to actually do something, Madam Speaker, something that goes beyond the blind ideology of demonizing the oil and gas industry. We know how we got here. This is a direct result of printing money we don't have for things that we don't need. The government's unprecedented spending is out of control. You don't have to take my word for it. Scotiabank agrees. High levels of spending are seen as contributing to the strain on affordability pressures for Canadians. Their words, not mine, Madam Speaker. And to make matters worse, the government hasn't stopped spending or even slowed it. And I can already hear members of the government saying, but debt debt to GDP ratio. To that I say, let me invite you out on an afternoon in my own riding, and you can explain to Mrs. Cooper that the increased cost of buying healthy food for a family of 5 is fine because our debt to GDP ratio is amongst the best in the G7. Members of the government will say, oh, but the AAA credit score. Well, let me invite you that same afternoon, and you can explain to Mr. and Mrs. Green, who live on a fixed income and drive to see their grandkids, that they'll need an extra $50 a week for gas. When it comes to filling up these tanks, whether it's for Mr. or Mrs. Green to see their grandkids, or to those who need to get to work or take their kids to activities or just get around, the price is outrageous. We have witnessed over the last 6 years that this government's green energy policies contribute to seeing Canada's oil and gas sector destroyed. We do not have the infrastructure. We cannot get pipeline built. And despite the fact that we know that getting resources to Tidewater is vital to our economy and to our environmental goals and to our own security, no less, the crusade against our own interests continues, blindly supported by pipe dreams instead of pipelines. And while international conflicts in Ukraine have continued to contribute to those increases, they do not singularly explain the rise of price of gasoline, not even close. It's not the invasion in Ukraine that will add 11 cents on April 1st. It's not the invasion in Ukraine that neglected to build pipelines. It's not the invasion of Ukraine that has led to the lack of infrastructure, of investment, of development in our sector. It is, however, the direct result of the newly minted NDP Liberal government, whose policies have put Canada into positions where Canadians are Instagram posting outrage pictures of the price to fill up their tanks. Our policies have consequences, and those consequences are hitting Canadian families directly. The good news is we can do something significant today. We can provide immediate relief to families, providing a GST holiday on gasoline and diesel. Yes. We could immediately provide relief at the pumps to all Canadians, reducing prices by about 5%. That's 8 cents per litre. That's real savings, Madam Speaker. We can be fighting for families across Canada, and who have been pushed to the brink of the cost of living crisis. We could be fighting to leave money where it belongs, in the pockets of hard-working Canadians. Hear, hear. We can do that if members of this House support this measure, if they support this motion. Record-high gas prices don't appear to be going away anytime soon. $1.24 a litre in March 2021 is $1.75 in my riding today. It's just a year later. Mr. Speaker, I live in a community where, like so many others, it's nearly impossible to get around without a car. Impossible to get to work on a bicycle. Impossible to take the kids to hockey practice on a skateboard. Impossible to get groceries on roller skates. The government's solution of reducing carbon emissions cannot be one that ignores the realities of real life of so many Canadians. More Canadians are struggling to make ends meet. Young people are giving up on home ownership, and nearly half of Canadians are worried about their financial security this year. A high-tax, high-debt agenda set the stage for inflation. It set the stage for punishing prices at the pumps. And today we have the opportunity to finally give Canadians the relief they need. Mr. Speaker, we are calling on this government to pause the GST on fuel and give Canadians a break. I'll ask members of this House to do the right thing by their constituents and support the motion in this House. We simply just can't afford not to. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government, House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, earlier in the member's comments, she was talking about the price of the litre of gasoline, and somewhat implied, you know, that because we have things here in Canada, that it should be a lot less expensive. And one of the ways in which some countries have been able to accomplish that is through the nationalization of a commodity. And right away, I started thinking, well, that doesn't sound like a conservative government or a conservative party's approach to dealing with issues, to nationalize and purchase ESSO and so forth. And I'm wondering if we're starting to see a shift in some of the mentality coming from the Conservative Party in dealing with price controls by saying that the Conservatives are interested in nationalizing in order to be able to keep down prices.
Member for Thornhill.
Speaker. It's been just a few hours and the member opposite is already starting to sound like he's part of the NDP. We print money here. We don't, instead of actually making things that money buy. Our rate of inflation is at a record high. Canadians can't afford gas, groceries, their everyday necessities. And instead of doing the right thing, instead of lowering or taking the GST off of us, an actual measure that can reduce the price at the pumps, he can do that immediately. Instead of doing that, he's just not.
The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. In reaction to the speech from my colleague, I wonder if her answer to increasing gas prices is a bit too simplistic. When we examine the price of the crude barrel as compared to the price at the pump, it's almost $2 a litre. And when we see the value of GST, it's around about 5%. So about 10 cents out of $2. So with 10 fewer cents, will that truly change the reality of the market? Should we not rather have a better long-term target to better manage the ups and downs of gas by, for example, electrifying transport? That would be a true long-term solution. So we'd be less dependent on oil and such products that can increase and decrease drastically based on the situation in Ukraine, for example. In the past, because of what's happening in Iraq and Afghanistan, sometimes it goes up for Christmas, goes down for summer break. It's a yo-yo, and it's consumers that hurt.
Thank you for the question. Thanks to my honourable colleague. Madam Speaker, we have an opportunity to do something immediate for Canadians to get some relief in a cost of living crisis. And I know the member, who asked the question hears that in his constituency. I know that he gets the same kinds of emails and calls that I get because this is a problem across the country. So instead, instead of doing the right thing today, he's suggesting that we put that aside and we focus on bigger issues. He has the opportunity to lower costs for Canadians today, and he's not taking that opportunity, and he's going to have to explain that to his constituents.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, I very much agree with my honourable colleague that Canadians are experiencing a dramatic hardship due to the high cost of living, whether that's for food, for housing, for services, or as this motion speaks to, for gas at the pumps. We know as she said, we're facing record high gas prices. The problem that I see with this motion is that this motion does nothing about the excessive profits being made by oil and gas companies. We know that companies like Suncor just made a net profit of $4.1 billion. I mean, someone is profiting enormously from prices of gas at $2 per gallon. So my question to her is, instead of doing this, would she agree that we should impose a tax of 3% on profits over $1 billion, as the NDP has suggested, and redirect that revenue to everyday Canadians?
The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
I appreciate the question from the member who actually still does sound like he comes from the NDP party. So there's that. Look, we have an opportunity right now to do something for Canadians. We've got an opportunity to lower the costs. I think the conversation about record profits in oil companies is a frivolous one in the context of this debate. He used to be part of a party that fought for the affordability of Canadians. Where is that member now?
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Red Deer Mountain View.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And certainly with gas prices at an all-time high across Canada, Canadians are in desperate need of a break. And so they are facing severe hardships due to the dramatic escalation of gas prices, while the federal government enjoys increased revenue collected off the 5% GST, the HST, and the QST. Today, I join my colleagues in demanding the House call on government to immediately provide relief at the pumps to all Canadians. By introducing a temporary 5% reduction on gasoline and diesel, we would, at present, reduce the average price by approximately 8 cents per litre. Canadians' finances are buckling under the strain of record-breaking gas prices, which have no clear end in sight. There's a looming thought that by increasing the cost of energy, the Liberal agenda to push Canadians to invest in more environmentally friendly methods of transportation will materialize. This short-sighted narrative that tries to reduce global emission standards by punishing consumers is without merit. As has been proven time and time again, provinces can and will address greenhouse gas emissions while respecting the environment and their citizens. Also, there is a continued misunderstanding that increased oil prices can be dealt with by people taking public transportation, driving less, or buying an electric vehicle. These are serious misconceptions as they continue to ignore the plight of Canadians who do not have the luxury of transportation infrastructure in the communities, nor can they afford the expense associated with the questionable purchase of an electric vehicle. At this point in time, we're hardly in a place where we should be experimenting with people's lives, which is exactly what ignoring rising fuel costs would be doing. Skyrocketing inflation and the cost of living crisis are devastating families across Canada, and casually suggesting that they turn to public transportation or electric vehicles is reckless. And if you're factoring in the suspect full-life cost cycles of EVs, this is even worse. There are so many Canadians who rely on their vehicles to get to work, to drive their kids to school, and to sports. There are small businesses and nonprofits who depend on their vehicles to keep serving their community. Giving Canadians a GST break on fuel is a simple, common-sense solution to help Canadians suffering the most from inflation. Higher fuel prices raise the cost of everything, from gasoline to home heating to groceries to education to health care. A staggering 53% of Canadians say they can't keep up with the rising prices. Madam Speaker, it's getting harder and harder to make sense of the environmentalist movement's agenda. Constituents in my riding, and indeed Canadians across the country, are begging for relief. There's a stark reality that human civilization depends on its access to reliable and affordable energy. Because fossil fuels are uniquely accessible, energy-dense, and transportable, they fit the world's present needs precisely. So let me be clear. There's no nation in the world that produces oil and gas as ethically as Canada. What a proud legacy we are offering the world. The tax holiday that we're suggesting today would reduce the cost of everything. It's efficient, immediate, and the most effective path to benefit people who rely on vehicles, to benefit people who are faced with choosing between heat, food, and transportation. It's a common sense solution to help alleviate a manufactured Liberal problem. This tax relief, in response to soaring costs at the pump, will provide Canadians with a small bit of relief that they are so desperately in need of as the cost of everything is going up. As a representative of a large agricultural riding, I want to take a moment to address food security. Our rural communities are also agricultural powerhouses which rely on heavy machinery for food production. Machinery which needs fuel. Few farmers in my riding have the ability to add these costs directly to the consumer. It comes off their bottom line. There are those industries that can pass on energy costs to the consumer, and the result is a dramatic increase in costs throughout Canadian homes. This scenario means that everyone continues to pay for bad policy. These added costs will also affect the availability of the products on our store shelves. In agricultural circles, the increased cost of production will be close to 70% for some inputs this year, and fuel is a major factor in this ongoing cash crisis. Make no mistake, farmers are not the ones profiting from the increased food prices. When it comes to passing on the cost, transportation expenses add to the consumer's plight. I feel that so many of these people pushing the anti-oil and gas narrative have no real idea what it's like to live north of the 49th parallel. They have no real understanding of how severely impacted northern communities are at the hands of these rising fuel costs. If we look at many northern communities, such as Barren Lands First Nation In Bache, Manitoba, we see families running out of gas and struggling with food prices. It is serious. The Liberals' answer to high gas prices is to tell people that they should buy electric cars. Let's be honest here. If you can't afford $150 worth of fuel, how can you afford a $5,000 EV, $50,000 EV? The world's future may involve a shift to more renewable energy, but such a future is not imminent. Those that insist otherwise are simply ignoring the historical and scientific evidence. Growing worldwide demand for fossil fuel ensures our legacy energy sources will remain steadfast even as other sources become prominent. Canadians are ready to see this country's energy and natural resource sector play a stronger leadership role in edging out less regulated, less principled supplier nations in the global supply pool. I want to take a moment to address the elephant in the room, the fact that the Liberals voted against our motion calling on Canada to export more natural gas to displace Russian natural gas in Europe. Getting Canadian natural gas to Tidewater is vital to Canada's security. It's vital to our economy, and in the face of Putin's illegal war in Ukraine, it's vital to Europe's defense and security. Getting more low-carbon natural gas to market, especially with the cutting-edge technology that Canadian industry is using, is also consistent with our environmental goals as we transition to various energy sources. So, Madam Speaker, it's time the government has an honest conversation with Canadians about pipelines. Canada's European allies that are procuring natural gas from Russia are funding Putin's war chest. Canada has an amazing supply of natural gas, but we are lagging behind in the game because those calling the shots have no sense for geopolitics and no vision of what the path forward to more sustainable energy looks like. European leaders have already raised the prospect of replacing Russian-supplied natural gas with Canadian natural gas, yet the government refuses to do its part and sadly builds roadblocks. For those who vehemently oppose pipeline construction and building our capacity to enable liquefied natural gas exports from Canada's east coast to Europe, they are aiding and abetting and condoning Putin's behavior. How ironic is it that woke pipeline policy has the USA considering sourcing Venezuelan heavy oil for its Gulf refineries? Meanwhile, our Canadian oil is being stopped by movie stars and anti-Canadian oil activists. Who are these people really working for? Canadians can expect to pay even more at the pumps as Russia's attack on Ukraine puts even greater pressure on the already surging oil price environment. The trend of increasing gas prices reveals the truth behind who is actually looking out for Canadians. Conservatives will always be the voice of Canadians looking for relief from the rising cost of living. Supporting this tax holiday would help reduce the cost of everything. Transportation and production costs would decrease, giving some relief to consumers for necessities like food. At a time when the rights of Canadians seems to be continually trampled on by this Liberal government, this tax relief would see that we as political leaders care about Canadians, not some ideological fantasy. Canadians deserve to eat. Canadians need their vehicles to go to work. Canadians need to heat their homes. Canadians deserve better. Madam Speaker, I hope all members will support the initiative presented today. It's time to follow the lead of the Conservative Party and be the voice of Canadians looking for relief from the accelerated cost of living. And it's time for the NDP Liberal government to join us in supporting all Canadians, not just the ones rich enough to prop up their green agenda at the cost of others' well-being. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for St. Catharines.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the enthusiasm for the Honourable Member for Kingston, the Islands. The Honourable Member in his speech talked about ideological positions, but it's interesting the complete ignorance of global climate change and what that cost is going to do to Canadians who will not be able to get insurance, when crops will not be able to grow. And it's honestly disgusting, Madam Speaker, to hear members of the Conservative Party try to take a position to suggest that other members in this House do not stand and support Ukraine. It's unfortunate that we've gotten to that point where this type of rhetoric happens. And I guess my question, though, is he left out the part where European Union and the European allies want to transition to a green economy to eliminate their reliance on Russian oil. Why did he leave that out of his speech? Does it not really go on with his narrative and his ideological narrative?
For Red Deer Mountain View.
Thank you very much, and certainly as having been a member of OSCE, spending time in Tbilisi and in Berlin, talking to people from the European Union about this issue, they are not that ideological as the member is indicating. They understand the necessities. They know what is happening with the Nord Stream 1 and Nord Stream 2 pipelines. They recognize the significance of the damage that is being done. So believe me, it is not, when Putin invaded Crimea, it was not for windmills and solar panels. It went there for its oil and gas reserves. That is exactly what is happening there. They know that it has to be replaced, so it is not as ideological as what we see across the aisle.
L'honorable député de Repentigny.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My colleague sits on the Environmental Committee with me. Sometimes we're on the same wavelength and sometimes we're not. The increase in the cost of oil means more profits for oil companies. It's oil companies who are pocketing the increased costs at the pumps. They're the ones who are benefiting from inflation. We also find Russian oligarchs among those who run oil companies. Why not take that into account in the honourable member's analysis?
Well, and I always appreciate having an opportunity to discuss issues with the member from the bloc in the Environment Committee, and certainly what we're talking about today is significant. And of course, we talk about provincial issues and how we can, how provinces can help out their communities. And I think this is one of the aspects. I know that Quebec certainly talks about how it can help reduce greenhouse gases, not just in Quebec where it's done a good job, but of course it has a type of source of energy that is beneficial to the country. However, there's another aspect of it, and that is so does Alberta, so does Western Canada have an energy source that is not only beneficial to the country, but is beneficial to the world. And that's where I guess there is a bit of a difference, but I respect their energy sources. I ask that they respect ours.
For Edmonton, Grisba.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The residents of my community in Edmonton, Grisba, are also suffering from this affordability crisis. It's hurting them, not just in everyday rent and gas fees and groceries. It's hurting them, and they're scared for their kids. What I want to hear this member talk about is how this country's economy is truly going to help these folks in a real way. You know, this proposal in many ways is temporary. But what we know is this crisis may be long-lasting. These companies are profiting. Some of them, Suncor, for example, $4.1 billion, paying out $3.9 billion to its shareholders. We look at CNRL, $7.7 billion of profit. Would the member agree that we need to tax profiteers who've made unjust amounts of money and reinvest that to the people who need it most? A real plan for affordability.
The honourable member for Red Deer Mountain View.
Well, I do thank the member, and of course I've spent a lot of time in Edmonton and taken public transit in Edmonton when when it was necessary. A lot of times going to watch my Eskimos play football, but that's a different story. But really, to be serious about the question that was asked, it is important that we understand some of the reasons why the prices are as high as they are right now. We take a look at our Canadian dollar. Here we have a country that is rich in resources. Our Canadian dollar is at 79 cents right now. So these are the kinds of reasons why the prices that we have at the pump are so severe. And I think we have to look at the overall economic impact of what is taking place.
Upcoming debate, the honourable member for King's Heads.
Merci, Madame la Présidente, et je tiens.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wish to recognize that I'll be sharing my time this afternoon with my honourable colleague for Kingston and the Islands.
Madame la Présidente, nous sommes là.
Madam Chair, we are here today to discuss the text of the opposition motion put forward by my honourable colleague for Abbotsford regarding the cost of oil, the cost of gas. Of course, the text of the opposition motion is meant to be against the government's position, but I do appreciate the conversation we're having about affordability for Canadians, for our citizens. I think that's an important discussion to have right now. First of all, the cost of gas is a challenge throughout the entire country. And there are connections with the situation in Ukraine, with the war in Ukraine. The cost of oil, the cost of gas, is part of a global market, not just in Canada. It has connections to producers all throughout the world.
Conversations with my constituents in King's Heads, I've reminded them of that. Part of the challenge that we are all going to have to face is the fact that although we are not directly involved militarily on the ground in Ukraine, the Western world is responding in a way to sanction products that are coming from the Russian Federation as part of our plan to help deter future Russian aggression and to obviously be able to respond to the situation right now. Now, I've said in other speeches that the sanctions alone are not going to change the situation overnight in Ukraine. We, of course, are there on other fronts with military hardware, with logistics, both lethal and non-lethal, along with our NATO allies, to be able to try to provide support to those that are courageously fighting for democracy, not only in Ukraine, but indeed around the world. So I think Canadians need to understand that on a temporary basis, in the interim, there are going to be higher gas prices that we're facing as part of the collective cost that we're undertaking to fight the war in Ukraine indirectly at this point, and I think we're all concerned about what this could represent in the days ahead and the changing sands vis-a-vis our foreign policy context. I also want to take a moment to explain carbon pricing because, of course, my Conservative colleagues in particular would highlight their fact that the carbon price is what is driving gas prices unilaterally. It's the government's fault why things sometimes at the pump can be challenging. And I want to debunk that, at least as it relates to my province in Nova Scotia, and then also speak about what this represents in backstop provinces where those provinces don't have an equivalent environmental plan to be able to tackle emissions. In Nova Scotia, because of the work, particularly under the McNeil Liberal government, there has been tremendous effort undertaken to make renewable our electricity grid and our generation in Nova Scotia. That has resulted in a higher cost to individuals, but there's no direct price of pollution tabled or essentially levied at the pumps on gasoline. So I've had calls over the last couple of weeks about the price of gas and what the Government of Canada can do vis-a-vis the price on pollution. As it relates to Nova Scotia, actually a lot of that has already been implemented through our electricity rates in Nova Scotia. And where the government is collecting under its cap and trade system at the provincial level, those monies are being distributed towards important initiatives to help transition households, particularly vulnerable households, to a lower carbon future. Of course, in backstop provinces, here in Ontario, for example, essentially the way I like to describe it is monies are collected by the government on the carbon price. They're centralized and then distributed back to individuals on a per capita basis, which actually creates an incentive for individuals to change behavior. Now, I take notice as a rural member in this House, sometimes there's challenges if people don't have other options. And I think that's a legitimate policy conversation that can be had, especially as the price on pollution advances in the days ahead. Je vous prendre un certain moment pour discuter les certaines.
I want to take a moment to discuss initiatives by the Government of Canada that were led in 2015. Certain legislation was passed. There was a plan to reduce daycare costs for families. It was inspired by the model in Quebec, which at the time was $7 a day. I think it's very important to allow parents to work and to reduce costs for families in the middle class and lower income families. This was a significant measure brought forward by the government to move forward the interests of families that needed that help.
About the Canada Housing Benefit. This is a program that is a portable benefit that has been delivered to individuals who are in need. Right? We talk about affordable housing, Madam Speaker. That means different things to different people. But at the end of the day, we're trying to be able to put a program in place that allows an individual to be able to move to different locations as their circumstances warrant, with support from the Government of Canada on the basis of their income. The traditional program has been, we will set you up in a particular location and here is your affordable rent. I think this program has a lot more merit, and it's something that I think we need to continue to remind Canadians of the benefit of what it represents. The Canada Child Benefit, again, has brought countless hundreds of thousands of Canadian children out of poverty and supported families. And Madam Speaker, I don't need to go into great detail because you could look at the Hansard and the testimony of members of Parliament about what this has meant for their loved ones, for their family. It is truly making a difference, and it supports affordability, which is really what the text of this motion is about here today. Je suis le député de Kings Hants en Nouvelle-Écosse.
I'm the member for Kings Hants in Nova Scotia. For the most part, my riding is rural, full of small communities. And on average, they are older. The guaranteed income supplement is very important for vulnerable seniors. And that is the reason that our government introduced measures to reinforce these programs during the last legislature.
It's, of course, to extending that by $500 a month. $500 a month, yes, correct. And of course, we've strengthened old age security. Other important measures that are relating to affordability. I just want to talk something about the importance of inter-city busing, Madam Speaker. I mentioned, of course, I'm a MP in a rural area. I recognize I have 2 minutes. The way that the Government of Canada's programs are designed is we have a lot of support that is accessible to the provinces to work with municipalities on transit in larger cities. But if you are vulnerable right now and you don't have access to a vehicle, and you don't have the ability to afford the cost of a vehicle to get you from place to place, inter-city busing is key. Now, the government has had other initiatives in the past. One point that I think is extremely important is looking at the Investing in Canada infrastructure program and the bilaterals that we have with the provinces and territories, and finding ways for flexibility to support inter-city busing, particularly given the fact that we've gone through COVID and there's been challenges. The last thing I'll say is the text of this motion talks about 8 cents on average that a temporary tax relief would give to the consumer. What I don't think has been discussed is whether or not we as members of Parliament should be also privy to that type of benefit. And this comes down to an ideological choice of saying, well, we can either just let an 8% reduction in gas prices on a temporary basis be available to everyone, including millionaires and people that really don't need that help, or we can actually continue to collect revenue as the government normally would and create a specific program that would be targeted to individuals who actually have challenges right now as it relates to affordability. I dare say there's not one member of Parliament in this House on a salary of $180,000 a year that needs 8 cents back per litre at the pump. It's lower income Canadians. That is a fundamental flaw with the text of this motion, and I look forward to taking questions from my honourable colleagues, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to ask a question today. I want to thank the member for his speech. He does a very good job in the House. I also represent a very rural riding. In fact, I know he does as well. His riding can actually fit inside of my riding 19 times. That's how big my riding is. So, hey, it sure does. Because people have to drive, people have to commute. And the point that I'm trying to make is the cost of fuel right now is exorbitant, and it disproportionately impacts people that live in my riding that have to drive great distances to get to work, for their kids to play hockey, for their kids to play baseball, to go to school. We've seen school closures over the number of years. A lot of these small towns have been systematically forgotten about by governments at all levels. So when Saskatchewan put forward a climate plan based on the model that New Brunswick had, I'd like what the members' thoughts on why the government canceled or denied Saskatchewan's request to use the same plan that New Brunswick has.
Member for Kings Hants.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for the question. And 19 times the size, I can appreciate the challenges of getting to every corner of his riding and what that would represent, because even 5,000 square kilometres in Kings Hants can sometimes feel daunting. I don't have specific information to his question vis-a-vis the intergovernmental aspect of Saskatchewan versus New Brunswick. I will talk about affordability writ large, and I think it is an important conversation to be had. We are seeing challenges, as I mentioned, because of the war in Ukraine, around food supplies, around fertilizer for farmers, which I know that member would know a lot about given the concentration that represents in his riding. So I do think we need to have conversations about affordability. My issue is that the text of this motion is about 8 cents per litre. And I take notice that for some people that is a very big deal. But this text of the motion is not very targeted. I think there's better ways to go about having targeted measures to Canadians that actually need the support, as opposed to having that member benefit from 8 cents a litre. I think he would suggest he doesn't necessarily need it at this point.
Le député de Trois-Rivières.
Honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague from King Hants, who regularly offers practical solutions to real problems. I'd like to ask him, through you, how does he intend to reduce the Quebec sales tax, because it's under provincial jurisdiction? So would there be some kind of compensation, or would it be? Could he discuss that with the NDP?
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Obviously, with just 10 minutes to discuss the text of the motion and to discuss the government's priorities, I missed the opportunity to discuss other flaws in this motion, for example, with the Quebec sales tax and the problem with this motion, because it does encroach on areas of provincial jurisdiction. And so that's another problem with this motion.
The honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith. No. Oh, Port Moody, Coquitlam, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you. I wanted to thank the member for bringing up the childcare, and I can say that I'm standing here today because of the Quebec model for $5 daycare. In 1998, I was happy to take advantage of that, and if the federal government had invested in daycare many years earlier, there would be more women sitting in this chamber tonight. I just wanted to mention to the member that really what we're talking about here is an affordability crisis in the country. And with childcare, it's a wonderful opportunity for families, but unfortunately, young people are deciding not to have families due to the rising prices of housing, food, and living in Canada. So I guess I would ask the member why the Liberals continue to protect wealth accumulating corporations and do not enough and very little and almost nothing to ease the pressures on average Canadians who are struggling to make ends meet in housing, price of food, and also the price of living.
Honourable member for Kings Hants, 30 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A lot to try to answer in 30 seconds. Let me just say, as one of the younger members of Parliament in the House at 31 years old, I have friends that are in those same situations about trying to be able to own a home but also start a family. So they resonate with me. I don't have time to properly address the question vis-a-vis the larger policy context of whether or not it is prudent to continue to spend to try to create the affordability and the support that Canadian families need, or what other measures that are non-spending in a world of 5.7% inflation right now is going to be crucial to be able to make affordability important for Canadian families. I think it's an important conversation to be had, and I do think that we'll be hearing more about it in the House in the days ahead. Thank you.
Debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and it's an honor to rise today in the House to speak to this Opposition Day motion that's been introduced by the Conservative Party. And I just want to start by saying that I am glad to see such a motion being put forward today. It's a motion that actually addresses policy. It's a nice departure from what we typically see coming from across the way, which are motions that are geared more towards personal attacks of the Prime Minister or a particular minister. And rather, this is a motion that's actually discussing policy and putting forward a policy idea. Notwithstanding the fact that I disagree with this particular course of action, I am very grateful for the fact that what has been introduced by the Conservatives today through this opposition motion is one of substance and can actually allow us to have a very good, wholesome debate about possible policy to implement in Canada. I will say that when reading the text of the motion, I think the first thing that popped out to me, Madam Speaker, was the issue that the motion takes with respect to GST, HST, and the QST. And the reason why, Madam Speaker, is because QST is the Quebec sales tax, and that is a tax that is levied by the Quebec government. I'm not sure how my Bloc Quebec colleagues feel about this, given that they stand up routinely for Quebec sovereignty in this House in terms of its ability to manage its own finances. But I find it perplexing that the Conservatives would bring forward a motion that would somehow allow the federal government to interject itself into the jurisdiction of Quebec, namely into creating options to rebate some sales taxes that are collected by Quebecs. Perhaps that wasn't the intent of the motion. Perhaps the idea of the drafter of this motion was thinking something different, but at the end of the day, that's certainly how it presents itself, at least in my reading of it. I also find it very interesting that for 6 years, as I've been in this House, I've heard time and time again the Conservative Party criticize the government, quite often blaming the price of oil in Canada squarely on the Prime Minister, as it is being his fault that the price of oil was so low that Alberta and other Western provinces weren't able to extract efficiently more oil out of the ground. And now suddenly they seem to be in a position where they're basically advocating that gas, which is made from oil, be now subsidized, or the costs that are collected by the government with respect to that increase should now somehow be turned back over, and basically criticizing the fact that the price of oil is now so high. But I think that the issue that I have biggest concern with, Madam Speaker, as it relates to this opposition motion, is one that brings me back to my time as a city councillor and mayor of Kingston. One of the things that we relied upon quite seriously in terms of building infrastructure in the city of Kingston was being able to rely on what was at least then called the gas tax, which is now called the Canada Community Benefit Fund. And this is where a portion of that HST that's collected at the pumps is actually taken by the federal government and distributed right back to municipalities so that those municipalities can spend on very important infrastructure projects in their communities. There are more than 650 community recipients, various different municipalities and jurisdictions within Ontario alone that receive funding through the former gas tax and now the Canada Community Benefit Fund, which total roughly $816 million annually in Ontario alone. I find it very concerning at the idea that we might reduce, even if just for short term, the amount of money that can be collected in order to turn back over to municipalities to invest specifically in infrastructure. A lot of the time, at least in Kingston, we spent a lot of that gas tax money on improving the infrastructure within our transit network. Everything from road rehabilitation right through to public transit, quite often tourism perspectives in order to get people in and out of our community. And we relied as a municipality quite heavily on that funding. And I know a lot of municipalities throughout Ontario did that. The AMO, the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, does a very good job for the federal government at tracking exactly where that money is spent. You can actually go to their website and see where the gas tax, now known as the Canada Community Benefit Fund, money is being distributed throughout the province of Ontario to know exactly how that money is being applied. Now, I'm not surprised that the Conservatives would want to perhaps take this position on this. If you look back historically, Stephen Harper had an absolute horrible record at providing infrastructure money to municipalities throughout Canada. This government has taken a much different approach, an approach that says municipalities throughout Canada are our partners. We will partner with them to make sure that we are building the infrastructure that they need for today, but more importantly, for tomorrow. And that's what this money is all about. That's what the importance of collecting and redistributing the gas tax, now known as the Canada Community Benefit Fund, back to municipalities throughout Ontario. So I recognize that that Conservatives might have a different approach on it, and I respect that, and I respect the fact that when they bring forward a motion like this, they might be signaling back to those to that style of engagement with municipalities, but it certainly isn't the level of engagement or the manner in which this government has acted in terms of looking at that relationship to build infrastructure with municipalities over the last 6 years, nor is it in any way an indication, if you look at the language that's been coming from the finance minister, what our plan is moving forward. We genuinely want to be there with municipalities to get them the funding that they need to keep building the infrastructure. And a huge portion of that comes through the Canada Community Benefit Fund, comes through the collection of HST at the pumps, so that actual money, and if you think about it, it's people that are using the roads that are contributing to this fund. They're the ones that are actually going to be putting money into this fund through that tax to go back to investing in and building on that infrastructure that they're using. There's no doubt, and I will echo a lot of what's been said in this House today, that what we're seeing here is something, a rise in price of gas, notwithstanding the fact that members of the opposition continually try to suggest that and inflation is somehow the responsibility of the Prime Minister. Somehow they think that the Prime Minister of Canada, suddenly somebody who they criticize for years as being unable to do anything, now they're saying he has the ability to arbitrarily affect the price of oil and gas throughout the world, and inflation for that matter. But this is a global problem. This is a problem that has come largely from the war that Vladimir Putin began with Ukraine. We've seen why this is happening, and this is a stark reality of the situation throughout the world. This is a reality of what happens when countries become dependent on fossil fuel and energy in particular from other jurisdictions within the world. They become dependent and reliant on those other jurisdictions, and that's exactly what we're seeing. When we look at what the leaders in other parts of the world, in particular Europe, are saying, they want to move at a faster pace away from fossil fuels and transition to more renewable, sustainable sources. And this leads me to my last point. Once again, the Conservatives are bringing forward a motion that is entirely based on fossil fuels. They have this incredible addiction, an obsession with oil in particular. They are unable to realize and to recognize that we are moving away from oil. The world is moving away from oil. This is not a liberal thing. It's not an NDP thing. It's not a Bloc thing. It's not a Green Party thing. The world is moving away from oil. And The Conservatives need to get on board and figure that out and become part of that so that we can capitalize on our opportunities in Canada to ensure that happens. My last point that I'll make, even in the province of Alberta, the growth in the renewable energy sector is far outpacing any growth in the fossil fuel industry. They're laughing at it as though they're concerned about it. Just look at the stats from Statistics Canada as it relates to that growth. It's happening, and it's time that we get on board and be part of it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen and Nickel.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And the member opposite has raised a number of points. First of all, we're not talking about the Community Development Fund and the 10% leader on gasoline. We're talking about the GST. So look, there's crude oil, there is refinery costs, there is the taxes, both provincial gas tax as well as the federal or Community Development Fund tax. And then what happens, that's all under the umbrella of the GST, Madam Speaker. So this is about giving people who are having an incredibly hard time. We're not talking about lowering interest rates. We're not talking about paying for someone's rent. People right now, Madam Speaker, the Canada Pension Plan, they're paying higher, they're going to pay higher amounts on their mortgages. That's what we're talking. We're talking about giving people a break. And the International Energy Agency would disagree with this member when he says that the world is going off of different types of oil and gas, Madam Speaker. It actually, as populations go up, they're going to continue to use more of that on for the next 10 to 20 years at least. So, Madam Speaker, will this member at least say, the very least we can do here is give Canadians a true break, put a little more money in their jeans so they can cope with the cost of living that has increased in this country.
Secretary.
So 2 points on that, Madam Speaker. The first is what we're talking about taking away the ability for the Government of Canada to continue to invest in municipalities. What does that do? What does that do when you take the money away from the municipalities? You're just forcing municipalities to raise their property tax. But nonetheless, let me get back to his last point that he made. He made a point with respect to what's happening in the increases and oil and gas increasing. And you'll note he said over the next 10 to 20 years. Guess what? You don't build pipelines to look out in the short term, 10 to 20 years. You build pipelines and you set up massive extraction operations of oil to look towards what you're going to be doing 30, 40 years from now. So my point, the member is absolutely right. We are reliant on oil right now. What I said is that we are moving away from it. Will we entirely get off of it? I highly doubt it. But we will significantly move away from it, and it will affect our desire to continue to extract oil from the ground.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. Now, this motion has to do with inflation. I think all prices are going up now, the price of everything. And we have to think about the housing crisis. Scotiabank, which is not usually something that supports the housing crisis, said that 1.8 million housing units are lacking in Quebec just to reach the average of G7 countries. And a housing oversight association, which has been surveying and overseeing the national housing strategy, so $72 billion 5 years ago, and 37,000 new housing units have been built, but we need 1.8 million, and that they're halfway through the strategy. Doesn't my colleague think that it's time to really get into social housing to help Canadians?
Check the premise of the question. The member said that this motion has to do with inflation. Inflation's not mentioned in here once, Madam Speaker. Housing's not mentioned in here once. What is talked about in here is the rise in price of gas. That is as a result of a war that's going on in Europe right now. This is not as a result of inflation. My comment to the member is that I hope that the Bloc Québécois is reflecting in the fact that this motion specifically calls on the federal government to jump into Quebec jurisdiction by affecting the Quebec sales tax. Does the member from the Bloc want to stand by that?
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Madam Speaker, clearly just the rising costs of gas are about inflation. In fact, Mark Lee, a senior economist at the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives, recently stated that industry profits rebounded strongly in 2021 after the COVID-induced slowdown of 2020. And for example, Canadian Natural Resources booked a record $7.7 billion in profit. This clearly shows it's time to bring the windfall profit tax on oil and gas sectors. One of the obvious ways to address this cost of living crisis would be to tax profiteers like Suncor, which made a net profit of $4.1 billion and paid out $3.9 billion to its shareholders. Madam Speaker, on the topic of inflation, affordability, and taxation, why do the Liberals continue to protect wealth accumulating corporations and do nothing to ease the pressure on average Canadians who are struggling to make ends meet?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, 15 seconds.
Again, I reject that, Madam Speaker. The member is saying that this is entirely based on inflation. The price of gas has gone up considerably higher than inflation. If you were to only talk about inflation, the price of gas would not be where it is today. The price of gas, although yes, inflation has affected it, has substantially increased, not because of inflation, but because of a war that is going on in Europe. And I know this NDP member knows that.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Peterborough-Kuwait.
Here.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will be splitting my time today with the member from Fort McMurray, Cold Lake. Mr. Speaker, Canadians, Madam Speaker, pardon me, Madam Speaker, Canadians are in the middle of an economic crisis, which, as many know, is contributing to our mental health crisis. Gas prices, the cost of food, the cost of housing is at an all-time high, and it is truly hurting our country, our children, our seniors, our most vulnerable. We can do better. We can take action today. We can instantly give Canadians relief. This shouldn't be about a coalition. I urge every MP in this House to think about their constituents and vote to help them. This motion can help Canadians. The motion for debate is, 1, Canadians are facing severe hardship due to the dramatic escalation in gas prices. 2, the 5% collected under the Goods and Services Tax, GST, the Harmonized Sales Tax, HST, and the Quebec Sales Tax, QST, creates increased revenue for the federal government as fuel prices rise, which compounds the pain on Canadian consumers and the economy. The House calls on the government to immediately provide relief at the pumps to all Canadians by introducing a temporary 5% reduction on gasoline and diesel, whether collected under the GST, HST, or QST, which would reduce the average price by approximately 8 cents per litre. I fully support this motion and call on the government to recognize the devastating impact of the increased gas prices and to take action and provide hope and relief for Canadians.
Hear, hear.
On Saturday, I asked a question on my Facebook. How has the increased cost of living impacted your daily decisions and habits? The post received hundreds of upsetting comments, and I would like to share some of them with you today. John wrote, being a single father and working full-time, I'm still unable to stay afloat. Between the cost of childcare for an hour and a half, 5 days a week, and the price of gas, I'm at a point where I'm deciding what bills I'm not going to pay this month in order to pay the insane rent price and to feed my son. Darcy wrote, I've owned a Mini Cooper for 12 years. I just traded it in for a Honda Civic as I can't afford premium fuel anymore, not to mention cutbacks on food and other things. The worst thing is not being able to see my daughter, who lives in Calgary. The cost to drive up and get her is getting to be too much. Mike wrote, well, I can't afford to even rent a room in a place, let alone an apartment, so I've been living with different family members for the last 4 years. It's affected me pretty badly, and I make $25 an hour. Abby, I'm going to purchase a horse and buggy because I can't afford the gas and taking the bus doesn't work for a hockey mom and a baby on oxygen. Natalie wrote, we are selling off things. Next is my husband's vehicle and our ATV. We are running out of things to sell, and that has me feeling overwhelmed. I hope you guys care about what constituents have to say. It would be nice if you would listen. Kelly, I'm not traveling to see my parents as often or eating as good as I should, especially with type 1 diabetes. The cost of food is crazy. There always seems to charge way more for healthy foods, and the cost of living has skyrocketed. but paychecks or social assistance has not. How is it even possible for people to survive and live in a comfortable, healthy life? The stress is overwhelming. Shannon, a registered nurse getting paid the same wage I was paid 13 years ago with no cost of living increase, and starting to do the math on whether it makes sense for me to go to work at all given what it will cost me to get there. And Darlene, I'm a Canada Post rural route contractor. I drive my own truck, and I can't afford to work. When, Madam Speaker, did we get to a place where people cannot afford to go to work? These stories are heartbreaking and the true reality of what Canadians are going through. I'm of the belief that stories like these are a call to action. They indicate that Canadians are in need of financial relief. And it is our job in this House to listen, to act, and to help. Increased gas prices impact everyone. Small business owners must pay more for shipping and products, which translates into increased prices for customers. You can see how this is impacting our economy. If you can't support your local businesses, they can't pay their bills, and they shut down. Let's talk about how gas prices are devastating the people who feed us, farmers. Kevin wrote to me saying, I'm a farmer and it's definitely not fun. The amount of money that is going out of all farmers' pockets is constantly increasing. We all do what we can to watch our profit margin, but one thing, no matter what, we need fuel, and we are usually use the same amount year after year. We are the ones feeding the world, but it seems like we have to pay a punishing price to do so. How are we expected to attract the next generation of farmers when they continue to go further and further into debt? Did you know farmers have one of the highest suicide rates of any career? Let's not forget to take a moment and remember the saying, if you ate today, thank a farmer. Now, let's talk about children. Parents and caregivers are forced to make a decision to pull their kids out of sports and extracurricular activities because there's no extra money or they can't afford to drive them.
Est-ce que je pourrais demander aux collègues
Could I ask colleagues from the bloc to be a bit quieter because we can hear you in the microphones? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Parents are forced to pull their kids out of extracurricular activities. This is wrong. Kids have suffered enough these past 2 years. They need their friends. They need physical fitness. Parents and caregivers and seniors cannot afford nutritious food. This is wrong. Nutritious food is critical and is directly linked to health and wellness. We can't afford to further strain our healthcare system. I have seniors in my riding of Peterborough-Kawartha who are eating cat food. We can do better. We must do better. This motion today can offer relief and hope, and I urge the new Liberal NDP government to consider this motion. People may not think that prices at the gas pumps are linked to our opioid crisis, but it is. Anxiety, depression, and addiction are being exacerbated from the stress of the increased cost of living. As one constituent said to me, I no longer live, I just try to survive. This quote made me think about our tourism industry. As Shadow Minister for Tourism, I can tell you this industry was the first hit, the hardest hit, and will be the last to recover. Some people will tell you that travel is a privilege, but what about the people who are employed because of the travel industry? What about the dog kennel owner who may lose his business because people cannot afford to travel so they can't use the kennel? What happens to him? What about people who cannot afford to visit their friends and family because gas is too expensive? How do you think that impacts their mental health, their productivity at work, their relationships? This has a domino effect. Not being able to afford to feed your family or put gas in your vehicle is devastating and immeasurable. It affects everyone. Allison, a constituent, wrote to me about how the gas prices are impacting her family, and she wrote, I hardly leave the house. We're eating up the freezer selections instead of buying fresh, deciding if a home purchase in the Barbados is a better way to invest instead of here, as everything is hundreds of thousands of dollars overpriced. Canada is supposed to be the best place in the world to live, and people are truly thinking of leaving. We can help. We can offer a 5% reduction on gasoline and diesel, and I urge everyone in this House to vote in favor of this motion. We need to get back to a place of being able to use the money in our bank to pay for necessities, not racking up debt on credit cards. Give Canadians the ability to be able to afford to go to work. Give kids the opportunity to be able to go to their Taekwondo class or gymnastics. Allow seniors to have the dignity to buy healthy food. let's get food bank users down. Canadians need a break. They're exhausted, they're drained, they're traumatized. This motion is a break, and I will be voting for it.
Hear, hear.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, this motion would essentially ask that all individuals get the exact same rebate when they're filling up for gas. I am very fortunate that I can afford the extra amount, given the fact that I have a good job and I'm able to do that. I imagine that this member is in the same position as me. Does she not think that it would be better that we take money that's been collected and make sure that it's invested in those that she mentioned that are struggling the most? I mean, isn't that what social programs are all about, which is the redistribution of wealth, as opposed to giving breaks to individuals that might not necessarily need it, like myself, or as I would suggest, her?
Member for Peterborough-Kawartha.
Well, I thank the honourable member for his question. It's unfortunate you don't know my situation as a single mom with 6 children, but appreciate it. I'm glad you do.
Stop virtue over there. Be quiet.
But I think it's I think it's very important that we recognize that everybody needs a break right now. And, you know, without a healthy economy, we don't have a surplus to put back into social services. That's not how it works. So we need a healthy economy, and if people can't afford to spend money at local businesses, if people can't afford to buy groceries, there is no surplus to put back into social services. The compassionate thing to do here is to help people be able to pay their bills so they don't have that stress at night. This is a mental health crisis.
The Honourable Member for La Pointe de Lille. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I believe that the motion from my Conservative friends seeks to support oil and gas companies. We could fight inflation in many ways, and there's a climate emergency right now also that has to be a priority. So we have to find the ways to turn towards the energies of the future and to fight inflation at the same time in many different ways. So I'd like to hear what the Honourable Member has to say about that. Perhaps we could change GST. The federal government doesn't have power over provincial taxes, so there's GST, but then there's provincial taxes. What does the Honourable Member think about this?
I thank my colleague for the question, and of course climate change matters and our future matters and what we're going to do and how we're going to fuel our homes. But you know, right now, the party across the government, the Liberal government, says go buy an electric vehicle. If you don't have $10 to put gas in your car, how are you supposed to afford to buy an electric vehicle? Where's the technology for the batteries? You know, I think we have a big discussion, and I'm willing to work with all MPs in this House on this, because I think we have to think long term. But right now, today, when people can't buy food, this is an instant relief that is needed to move forward.
The Honourable Member for Skeena-Buckley Valley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague down the way for her remarks. I share her concern about the affordability crisis and the cost of living in our country. I do find, however, that the Conservative policy proposal is rather narrow in its scope. She mentioned that everybody needs a break, and I can't agree more, and yet this motion only deals with people who drive. There are so many people who are struggling with the cost of living who can't afford to drive. The average cost of car ownership, last time I checked, which was several years ago, was $9,000 per year. There are seniors who don't drive. There are young people who don't drive. There are people who don't drive gas vehicles. None of those people benefit from this motion. I wonder why my colleague and her party didn't consider a more broad-based initiative that would truly help every Canadian with the affordability crisis.
Yes. Honourable Member for Peterborough-Kawartha.
I thank my colleague for the question. I completely disagree, and if he had have listened to what I said in my speech, the increased cost of gas impacts everyone, whether you drive or not. If it's impacting every business. So a business owner who can no longer afford to pay the bills. So it doesn't matter if you have a car, the whole cost of everything is going to go up. I've had hundreds of messages since I said I was talking about this today of people who can't take who need to rely on transportation, but the cost of everything, the cost of that bus is going to go up. The cost of the food at the store is going to go up. So this is impacting every single person, and we have thought of that.
Hear, hear.
Conformément à l'article 38 du
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
Housing, the Honourable Member for Renfrew and Nipissing Pembroke Health, the Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre Government Programs. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Fort McMurray Cold Lake.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On this side of the House, we understand that budgets simply don't balance themselves. It doesn't matter whether this is a government budget or a household budget. It's worth mentioning that we understand that budgets don't balance themselves. It takes work and it takes effort. And right now, Canadian families and individuals all across this country are having a hard time making the two ends meet. I've heard many members from within this chamber add their thoughts and arguments into the debate today. And some have been constructive and others not so much. But I think it's worth clarifying a couple facts. So GST on fuel is a tax on a tax. So effectively, gasoline is determined by a competitive market, and one of the key components in the price of gasoline is the price of crude oil, and then the refinery costs. So when crude oil prices go up, the cost of gasoline typically ends up following. And then there's federal gasoline taxes, provincial sales taxes, provincial gasoline tax, carbon tax, and then that price with all of those taxes is then taxed by the GST on the whole. So effectively, when the cost of gasoline increases, the amount of GST collected continues to increase. What we're witnessing right now across our country is amongst the highest inflation rates in a generation. Compared to last year alone, we've seen increases in inflation of 5.7%. And that means that the cost to get household goods and services has increased, but we've seen wages stay stagnant. There are stats and figures showing that groceries are costing the average family of four an additional $1,000 for a year. I don't know about you, Madam Speaker, but I talk to a lot of my constituents and families all throughout my riding of Fort McMurray Cold Lake, and they have let me know that they don't have an extra $1,000 to put in groceries. They really don't. They're struggling, and they need relief, and they need relief today. This is part of why this motion was put forward, is to put a small and yet meaningful pause on gasoline, on the GST collected on gasoline, just to provide families with a little bit of hope and a little bit of relief to help. And I think it's worth noting that there's currently 53% of Canadians have said that they have a hard time making ends meet already due to the rising prices of everything. And these increases in cost, every time the gasoline goes up, the cost of everything increases because it has an escalator sort of tax on it. I live up about very far north in Alberta, amongst the furthest north you can get, well, at least in a car, and we pay more than what people further south in my riding pay. So, for instance, throughout my riding, the last I checked, the last time I filled up the gas tank, just this weekend, it was $1.65.9. In Edmonton, the big city that's 4.5 hours away, it was $1.55.9. That's a 10-cent a liter difference. And I think that that's worth noting. So every time something has to travel to get somewhere and the cost of gasoline costs more, those fixed costs cost more. So either if we're talking about food, the prices increase. If you're talking about just about anything, the business owner has a choice of either raising the price of the goods or decreasing their profit. Right. And I think that that's a real hard fact. In fact, in my home province of Alberta, they saw this very issue, and they announced that they're going to stop collecting a fuel tax effective April 1st. When West Texas Intermediate exceeds $80 US a barrel, and it'll it will result in a reduction of 13 cents a litre on clear fuel and 4 cents a litre on dyed fuel. While this doesn't solve the problem of inflation by any means, it's a small, meaningful difference that people will see at the gas pumps that will help them make ends meet today. And I think that that's the real difference here. And I understand, and I've heard many of my colleagues mention longer-term projects, but what they're failing to understand is that there are many families that are failing to make ends meet right now, today, each and every day. And I think that it's something that we really have to put into play. In my riding, I jokingly say that everything starts at 3 hours. It is 3 hours from my community of Fort McMurray to get to the next closest community, which is Lac La Biche. It's 4.5 hours by vehicle to get from Fort McMurray to Edmonton. Many members all throughout my riding constantly have to go to Edmonton for medical appointments and a variety of different specialized appointments, just because of the locality and the isolation of the region. And I think that this is a piece that perhaps not all members necessarily understand. We don't really have a choice in my riding to take a bus to get to most places. Unfortunately, that transit, similar to some of the members that have shared in those rural ridings, that's not necessarily always an option. And families in my riding are being faced with the very real struggle of whether they fill up their gas tank so they can drive to work, drive their kids to school, get groceries and get to appointments, or heat their home or keep their lights on. And effectively, families shouldn't be put into this decision where they're having to make those choices. I don't think that families really care whether global supply chains are the reason why the costs have gone up. I don't think they really care that it's a war in Ukraine. What they see is a harder time to make the two ends meet, and they're asking for help. I had countless conversations with constituents over the last couple weeks where they were just telling me that they really could use just a little bit of a hand up. And that's exactly what this motion puts forward. It offers a hand up to constituents to give them that little bit of relief. I was doing some calculations, and a conservative estimate of an average vehicle that has about 65 litres in its tank, they'll see a savings of about $5.20 per fill up. And you know what? That $5 might not be a big deal to some, but when I was filling up my gas over the constituency weeks, I had a constituent and I could see them, and they were only putting $10 into their tank. That's all they had. They could only put $10 into their tank. I wasn't sure where they were even planning to go in Fort McMurray with $10 in their tank. And I think that is part of the concern here. They want to keep their fridges stocked, their lights on, and their gas tank full. And I think, Madam Speaker, that is the very least we can do right now. This government is actually profiting on increased gas prices in countless ways. And so we're offering a simple solution to allow consumers to just have a little bit of relief so that they too can have some of that back in their pocket, so that they can make those choices as to whether they want to perhaps do a little bit of a treat, go out to the movies or something along those lines. Because it's been a long couple years where we haven't been able to do those things. And now that they finally are able to travel, now that they finally are able to go visit, they can't afford to because gas is so expensive. And I think that this is something that the members opposite might laugh at, but it's 4.5 hours to get to Edmonton from Fort McMurray. That is a long distance, and there is not a train. There are only a few flights a day that are even an option, and flights are exponentially more expensive. What they are looking for is just a little tiny bit of relief. So I would implore all members of this House to just take in mind that family that is struggling, that needs that extra $5 or $10 in their pocket, and work with us. Let's work to make life a little bit more affordable for Canadians, because quite frankly, they really could use it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Then comments. The Honourable Member for Kings Heads.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague from Fort McMurray Cold Lake for her remarks. And just a quick note, I have many constituents that have either made their start in life in Fort McMurray or are still residing there. So I think there's a lot of common connections between our two provinces. In my remarks earlier today, Madam Speaker, I've thanked the member from Abbotsford for bringing forward a conversation about affordability. But I did say that I was concerned about the text of the motion. 8 cents a litre is important. I take notice, particularly for residents who are very vulnerable. This is something that could provide immediate relief. My worry is that it's not very targeted. And would my member opposite, my colleague, agree that by going at this approach, it's providing 8 cents to everyone across the board? We as members of Parliament make about $180,000 a year. There's other people that are quite wealthy. I don't think that they need 8 cents a litre or $4 on a tank of gas. I would rather actually have more support by government collecting the money and redistributing on the basis of need. Would she agree with the idea that the way that it's currently worded, it's actually going to reward people that really don't need a help at this point?
Member for McMurray Cold Lake.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, I guess we can really clearly hear the Liberal NDP coalition well at play in that question. What I think is important to note is the cost of fuel has increased by 32.3% in 1 year alone. This is a massive increase in the cost of fuel, and I think that it is incumbent on government to make some actions to make sure that they are providing relief to families that are struggling to make ends meet today. Not some long-term, 5 years from now that family will get assistance. So thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. You mentioned earlier a motion that this was an option in your motion because we can't apply it. The House can't reduce the taxes in Canada. We can adopt all the motions we want. It's not the House that can execute all this. My writing is also immense. The honourable member should direct her comments to the chair. I understand full well what the member is saying. However, I think we need to help seniors and find ways to offer services to people who are struggling.
For Fort McMurray Cold Lake.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to my colleague for the question. She raised some important points. Her riding is also large and rural like mine. I think it is extremely important for us to do what we can to make sure that we work with all provinces to reduce the cost of gas throughout Canada. Thank you.
Honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, I'm trying to understand the Conservative position on affordability. I've been in this House when the Conservatives voted against raising the minimum wage for Canadians, where the Conservatives voted against raising corporate taxes on windfall profits of corporations making billions of dollars per year, where Conservatives voted against pharmacare that would save the average family in this country over $600 a year and businesses about $700 a year, where Conservatives have voted against a Dentacare plan that would allow Canadians to fix their teeth and have to pay out of pocket out of their hard-earned dollars. Can the honourable colleague explain to me how any Canadian can take the Conservatives seriously about affordability when their record of voting stands so starkly against positive constructive measures that would help average Canadians actually save money in their real lives?
Member for Fort McMurray Cold Lake.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member probably is aware, I was elected in 2021, and so many of the measures in which he discussed, that is not the voting record of mine. However, I do support my colleagues in fighting for Canadians, and I am proud of the Conservative record in supporting Canadians all across this country and fighting for affordability. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
A very short question from the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you. I think it's the first chance I've had an opportunity to put a question to our new colleague who's doing such a great job, the Honourable Member for Fort McMurray-Cold Lake. My question is this: is she aware of the recommendations for the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls Inquiry that every Canadian must have access to affordable ground transportation? The loss of lives along the Highway of Tears has much to do with the fact that Indigenous women and girls are forced to hitchhike. The description of her situation in northern Alberta suggests we need bus transportation and trains across this country.
The Honourable Member for Fort McMurray-Cold Lake.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Perhaps I had misspoke at some point. There actually is a bus service that does go from Fort McMurray down through Edmonton all the way to Calgary. It's called the Red Arrow. It's a spectacular service. And in my time as an MLA, I actually took the Red Arrow on a few occasions because A, it would cost less money, B, it was a more humane way to travel, and C, it was better for the environment. So thank you.
Reprise du débat. L'honorable député de Repentigny.
Merci, Madame la
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Last speech on today's motion. I raise the question: why do we see a solution to out-of-control inflation that is rampant across the entire spectrum presented to us by the official opposition? Certainly, when we have to use a gas-powered vehicle, there's a moment of hesitation when having to pay at the pump. A lot of people have told me recently that they're going to consider their daily use of their vehicle. They're going to carpool, maybe get a monthly bus pass. And although it's inconvenient and that changing habits is hard, I would like to say that these are good habits to take up. However, there are some people who don't have access to these options. There's a wider dialogue that should follow our talk of inflation being felt at the pump, something that would justify a motion to cut taxes, but that's not the case. The phenomenon of inflation doesn't only affect people who use fuel. It damages other spheres of our economy. My colleague for Longueuil talked about it earlier. Housing, groceries, to only name two essential and unavoidable expenses. Help at the pump. Well, in 12 months, the price of oil has risen from $64 to $128 a barrel. But the increased cost of a barrel of oil, who benefited from that? Oil companies. Refining costs, which quadrupled during that same period. Who benefited? Oil companies. Shareholders, many of whom are Russian, by the way, are delighted. And they are filling their tax havens. Who benefits from inflation? Oil companies. Who's opposed? This could have been a motion. This motion could have opposed oil companies making profits and insisted on these companies doing their fair share to relieve the burden on citizens. And we would have been delighted to support that kind of motion, but that's not what we have before us. It's the opposite. If the goal is to protect consumers from the oil companies that are fleecing them, or if you prefer, to protect consumers from inflationary gas price increases, then we need a motion that will result in a contribution from oil companies, because they are at the very source of the ills that we are calling out. Are we to understand that the average citizen who goes to a gas station is aware of the colossal profits made by oil companies? And not just that, of the indecent amount of money that the government makes available to the industry, which amounts to hundreds of billions of dollars year after year after year, from one government to the next? Average citizens, do you think they'd be in favor of this reality? I really don't think so. The official opposition, alas, prefers that taxpayers who are already suffering economically should contribute from their own pockets to alleviate the difficulties of gasoline consumers. Let everyone pay, except the oil companies. I ask you, When will we see the day that Conservatives stop systematically putting forward motions to continue enriching this sector at the expense of putting in place measures that are fair for all sectors of our society? We are locked into government practices that are too often designed to enrich the rich to the detriment of implementing structural policies that would have the merit of focusing on real opportunities that are needed to establish a solid and fair foundation, fair for all of society, that would have real and tangible impacts. Madam Speaker, the problem of inflation, which is rising without showing any signs of slowing down in the short term, is not going to be improved by an intervention such as the one proposed here, and certainly not by an increase in oil production, as the Conservatives were calling for 2 or 3 weeks ago in the face of the conflict in Ukraine. What inflation reveals to us is just how the poorest and those on fixed incomes are the most affected. I'm thinking mainly of seniors. There are structural economic weaknesses that have to be addressed, and the nature of the recovery needs to be understood in the short term and the long term. So let me start with the short term. Let's stop immediately, not in a month or 2 months, cutting checks for the poorest seniors because they received CERB or the recovery benefit last year. And at the same time that we stop cutting their guaranteed revenue checks, let's increase the old age pension to allow them to preserve their purchasing power in the face of rising costs of living. That's a real measure, and that could happen now. That is being responsible. These are firm positions that the Bloc Québécois has been calling for some time now, but which have been slow to be adopted. Now, for the long term, this requires some political will, and above all, to be consistent with the fine speeches and positions that we try so hard to forward. But I'm trying. You never know. I'm thinking of the tiny 1% of state revenues that the government could reserve permanently for the construction of social housing. Quebec is the only province that permanently funds the construction of social housing in Canada. And this would support Quebec and allow it to implement its programs more quickly. My colleague from Longueuil spoke about this just a few moments ago. Now, when it comes to the labor shortage, when we don't address a challenge like this with the tools we already have, as is currently the case, it's legitimate to be worried about the future. 10 minutes, yes. The aging of the population is real, and we do need workers. I'm surely not the only member of parliament who's getting phone calls about the endless processing times at RACC for workers, Immigration, Refugees, and Citizenship Canada, for workers coming from abroad, seasonal or qualified, and companies that are at the end of their rope. We have a solution. Once again, the Bloc has a solution, a real solution. We propose that the government completely eliminate the temporary foreign worker program. A great solution to lighten its burden. And we have a proposal full of common sense, if you like common sense. Quebec is already responsible for its own labor policies. With Emploi Québec and its sectoral committees, expertise is already there on the ground. No more studies for each request, and long live speeding up the entire process. When it comes to economic disruptions, some of which have been exacerbated by the pandemic, there are solutions and policies. Other colleagues have spoken to them. Now, getting back to the motion we are opposing. The economic argument is used extensively to convince people of the need to support the logic of fossil fuels. But the truth is that the real cost at the pump is set in London and New York. There's very little we can do to prevent fluctuations and increases. However, we can take steps to avoid exposure to this kind of economic upheaval by reducing our dependence on fossil fuels and focusing on a transition to renewable energy. I'm sure you saw where I was going with this, Madam Chair. Or Madam Speaker, rather. We need to talk about the real cost of gas. The real cost is much higher than what we pay at the pump. The real price includes what? Social costs. It includes the costs to our health systems. Thousands of people die every year because of pollution, attributable to the prevalence of illnesses directly connected to air pollution, especially among children affected by lung and respiratory disorders. All of the public money given in subsidies and tax breaks to the oil and gas industry to support an industry that will disappear whether we like it or not. Environmental costs upstream with extremely polluting extraction that causes environmental damage, and downstream when it's consumed and burned. Everything that this industry produces contributes to the climate crisis and our collective decline. And today is World Water Day, as declared by the UN. I'll remind everyone, including the Conservative opposition, of the devastation this industry has, or that it is inflicting on regional waterways with complete impunity. And now we're being asked to continue to enrich this industry even further. Is there no limit to this indecency? As they say, to ask the question is to answer it. Thank you.
Questions et
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I think one of the issues that are within the motion that I'm sure that the bloc members are concerned about is in regards to what the Conservatives are proposing could be perceived as something that would take away from provincial jurisdiction in regards to the tax on gas in the province of Quebec. And if she could just add some further comments, she did, I understand, make some reference to that. And I would be very much interested in terms of how she would perceive the motion from that perspective.
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. I'd like to thank my colleague from Winnipeg North. He's absolutely right. I didn't speak about it in my speech because I know that other of my colleagues have mentioned it. It's so obvious. The Quebec sales tax belongs to Quebec. There is no federal law that can supersede our law on the Quebec sales tax. It's crystal clear. The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lobinière. Go ahead, please. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. I would like her to comment on the environmental impact of lithium mines that are going to crop up across the world, and the environmental impact to limit the detritus from the waste from these lithium batteries over the next 500 years. The Honourable Member from Repentigny. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. There should be a committee in this House. Well, there is a committee, but he should sit on it. It's the Environment Committee. And I moved a motion for a zero emissions law. So imagine that in Montreal, there's an industry, a business that recycles lithium batteries, and then they can be put in new electric vehicles. So the question of the electrification of transportation, it's going ahead. It's evolving. There are new discoveries. There is a group at University of Sherbrooke that will increase the range of electric vehicles, and it changes how these vehicles can be recharged. So lots of research is being done, and it'll be fine.
Alors, the Honourable Member for Edmonton Grisba.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague from the bloc for what I believe to be a really remarkable speech. And we've really hit in many ways the crux of the issue facing Canadians today. And it's the fact that we are not spending enough on those who need that support, albeit we're not even making sure that those who are profiteering are paying their fair share. And the member highlighted how there's a relationship between these two, where we have to make sure those who profit and those who exceedingly use that profit to do less justice for our tax system are actually depriving those who need it most, including seniors. So I was really touched by the fact that the member encourages support by this House for seniors to increase OAS, for example, something that constituents in my community have been calling for decades. I want the member to expand, maybe if she could spend a few moments, on how valuable expanding OAS is for ensuring seniors have the dignity but also the security they need moving into this crisis.
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question and his comments. Yes, helping seniors, increasing old age security and the GIS. Sure, that's very good for seniors. But I think we have to talk about food as well, because often we hear that seniors who live alone don't eat right. Often they have to choose between groceries and their medication because inflation is high. But I always link that back to the environment. With what we saw in Western Canada, fires, droughts, which have caused poor harvests. And that is why groceries are so expensive. So for everyone, for seniors, these are the consequences of climate change that mean that everything is more expensive. And that's why we're seeing such high inflation. So when we fight climate change, we ensure everything is better for the global population. Thank you. We have time for a very brief question. The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Very brief. This afternoon, we heard different viewpoints on this motion, which seek to help the most disadvantaged. But I'd like my colleague to expand on the other means, on how we could help the most disadvantaged more. Just in a few seconds, the Honourable Member for Repentigny. My colleague mentioned this earlier, social housing, for example, and I'm going to tell you a personal anecdote. My son is 30 years old. He doesn't have a car, so he doesn't matter about gas prices for him. But he is in an apartment, and sometimes his parents have to help him out. And so if we had more communal housing or social housing, this wouldn't be such a problem. A lot of people don't have cars, so we can't only think in terms of vehicles. I must interrupt you.
As 5:27, it is my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forth with every question necessary to dispose of the business of supply. The question is as follows. Mr. Fast, seconded by Mr. McGuire, moved that given that, one, Canadians are facing, shall I dispense? I had enough. Canadians are facing severe hardship due to dramatic escalation in gas prices. 2, the 5% collected under the goods and services tax, GST. Thank you. Thank you. Si un député d'un parti, would you?
I'm scared.
Si un député d'un parti.
If a member of a recognized party in this House wishes to ask for a recorded division, or that the motion be adopted on division, I would like them to indicate it to the chair.
Perfect. Conformément à l'ordre adopté.
Pursuant to order adopted on Monday, the recorded division is deferred until tomorrow at the end of question period.
Hey. Oh, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary?
2 points of order that I would like to be able to address. Let me start off by I'm rising on this particular point of order in response to your February 28, 2022 statement respecting the need for a royal recommendation for Bill C-237, an act to amend the Federal Provincial Fiscal Arrangements Act and the Canada Health Act, sponsored by the member from Bencourt, Niclot Sorel. Without commenting on the merits of Bill C-237, the bill would exempt Quebec from the national criteria and conditions set out in the Canada Health Transfer. Section 24 of the Federal Provincial Fiscal Arrangements Act sets out certain conditions and criteria for payments to provinces for health transfers, and I quote, Madam Speaker, a Canada Health Transfer in the amounts referred to in subsection 24.11 is to be provided to the provinces for the purposes of A, maintaining the national criteria and conditions in the Canada Health Act, including those respecting public administration, comprehensiveness, universality, portability, and accessibility, and the provisions relating to extra billing and user charges, end of quote. Bill 237 also seeks to amend the Canada Health Act to make a corresponding change to exempt Quebec from abiding by the criteria and the conditions for a cash contribution from the government to the provinces for the purposes of providing healthcare services. The purpose of the Canada Health Act is to set out in Section 4 of the Act, and I quote, the purpose of this Act is to establish criteria and conditions in respect of insured health services and extended health care services provided under provincial law that must be met before full cash contribution may be made, end of quote. Section 5 of the Canada Health Act provides for cash contributions for each province in relation to the Canada Health Transfer. Section 7 of the Canada Health Act sets out the criteria that a province must satisfy in order to receive a cash contribution, which are more fully articulated in Sections 8 to 12 in the Act. Section 7 states, and I quote, in order that a province may qualify for a full cash contribution, referred to in Section 5 for the fiscal year, the health care insurance plan of a province must, throughout the fiscal year, satisfy the criteria described in Section 8 to 12 respecting the following matters: A, public administration; B, comprehensiveness; C, universality; D, portability; and E, accessibility, end of quote. As the House of Commons Procedure and Practices 3rd edition states on page 772, again I quote, since an amendment may not infringe upon the financial initiative of the Crown, it is inadmissible. If it imposes a charge on the public treasury, or if it extends the objects or purposes or relaxes the conditions and qualifications specified in a royal recommendation, end of the citation, Madam Speaker. The provision of the full cash contributions from the federal government to the provinces for health care services is tied to the ability of provinces to satisfy the conditions set out in Section 7 of the Canada Health Act and Section 24 of the Federal Provincial Fiscal Arrangement Act. The royal recommendation includes the maximum charge on the Consolidated Revenue Fund and is tied to the purposes, terms, conditions, and qualifications to the authorization of expenditures. Since Bill 237 seeks to remove the terms, conditions, and qualifications of the statutory spending authority, I submit that a new royal recommendation would need to be obtained for the purposes set out in the health transfers to provinces envisioned in C-237. Speakers have consistently ruled that bills seeking to impose a new charge on Consolidated Revenue Fund, change the qualifications, or alter the terms of the conditions need to be accompanied by a royal recommendation. On May the 28th, 2008, Speaker Milliken delivered a ruling on Bill C-490, an act to amend the Old Age Security Act, application for supplement retroactive payments and other amendments. The Speaker ruled that, and I quote, while the bill clearly provided for increases in supplements, it also made changes in the manner in which people applied for benefits and the extent to which qualified persons could claim benefits retroactively. In Speaker Milliken's view, this would alter the conditions and qualifications that were originally placed on the public spending on old age security payments when those benefits were approved by Parliament, end of quote. On December the 16th, 2016, the Speaker ruled on the need for a royal recommendation for C-243, an act respecting the development of a national maternity assistance program strategy and amending the Employment Insurance Act maternity benefits. The Speaker stated, and again I would quote, Mr. Speaker, in this case, Bill C-243 does not impose any new charge on the public treasury, but creates a new set of conditions relating to the safety of their workplace for their pregnancy, under which pregnant women could have access to benefits related to their pregnancy from as early as 15 weeks before the birth of their child. Though the sponsor of the bill argues otherwise, the Chair is not convinced that the current Act would allow spending under the circumstances in the manner and for the purposes he proposes. This being a circumstance not yet envisioned in the Employment Insurance Act, it infringes on the terms and conditions of the initial royal recommendation that accompanied the Act and therefore requires now a new royal recommendation. This remains the case even if the total amount of the benefits stay the same. Consequently, the Chair will decline to put the question on the third reading of the bill in its present form unless a royal recommendation is received. End of quote. A royal recommendation may only be obtained by a Minister of the Crown on the advice of the Governor-General. In the absence of a royal recommendation, Bill C-237 may proceed through the legislative process in the House up until the end of the debate at third reading. In cases where the Speaker has ruled that a royal recommendation is required and it has not been provided before the third reading vote, the Speaker refuses to put the question at third reading and orders the bill discharged from the order paper. Mr. Speaker, I submit that this is a case before you with respect to Bill 237. And then there is a second ruling, a second point of order, Mr. Speaker, and I'll grab a quick sip, but my water's all gone. I will read it as quick as I can. Mr. Speaker, I am rising on this particular point of order in response to your February 28, 2022 statement respecting the need for a royal recommendation for Bill C-215, an act to amend the Employment Insurance Act, brackets illness, injury, or quarantine, sponsored by the member for Lévis-le-Bourgneuf. Without commenting on the merits of the bill, I suggest that the provision in the bill to extend sickness benefits to 52 weeks would seek to authorize a new and distinct charge on the Consolidated Revenue Fund not authorized in statute. In instances when there is no existing statutory authority or an appropriation to cover the new and distinct charge, a royal recommendation is in fact required. The provisions of the bill amending the Employment Insurance Act would increase the maximum number of weeks for employment insurance sickness benefits. This increases the number of weeks of benefits is authorized once passed by royal recommendation attached to the bill. Royal recommendation not only fixes the maximum charge on the Consolidated Revenue Fund, but also the objects, purposes, conditions, and qualification provisions subject to the royal recommendation. And I thank my friend and colleague for the glass of water as I take a quick sip. And then we'll continue on, Mr. Speaker. Having consistently ruled that the bills seeking to increase the length of benefit, change the qualifications, or alter the conditions for an employment insurance benefits need to be accompanied by a royal recommendation. Let me draw to the attention of the members a few germane rulings on this matter. On April the 22nd, 2009, the Speaker ruled on C-241, an act to amend the Employment Insurance Act, removal of waiting period. The Speaker stated, and I quote, the Chair is of the opinion that the provisions of Bill C-241 would authorize a new and distinct charge on the public treasury. Since such spending is not covered by the terms of any existing appropriation, I will therefore decline to put the question on third reading of this bill in the present form. End of quote. On June 3, 2009, the Speaker ruled on C-280, an act to amend the Employment Insurance Act qualifications for the entitlement to benefits. In the ruling, the Deputy Speaker stated, and I quote, on March 23, 2007, in a ruling on Bill C-265, the Chair concluded that it is abundantly clear that to the Chair that such changes to the Employment Insurance Program would have the effect of authorizing increased expenditures from the Consolidated Revenue Fund in a manner and for purposes not currently authorized. Therefore, It appears to the Chair that those provisions of the bill which related to increasing employment insurance benefits and easing of qualification required to obtain them would require a royal recommendation. Having heard no compelling argument to reach a conclusion that is different than the one concerning Bill C-265, I will decline to put the question on the third reading of Bill 280 in its present form unless a royal recommendation is received. End of quote. A more recent and directly relevant case is to be found in the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities. Consideration of C-24, an act to amend the Employment Insurance Act, additional regular benefits, the Canada Recovery Benefits Act, restriction on eligibility, and another act in response to the COVID-19 on March 11, 2021. This bill sought, among other things, to increase the number of weeks of EI regular benefits available to by up to 24 weeks to a maximum of 50 weeks for claims that were made between September 27, 2020 and September 25, 2021. During the clause-by-clause consideration of the bill, the member for Elmwood-Transcona proposed an amendment that attempted to increase the number of weeks of payments to an employment insurance claimant in the case of prescribed illness, injury, or quarantine from 15 to 50 weeks, therefore allowing people to have access to these payments for longer than they can currently under the Employment Insurance Act. In proposing the amendment, the chair of the committee ruled the amendment is inadmissible because it required a royal recommendation. The chair ruled, and I quote, Bill C-24 seeks to amend the Employment Insurance Act by increasing the number of weeks paid under Part 1 of that Act under certain circumstances. This amendment attempts to increase the number of weeks of payments to the claimant in a case prescribed illness, injury, or quarantine for 15 to 50 weeks, therefore allowing people to have access to these payments for longer than they can currently under the Employment Insurance Act. As the House of Commons Procedure and Practice, third edition states on page 772, since an amendment may not infringe upon the financial initiative of the Crown, it is inadmissible if it imposes a charge on the public treasury or if it extends the objects or purposes or relaxes the conditions and qualifications specified in the royal recommendation. In the opinion of the chair, the amendment as proposed requires a royal recommendation since it imposes a new charge on the public treasury, and I therefore rule the amendment inadmissible. End of quote, Mr. Speaker. A royal recommendation may only be obtained by a minister of the Crown on the advice of the Governor-General. In the absence of a royal recommendation, Bill C-215 may proceed through the legislative process in the House up until the end of the debate at third reading. In cases where the Speaker has ruled that the royal recommendation is required and it is not being provided before the third reading vote, the Speaker refuses to put the question at third reading and orders the bill discharged from the order paper. Mr. Speaker, I submit that this is a case before you with respect to Bill C-215. Precedents clearly suggest that the bill or motion that seeks to incur new and distinct expenditures from the Consolidated Revenue Fund in a manner and purposes not currently authorized by require a royal recommendation. Thank you for your time, Mr. Speaker, and my apologies to the translators. Have a great day.
I miss some. I thank the member for his intervention. We'll take that under advisement. Orders of the day.
Private members' business. Consideration at second reading of Bill C-240, an act to amend the Income Tax Act, donations involving private corporation shares or real estate, in the name of Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Moran, seconded by Ms. Landsman, moves that Bill C-240, an act to amend the Income Tax Act, donations involving private corporation shares or real estate, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Finance. Debate. The Honourable Member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support today of my private member's Bill C-240, the Supporting Canadian Charities Act. The pandemic has inflicted tremendous losses on charities and their ability to provide much-needed services to Canadians. The situation is bleak. Canada's 170,000 registered charities have lost $10 billion during the pandemic. at a time when help provided by the charitable sector is needed more than ever. More than 4 in 10 charities are still facing declines in revenue. The average revenue decline is 44%, and more than half are dealing with revenue declines of more than 40%. 42% of charities are facing demands for their programs and services that currently exceed their capacity to deliver. Arts and cultural organizations have been particularly hard hit with an average revenue decline of 59%. Many charity workers are suffering from pandemic-related stress and mental health issues. Sadly, many of these amazing organizations may not survive. Charities employ more than 2.4 million Canadians and account for 8.4% of this country's GDP. Under normal circumstances, each year charities raise $18.5 billion in donations and contribute $169 billion to our GDP. The charitable sector fills the gaps that cannot be fully met by government or by the market, and is a key partner in the delivery of services including healthcare, education, and social services. Sadly, nearly 40% of charities have laid off paid staff, reduced staff working hours, seriously impacting the ability of the sector to provide important services. One study by Imagine Canada forecasts a loss of private sector donations of between $4.2 billion and $6.3 billion, with job losses estimated between 117,000 and 195,000 jobs. When charities are unable to deliver services and programs, it means that individuals don't receive the support they need. That's the bottom line. This could mean a person looking for a meal at a Gap table in Winnipeg, a child with a disability in need of special equipment or specialized therapy, someone who's homeless and looking for a place to sleep on a cold winter night, a single mother who can't pay the rent or feed her children, or a senior not taking life-saving medications, and so many other situations. Demand for such services is expected to continue to increase in the coming months beyond the ability of charities to service that demand. Arts, culture, and recreation organizations have also reported decreased revenues by as much as 71%. For health organizations, the decline averages 48%. Bill C-240 will deliver long-term, sustainable funding to the charitable sector. Although government has played an important role in direct funding of charities, with a simple change to the Income Tax Act, hundreds of millions of dollars in new donations can be raised every year for charities. Bill C-240, simply put, would amend the Income Tax Act to waive the capital gains tax on the proceeds from an arm's-length sale of privately owned shares or real estate when those proceeds are donated directly to a charity. The last time the government made such a bold decision was in 2006, with the removal of the capital gains tax on gifts of publicly traded securities, which resulted in additional charitable donations of over $1 billion ever since. Tax incentives also already exist to encourage the donation of ecologically sensitive lands as well. This bill is the next step. The example I like to use is the retiring dentist who's selling his or her practice after many years and may now choose to donate all or a portion of the sale proceeds to a charity. That dentist would receive a waiver of the capital gains tax so long as the donation is made within 30 days of the sale. The value of the shares is established by an actual arm's-length sale in the marketplace. And by using that practice, we avoid the valuation ambiguity of an independent evaluation or appraisal. For years, charities across Canada have been recommending that the government unlock more private wealth for public good. This bill provides us all the opportunity to help charities by stimulating increased charitable donations from the private sector. This bill would highly incentivize charitable giving at a time when it is most needed. It essentially incentivizes the redistribution of wealth to those who need it most. I submit that there is no better time to do this than now. It's estimated that this one change will increase charitable donations by at least $200 million per year. These additional donations would cost the Treasury the capital gains tax revenue of roughly 25 cents on the dollar, or roughly $50 to $60 million per year. One-time funding programs like the Community Services Recovery Fund and Emergency Community Support Fund are important, but represent only a fraction of the charitable sector's needs at this time. The opportunity is now to deliver immediate relief to help Canadians without significant additional cost to a Treasury that is already running historic deficits. Existing jobs would be saved, new permanent jobs will be created, and urgently needed benefits would be delivered. This is not a partisan debate, Mr. Speaker. We all want to help charities. Charities from across the country have endorsed this bill. This broad support includes local organizations like the Grace Hospital Foundation in my own riding in Winnipeg, and extends to some of the largest national charitable organizations. These include Special Olympics, Imagine Canada, the Heart and Stroke Foundation, Diabetes Canada, and many others. All stakeholders in the charitable sector are supportive of this measure, as are the hundreds of thousands of small business owners who would like to give back to their communities. A full list of the supportive groups and why they support this bill is available on my website. Removing the capital gains tax on gifts of private company shares and real estate is much more tax effective than direct government spending for charities, because the cost is not borne by taxpayers alone, but it's rather shared by the taxpayers and donors. Not one penny of the donated proceeds would benefit the donor, but would provide major benefit to recipient charities and those they serve. This initiative actually removes a barrier to charitable giving while immediately reducing the donor's wealth for the betterment of their communities. The real beneficiaries are the people who are served by not-for-profit organizations, including hospitals, social service agencies, universities, as well as arts, cultural, and religious organizations. This measure was also recommendation 34, in fact, in the report of the Special Senate Committee on the Charitable Sector issued in June of 2019, which section says, quote, that the Government of Canada implement and evaluate a pilot project on the impact on the charitable sector of exempting donations of private shares from capital gains tax. I want to put on record that laws as they relate to the charitable sector are in serious need of modernization. The Senate report also made recommendations for the creation of a secretariat on the charitable sector. This so-called home and government approach would provide a stronger framework for discussions and solutions between government and the sector on a wide range of issues. In the 1997 budget, then Finance Minister Paul Martin cut the capital gains tax on gifts of publicly traded securities by 50%. When donated to a charity. In 2006, Finance Minister Jim Flaherty followed suit when he removed the remaining capital gains tax on such gifts. Ruth McKenzie of the Canadian Association of Gift Planners noted in the Senate report that the elimination of capital gains on gifts of listed securities has been enormously successful, resulting in billions of dollars in shares being donated to charities every year. It is now time for the government to take the next logical step by exempting private shares and real estate. This idea was in fact included in the Conservative budget of 2015 by Finance Minister Joe Oliver, but it never made it into law before the change in government. Now, Mr. Speaker, I would be remiss in not giving a shout out to a very special person many of you are familiar with, Mr. Don Johnson, who has advocated for this measure for decades. Mr. Johnson has said implementing this exemption would be the single most important and tax-effective measure the government could introduce to significantly increase charitable donations every year going forward. And Mr. Johnson was directly involved during when Paul Martin reduced the tax and when Jim Flaherty reduced the tax, and now he's been advocating for this change all along as well. And by the way, many of you have recently received a copy of his book, Lessons Learned on Bay Street. He sent a personalized copy to every single one of us, and I'm about halfway through it, Mr. Speaker, and I can tell you it's an excellent and very, very interesting read. He's a fellow Manitoban and a recipient of the Order of Canada. Mr. Johnson made his career on Bay Street, successfully advocated for the current application of this law to publicly traded securities, resulting in billions of dollars for charities and nonprofits. Today I stand on his shoulders. He has been a tremendous resource for me, and I can't thank him enough. Mr. Speaker, the bottom line is, when charities are hurting, real people are hurting. Let's do something about it. I ask every member to support this bill. Working together, we can get the charitable sector back on its feet and Canadians back on theirs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to congratulate the member on the introduction of his private member's bill. It's always a great opportunity for members to bring forward policy ideas that they are individually extremely passionate about, and I'm glad to see that this member has had that opportunity. I just wanted to address one thing that I heard him say in his speech. If I heard him correctly, and I may have got it wrong, he can correct me if I did, he said that the cost of this would be approximately $50 million. My understanding from the PBO is that it's over $750 million, with the possibility of getting up and close to $1 billion. That's my understanding of what the PBO had reported back on it. Can the member either tell me that I misheard him, or tell me what I'm missing and what the PBO might be missing? Thank you.
The honourable member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for the question. The $50 to $60 million I said was the capital gains tax cost. To the extent that there are incremental donations, let's say it is $200 million a year, there's also tax receipts associated with that. And that analysis was done by the PBO as well, and it I think is in the range of another $50 or $60 million a year, something like that. To the extent that there are incremental donations triggered by the incentivization of giving by the relief of the capital gains tax. The PBO numbers are over a period of time. So the annualized cost is roughly $120 or $130 million. And if you take it over that 5-year horizon, that's how you get to the $700 to $800 million cost. I would point out, though, that the tax cost in all cases on an annualized basis or over 5 years is less than the actual contributions that charities would receive.
Commentaire, questions and comments.
The honourable member for Mirabel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for having tabled this bill. This bill has to do with taxation of charities, and in particular transferring real estate and private corporation shares to charities. Would it be appropriate to extend the scope of this bill for other assets that could be liquidated by succession and that could appreciate in value over time?
Data Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Well, I want to thank my colleague for that excellent question. I guess I'm an incrementalist by nature, and I thought asking for private shares in real estate might be a good first step. But certainly, if this works out, this House could certainly entertain the application of the law to other assets. I would also remind the member that the first tax change related to this was 25 years ago. So these things happen over time, but I certainly would be happy to look at the exemption for other assets as well.
Question commentaire, questions and comments. There you go. Continuing debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do appreciate the member bringing forward his proposed piece of legislation for the simple fact that I would never want to put a pass on being able to share some thoughts on the issue of charities and the important role that they actually play in our society. My colleague raised the question in terms of the cost. And the Parliamentary Budget Office is an apolitical office. And the price that they came back is quite significantly more. And I think that we have an obligation to look in terms of what it is that our PBO is saying. Over $750 million with the potential of $1 billion. That could be the actual cost if this legislation were to pass. In listening to what the member had to say about the legislation and what research I was able to do on the bill, I'm not convinced that that is the best way for us to complement our charities and the fine work that they have done over the years. They continue to do today and no doubt will do well into the future. One of the things that I have recognized as a parliamentarian for many years is that the fact that Canada has got to have some of the most generous people collectively in the entire world. If there is an immediate need in a community or a city, municipality, province, territory, you name it, our constituents respond with open hearts and open wallets and purses. And I have seen that on a wide variety of issues. And I think that we are very fortunate to have such a population base that recognizes the importance of giving, Mr. Speaker. And we see that taking place in many different forms. And I'd like to give a real tangible example. Let's say the PBO's numbers are accurate, as I believe they would be. When you talk about those hundreds of millions of dollars, is that the best way we can invest potential tax dollars in terms of encouraging, promoting, and supporting charitable organizations? Every one of us is very much aware of what's taking place in Ukraine today. And I'll use Ukraine as an example, Mr. Speaker. The illegal, inhumane invasion that's being put in place in Ukraine by President Putin is horrific. Tune into the news and you will see it firsthand, at least from a TV, let alone that one can imagine what the people every day are living through in Ukraine. I say that because one of the initiatives that we had taken was the issue of humanitarian aid. Even before Canada as a government came up with an approach at dealing with how we can support humanitarian aid, Canadians were already at the table. They were actually donating to charitable organizations that were ensuring that there was humanitarian aid that was going to Ukraine. I remember it quite well when the federal government said that we are going to have, through the Red Cross, matching dollars. And this is why I say that it is a comparison. Take a look in terms of what this legislation is doing, Mr. Speaker, and the amount of money that could potentially be redirected where we would see more benefit. In the Ukraine example, we had allocated $10 million in terms of matching funds. That only took a matter of days before Canadians have already oversubscribed that particular program. So the federal government increased it from 10 million to 30 million. Now, I haven't checked it recently in the last number of days, Mr. Speaker, but I would not be surprised if, again, if it's not there already, that it would be very close in terms of Canadians contributing. And that's what I mean in terms of when we take a look at charitable organizations, and there are many charitable organizations, Mr. Speaker, in every region of our country. Some of them have been hugely successful. Even during a pandemic, some have been successful. But I concur that they have been hit hard as an industry during the pandemic, as other industries have also been hit hard. But there is no doubt in my mind that they will rebound, Mr. Speaker. And the real issue in which I believe that we should be discussing and debating today is how do we maximize the benefits with what are limited amount of tax dollars that we have to deploy. And that's where I believe when I look at the legislation, what I see is legislation that doesn't necessarily allow for an enhancement of the average person to be able to participate or even provide that additional encouragement, or even maybe be as universally accessible to some of the smaller organizations that are out there. Charities vary dramatically. When you talk about health care,
healthcare needs in provinces. One can talk about the Grace Hospital Foundation that the members made reference to. Check out their website. I did as the member was speaking. And they have a wonderful donors page with a list of different ways in which people can contribute. You can talk about the Children's Hospital Foundation. Or you can go into the private area, such as the Ronald McDonald Housing, which is across the country, which does an absolutely outstanding job as a corporation in providing the opportunity for Canadians, and in particular rural communities, to be able to have a place when they're visiting cities because of a sick child, Mr. Speaker. Wonderful organization. So whether it's the larger charities that are there, or it's the smaller charities, if you check with Revenue Canada, you can see a fairly lengthy list of nonprofits and charities that are constantly looking for support. I would like to thank Mr. Speaker going forward in dealing with charities, that as parliamentarians, we would do what we can to support our charities, big or small. And as much as I can appreciate the member from Charleswood, a fellow Manitoban, bringing forward a piece of legislation from his perspective, I'm not convinced that he's actually allowed for a wider subscription, or if we're maximizing the potential limited dollars that we have that comes into government that could go towards charities. And I am a big fan of charities, Mr. Speaker, because I see the fine work that they've done in our communities. You know, I think of where there's potential growth, individuals like Sharon Redsky, who talks about Indigenous charities and how it is that government could look at ways to support these Indigenous charities and private sector, that there's wonderful potential growth in that area. And I'm very much interested in ideas in that area. We have the need for charities to assist people in many different ways, whether it's the food banks, Mr. Speaker, or it is direct funds to assist individuals. It varies greatly. I believe that, as I said at the very beginning of my comments, that Canadians are very generous, and we need to support and enhance that in whatever way we can. And we can do that through accountability and transparency, and working with organizations like Canada Revenue Agency and the many different organizations that don't even have the CRA charities, but continue to do a lot of fine work throughout our country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Continuing debate, l'honorable député de Mirabel.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you. This is a very interesting bill. I am perhaps one of the few in this House who likes to talk about taxes, and I would like to greet the people in my riding who are continuing to fight for the Minister of Transportation to approve Synergie Mirabel, which would help seniors who are losing their independence to access a new type of housing. Now, talking about taxation of charitable organizations. In my riding, in Mirabel, in Quebec, these organizations are important for our communities. Last week, I was in Blainville. I visited Moisson-Laurentide, an extraordinary organization that distributes food and helps thousands of families, thousands of children, to feed themselves. There are people who are going through hard times. And this organization helps them. It shows just how important these types of organizations are. Sometimes, in people's minds, charitable donations, because we get tax credits, it's not real generosity. For one person, for an individual, for a business, or a legacy, those who benefit from this money that's given, even if we get a small tax advantage, it's a real donation. Because that means people are giving up material goods. They're giving up financial advantages that they could have used for their own benefit. And so we have to congratulate the people who give, who participate. We need these organizations, and I thank them. Now, when it comes to the current situation, there is taxation of charitable organizations. Most people will give a check, will give money, and at the end of the year, there's a tax receipt. And a small amount is given back on our taxes. But there's other ways of donating. One of those ways is to give shares of businesses that are publicly traded. Often these are large donations to something like a university, for our hospitals, to very large organizations. These are donations that really help. And when one donates shares, two things happen. First of all, from a financial point of view, at the time of the transfer, the value of those shares, you don't have to pay the capital gains tax because you're not benefiting from the donation anymore. And you'll receive a receipt for that donation. All the sources of capital are not incorporated. There's various forms of businesses. So if you have your own business, if you're an associate of a small business, if you're the owner of a building, if you decide to give the value of that building, well, you could benefit. You can't be exempted from capital gains, but you'll get a tax receipt. And there's other types of donations. There's ecological donations, for instance. Now, the spirit of the bill here, and I invite my colleagues on the other side of the House to listen. The spirit of the bill is one of tax fairness. And so the question we're asking is, how is it that if capital takes a certain legal form and you donate it, there's a tax advantage that's superior to the same capital that has the same value and it exists in another legal form? I think that this bill has value. I think it's worthwhile to study it. I think it should go to committee. Because this is about tax neutrality. The same money given in two different ways should be treated the same way by tax authorities. I understand that these are significant amounts, and I think this should be studied. I would remind my colleagues who are looking at increasing costs and the potential cost of this type of measure, there are many organizations that already benefit from significant tax expenditures from the federal government. I would even say that it's a key aspect of political donations, tax credits. Now, when it comes to the issue of cost, we could definitely debate that at committee. The Parliamentary Budget Officer could review the situation for a 5-year impact. I know we can't always divide everything by 5. It's not easy. 700, or rather, there's a certain amount that the government would give up. This could lead to about $1 billion additional dollars of donations to our charities. The cost for the government would be inferior to what is gained in donations. It's true that the Parliamentary Budget Officer says that there's uncertainty, that we're not 100% sure about these numbers, but whether we talk about statistics, millions, billions, there's nothing that's certain. I mean, just look, yesterday we thought there was only one party that was governing, and now there's 2. Most of these donations would be buildings, and capital gains are evolving very quickly with real estate. We're seeing it with the increase in the value of buildings. And this gap could get bigger. Let's invite the Parliamentary Budget Officer to the committee to study this measure. I think we should be able to discuss it further. Now, of course, socially, this would have to be worthwhile. The logic of these tax credits is that the money that our organizations invest into communities, hospitals, universities, well, maybe governments don't need to go get those sums in the form of taxes. That's a certain amount of distortion. Now, these donations go to universities, but also religious organizations, some organizations that don't always line up with a democratically elected government. So we need to talk about what makes these donations socially worthwhile, and we'll study them. I think that on the principle alone of neutrality and tax fairness, if somebody in this place finds it normal for existing charities to benefit from existing tax treatment, I think reasonably we should consider extending this. We should also consider some amendments. Now, first of all, we need to invite the Minister of Finance to committee. This bill was presented under the Harper government. In 2015, the Liberal government decided not to apply this. It came back in the last parliament. This is an idea that has made its way. Parliamentarian Jensen moved it forward. Now, what we want is true tax neutrality. I had a chance to discuss this with the sponsor of the bill. We talked about a building and how the fact if you have a building over time, the value changes. There's profits, there's expenses. It's possible every year to have the deduction for amortization, but artificially, every year when the value of the building goes up, it'll reduce your profits and your taxes. And then when you go to pay the amount associated with the liquidation of this building to a charitable organization, you'll pay your taxes, but in the meantime, you will have benefited directly from an interest-free loan for 10, 15 years, an asset that will have made profit, and it may have gone over the value of the capital gains. There are tax advantages to this type of situation, so we need to study this. Because when we give shares to a company that is publicly traded, the profits associated with the whole basket of investments needs to be included in that donation. So I think we should look at all of these aspects. Taxation is complex. There's a lot of terms and conditions. I think it's worthwhile to discuss it further. I think that this is a good initiative, and I think it's supported by our organizations. I think it could increase donations. So I think it would be premature to turn this down without studying it further, without studying it in committee, to just say no to this bill. I had a great deal of pleasure of discussing this with my colleague. I know that he is reasonable and knows this bill very well, understands taxation, and I think we would be able to discuss various ways of improving this bill. For example, talking about other types of assets. And I think that we could do that intelligently in a spirit of tax fairness and tax neutrality. Thank you.
Continuing debate, the honourable member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise to contribute some thoughts to this debate on Bill C-240. It's a bill that seeks to give the same treatment to private shares in real estate as is currently enjoyed for public shares when they're donated to charity, and specifically to give a break on the capital gains tax for those assets when they're donated into charity. I want to start by just recognizing the tremendous culture of giving that we see in Canada, but I want to particularly single out Manitoba as a province where people are known for their charitable giving and for sustaining charities that do all sorts of good work in our communities, particularly when we're talking about the pandemic and the serious problem of homelessness that existed, to be sure, before the pandemic, but has worsened significantly during the pandemic. That's just one example of an area where charities do an incredible amount of work, whether it's Salome Mission or Just a Warm Sleep or Main Street Project. Winnipeg certainly has benefited from the work of those organizations that receive some government funding, but also depend really on charitable giving to sustain themselves and to be able to do the good work that they do. I think of L'Arche in Elmwood, Transcona. They obviously operate in many places, but they've traditionally had a very strong presence in Transcona that goes beyond just supportive housing for their clients, but includes social enterprises like the L'Arche Tova Cafe on Regent Avenue in Transcona, not far from where I live, which has been a wonderful gathering place for the community, in addition to the life skills that it helps build for the folks who are part of the L'Arche community. So obviously I could go on and I could talk a lot about all the various organizations that benefit from charitable giving, but I do want to spend some time talking about the bill. In respect to the bill, I think for us on the NDP side of the House, what we're concerned about is the fact that there are already many ways for the wealthy to be able to direct their wealth to causes that they support. And we've been in a time where there's been a need for massive public expenditure in order to meet the needs that are faced by many Canadians. And I think if we're to do that best, that means trying to coordinate behavior, trying to make sure that when we're talking about wealth redistribution, we're doing it in a way that allows us to ensure that the services people genuinely need, particularly those offered on a universal basis and those offered on a basis of need, are adequately funded. And so, I think I frankly think this is an issue about which reasonable people can disagree. But I think we're in a moment where the thrust of our work ought to be on how we manage our resources collectively and well through democratic processes, and that our time is not best spent figuring out how to make it possible for the wealthy to be able to direct their personal wealth towards causes that they think have value. But instead, often you've heard New Democrats talk in this place about the need to, yes, be able to redistribute wealth, but to do that by ensuring that the wealthy are paying their fair share. And so if it were the case that the things that we need in this moment were already adequately funded and that the wealthy were already paying their fair share, then I could see a pathway to a conversation about how we make it easier for them to be able to donate directly to charities of their choosing. But I think we're in a moment where if we take seriously the question of public finance and the role that government needs to play in the pandemic recovery and facing down the challenges of climate change, that this isn't the best time to be talking about how to promote more complexities within the tax code that give tax breaks to individuals that are fortunate enough to have that kind of wealth in the first place to be able to donate. It's not your typical donor that is donating in these ways. I think often when we think about giving to charity, we think about supporting different kinds of drives, whether it's food drives for food banks, by picking up a little bit of food at the local grocery store, or by buying pierogies. There's a church on the corner of Monroe and Watt that currently is doing an excellent fundraiser where they're mobilizing the great expertise in their faith community for making delicious pierogies to support people in Ukraine who are in desperate need of help. And so I think, often that is what we think about when we think about charitable giving. I think this is a select group of donors who may have a lot to give, but I think that our conversation should be centered on how we redistribute wealth, but how we do that fairly, how we do it democratically, without creating more opportunities within the tax code for the very wealthy to be able to direct their wealth to the things that they choose rather than the things that we deliberate about in this place and in other appropriate places. And so that's why, as I say, I think there is room for this kind of conversation, but for us, it's not a priority for this Parliament to get it to committee to delve further into that. We believe that there are other priorities that the Finance Committee should have in this Parliament that bear very much on the kinds of support and services that Canadians need, and we'd be better off talking about those directly and ways to finance them than talking about modifications to the tax code to allow the wealthiest among us to make those decisions for themselves. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Continuing debate, which seems to be the debate of Manitoba this evening, the honourable member for Brandon Souris.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's my privilege to be able to contribute to that, to my Manitoba colleague, who I just want to commend him, from my member from Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley, for taking the initiative to provide this private member's bill C-240, and I would try to convince other Manitoba colleagues who have spoken on this tonight to maybe make it a little bit more of a priority than was just indicated by my NDP colleague, because this does really affect every family in Canada and in Manitoba, and I would agree with him about the charitable status of Manitoba being as great as it is. My colleague was a Winnipeg City Councillor, though, and now is a Member of Parliament, and he's always been driven by results. And I'm extremely proud of calling him a friend for that purpose, which is only one of the purposes why I find him a friend. When he sees a problem, he looks for a solution. And as an elected official, that's exactly the right mindset to have. I also want to thank him for his efforts in keeping the spotlight on these very important changes to the Income Tax Act and how it will positively impact countless charities. Charities, both big and small, are woven into our communities, Mr. Speaker, from medical research to the arts to recreation and food banks to museums and heritage to housing to education. These charities are integral to every aspect of society. We also both come from a province that is known, as I mentioned just now, for the philanthropic efforts of its residents and businesses. So when I look around my constituency, multiple buildings at the university, Assiniboine Community College, recreation centers, and many others that were built with the help of private donors. Entrepreneurs, businesses, and individuals rose to the occasion to support their communities. Of their own free will, they decided to donate to causes nearest to their hearts. They decided to give back to their community and helped them prosper. The essence of this bill is very simple, but its impacts are enormous. It'll result in more money ending up in the hands of charities. By eliminating the capital gains tax on charitable donations of private company shares and real estate, it'll result in millions of more dollars going directly to charities rather than in the taxes to the government. From the donor's perspective, nothing will change, Mr. Speaker. The same shares are being sold. The only difference is the level of taxes the government would collect. From the charity's perspective, they will now receive the total sum of the private shares being sold. Mr. Speaker, we are cognizant that the pandemic has been hard on charities. We know donations are down and demand for charities has gone up. According to the latest available data, donations declined by 10% due to the pandemic, and close to half of all charities are struggling. These are troubling statistics. As members of Parliament, the onus is on us to propose solutions from all sides of the House, Mr. Speaker. I believe Bill C-240 is a responsible and appropriate response to the challenge that charities are currently facing. It is projected to result in $200 million, roughly, of being directly given to charities from across the country on an annual basis. As a Conservative, I'm always keen on advancing ideas that are market-driven and are sustainable over the long term. This legislation doesn't expand the size of government, nor does it burden charities or individuals with more red tape. It doesn't reward one charity over another. It doesn't pick winners or losers. It simply unlocks and leverages the private sector's philanthropic spirit. This legislation will help our charities prepare for the future. As we've seen it in the last 2 years, a little help can go a long way. And of course, we're presently seeing that with the situation in Ukraine. That's a win-win, Mr. Speaker, and that's exactly why I am supporting this legislation. As parliamentarians, we must advocate for policies that harness ingenuity. We can give people the tools and incentives to help bind communities together. We can make our communities and charities stronger and more resilient. And we can empower individuals by letting them take the reins of their generosity and philanthropic efforts. It is about celebrating the value of local communities and charities. And it is a recognition that those at the grassroots level have the capacity to respond almost immediately to the needs and causes they feel passionate about. It is in that spirit that Bill C-240 delivers in spades, Mr. Speaker, and it respects the decisions made by donors themselves to support the charity of their choice. Not only am I confident of the aims of this bill, but we also have ample evidence to suggest it'll accomplish its intended goal. It builds on the success of the removal of the capital gains tax on gifts on limited securities, which was introduced in 2006, as my colleague mentioned earlier. Since that common sense change, charities have received donations of listed securities of over $1 billion every year. But that's 16 years, Mr. Speaker. That is a tremendous amount of money that is helping do the good work that charities do. Now it's time to make the Income Tax Act equitable and apply those previous changes to the sale of private shares. There is no logical argument to oppose this bill. Although we've certainly heard from those in government who fear the loss of tax revenue and people using tax loopholes, and we've heard that again today from some of my colleagues across the way. These were the same arguments made by the finance officials for my private member's bill last summer when presented the evidence at committee. I was pleased to see numerous Liberal MPs, though, voted for the legislation at third reading, and I would hope that they would consider that in this particular bill as well. I believe if my Liberal colleagues carefully scrutinize the legislation for themselves, they will quickly determine it was drafted with those concerns in mind. There are safeguards built into this legislation as well, such as the requirement of having to sell the shares to someone at arm's length, and the sale of those shares must be at fair market value. These are sensible clauses built into the bill and to ensure that the actual disposition of shares occurs, Mr. Speaker. Moreover, it ensures those shares are not sold at inflated price to exaggerate the charitable donation tax credit. My colleague from Charleswood St. James, Assiniboia Headingley, deserves credit for how well thought out this legislation was designed. And he stated in his speech, though, we all owe Donald Johnson a tremendous round of applause for his passionate advocacy over the years. He has spearheaded these legislative changes for as long as I can remember, Mr. Speaker. Like clockwork, every year members of Parliament would get his budget submission on the proposed changes contained in this bill. Mr. Johnson has been tireless in his efforts to get these important changes to the Income Tax Act, and I am just thrilled we are speaking about it here today. I want to quote Mr. Johnson, who wrote a column published in the Toronto Star. He said, and I quote, "Charities across Canada have been recommending that the government unlock more private wealth for public good. The best way to do that is by removing the capital gains tax on gifts of private company shares and real estate, which it has been estimated will increase charitable donations by $200 million per year." End quote. That would do a lot of good in Canada, Mr. Speaker, particularly at this moment. So I want to close. In closing, I want to urge my colleagues in other parties to support this legislation. Let us pass this bill and send it to committee. Bring in the charities and the tax experts. I also recommend my colleagues reach out to the charities in their constituencies and ask if they support Bill C-240. Call the volunteers and organizers and ask them if they believe the aims of this legislation will result in further dollars being donated to charities. I know if my colleagues do, they will find universal support for this bill. I want to congratulate my colleague from Charleswood St. James Assiniboia Headingley once again for bringing this important bill forward. I'm honored to call him a friend, and he is an integral member of our Manitoba caucus. And I am proud to second this bill and speak in favor of it. And I pledge to do all that I can to see it passed. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Hear, hear.
Rounding up the debate this evening, the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands in about 9 minutes.
How many minutes?
I think it's 9.
9, okay. But if I only speak for 7, then you'll have to find somebody else, I guess. Well, you said I was rounding it up, but I might not. No, but in all seriousness, Mr. Speaker, it's an honor to rise today. As the first Ontarian to speak to this, I know that a lot of representation from Manitoba has spoken to this particular bill, and from Quebec, but now to lend a voice from somebody from Ontario. But I do just want to go back to the comment that I made at the beginning of my question that I asked the member who introduced this bill, and that's with respect to how important it is that private members' legislation and private members' bills have an opportunity to come before this House to advance individual ideas that members have that they're passionate about. And I know that this particular issue is not just important to this member, but indeed a number of members who were around when it was introduced in the 2015 budget by Stephen Harper. And as pointed out by the sponsor of this bill, it did not get implemented due to the change in government, and so I can recognize that there is a desire for this, and indeed I can also recognize where the intent of this piece of legislation is coming from and why it can be looked at as very favorable. And I'll be completely honest, I'm learning a lot about this from reviewing the bill beforehand and forming some opinions on it, and indeed listening to what I've heard in the House this evening. And so I can't say that I've come to a conclusion as to how I will vote on it, but I'm certainly interested in hearing more, and when we get to the second hour of debate, continuing to listen to inform myself on how to vote. But I will say from the outset, there are a few concerns that I have. Perhaps between now and the second reading, I can have a conversation with the sponsor of the bill so that he can try to address some of the concerns that I'll put forward now. The first is with respect to the fact that I see the bill or the piece of legislation here be disproportionately in favor of those who are high-income earners, or those who are in a position where they have shares in companies, or they have real estate, and they have the ability to dispose of that towards charity. And any tax or any taxing measure that seeks to remove tax from individuals that are high-income earners, I generally look at as regressive forms of taxation because they would primarily benefit such a small class of high-income individuals rather than targeting the charitable organizations and the broader public. And I guess that would bring me to my next concern, which is that I don't fully understand how the benefit is going to flow from the tax incentive to the charity. And so I've been trying to think about this as I've been listening to it, and what I realize that it speaks specifically to shares and to real estate. So I think of, okay, who donates real estate? The times that kind of pop out in my head of when somebody would donate real estate is probably more often than not as part of an estate settlement through somebody's will. So somebody has a piece of property that they want to donate to a charity. That is something that's going to be probably willed, or the executor of an estate, through consultation with those named in the will, would come to a determination to donate a piece of property. But the only recipient that I see as being a beneficiary to a tax implication on that is the actual estate in that case. So the estate will save on the capital gains tax there, but that won't necessarily be transferred down to the charitable organization, because the charitable organization would have received that particular piece of real estate in my example, regardless of whether or not this capital gains tax was paid or not. So I guess in order to properly look at this, I would have to assume that we're not necessarily talking about estate planning and those that are willing property or shares for that matter, but those that are doing it while they're still alive outside of their estate. So the question then becomes, how often does that happen? How often do people gift shares in companies or gift property to charitable organizations while they're still alive? And I certainly respect the fact that it indeed does happen, and it happens quite a bit, but I still fail to see how the benefit will be transferred down to the charitable organization. And so that is one of the big problems that I had with this, is how does that benefit go from the individual who's receiving the capital gains benefit to the charitable organization. And then the third and last concern that I would bring to the attention of the House is with respect to the cost of this particular measure. And I know that it's been brought up by a few other colleagues, and I had the opportunity to ask the sponsor of the bill a question about that, and he indeed did provide some clarity to me between my discrepancy between what the PBO was saying and what he had said in his speech. And it makes sense when he talks about it being over a 5-year period. That certainly clears up a lot of that. But there is still a cost to it. And so I guess I land on the position of trying to determine personally whether I see the benefit of the cost associated with this particular tax measure being of a benefit to society as a whole. And that's where I'm a little bit concerned, because as I indicated in my question, the Parliamentary Budget Officer said that it would be in the neighborhood of around $750 million, as much as $1 billion, and depending on what the uptake is on this, could even be more. I realize that is, or I hope that individuals and the sponsor can realize that is a real concern of some of us in the House, in particular myself. I would also perhaps add that I don't think it is regular practice of any government to allow a private member's bill to change our tax code specifically. The tax code is a very complex document. I know that there have been calls many times over the last few decades to relook at our tax code from square one, i.e. put everything aside and start to build a new one, because of how complex the tax code is with the various different layers and parts that are inserted into it, that I'm concerned about what the implication of this might be as it indirectly or directly relates to the tax code and what those implications could be. I know it sounds very straightforward, but as we've seen in other times, whether it be through government legislation in particular or private members' motions like this, changing the tax code could have other consequences that we're not looking at in advance when we're trying to study this as a whole. So those are the concerns that I have. I certainly, as I indicated previously, Mr. Speaker, will continue to listen to the debate. I want to hear more as this comes forward in the second hour for the next reading of this, and then hopefully inform myself to the point that I can make a good, wise decision and cast my vote in that place. So I know that you're giving me the signal that my time is up, and the member from St. Catharines is distracting me over here, Mr. Speaker, but nonetheless, I will stop there, and I hope that you will give me my one remaining minute when this comes back up for debate in 5 or 6 weeks from now.
I would expect the member to take the minute that was to be accorded to him in due course. The time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper.
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn.
Honourable Member for Flamborough-Glenbrook.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier this month, I rose in this House and cited the Realtors Association of Hamilton Burlington, who in January had confirmed that the average house price in Hamilton, Ontario was over $1 million. Well, since then, Mr. Speaker, the numbers for February have come out, and the average home price in the Hamilton Burlington area is now over $1.1 million. That's a 10% increase in just a month. And so, Mr. Speaker, you can imagine a young person in Hamilton who's saving up for their first home, that in a single month, the price of their starter home has increased $100 grand. And 50% of Canadians under the age of 40 say that they've given up on the dream of home ownership. And who can blame them? Since this government has come to office in 2015, the price of the average home in Hamilton has gone up by 200%. That's double the national average. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm very concerned. And what concerns me most is that there is no effective, realistic, comprehensive plan to remedy this situation. When I spoke earlier this month, the response I received from the Minister of Housing was to advocate for a tax on vacant homes as a solution to the current crisis. And at that time, vacancies were on the decline, I might add. A 1% tax on vacant homes will not provide the relief that the people of Flamborough-Glanbrook so desperately need. But perhaps what is more discouraging is that a 2-year ban on foreign money in our real estate market, the one solid proposal that the current government had brought forward, was defeated by the Liberals at the Finance Committee just a few weeks ago. So, Mr. Speaker, the National Housing Summit was yet more talk and no action. The people who elected us sent us here to create solutions to these challenges, but that's not what they're getting. Sadly, not only is this government failing to enact policies that will help Canadians, they reward CMHC executives with bonuses of $48 million. That's a disgrace. That is the very organization that is tasked with making housing more affordable for Canadians, and yet the dream of home ownership has never seemed more distant for so many. And so that's not worthy of a bonus. Housing supply is the problem. We have construction deficit in this country of 1 million homes to meet current demand, over half of which are in Ontario. But let me break that down even further. Just to keep pace, we need over 110,000 homes built in Hamilton alone. Yet the federal government's Accelerator Fund proposes to build just 100,000 homes nationwide by the year 2025. As an example, last week it was announced that there would be 72 affordable housing units built at a cost of $13.2 million. And while I applaud more funding for affordable housing, this doesn't keep pace, and it's not quick enough to even make a dent in the supply deficit. So more needs to be done. We need a realistic and comprehensive plan. We need to fire on all cylinders to combat the housing crisis and build more supply. This issue impacts my constituents very directly. So when are we going to see less talk and more action?
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire au ministre du Logement et de la Diversité.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'd like to thank my colleague from Flamborough-Glanbrook for the question. I'm happy to talk about our government in tackling house affordability. My colleague has asked for a plan. We have one. We launched a national housing strategy in 2017, the first of its kind in Canada history. It's an ambitious 10-year plan backed by more than $72 billion in investments. I was deeply disappointed to hear the Conservative member from Stormont Dundas South Glengarry yesterday stand in this House and say that we should pull back on the national housing strategy. I couldn't disagree more, Mr. Speaker. Unlike the Conservatives, we believe we need to make historic investments in affordable housing, and that's exactly what we're doing. Through the National Housing Strategy, we have invested over $20 billion. That's thanks to a range of programs that address the different housing needs of Canadians, from shelter to community housing to market rent to ownership. One of those programs, the Rapid Housing Initiative, exceeded all expectations through 2 rounds of applications. It has been very popular with our partners and will ultimately result in the quick constructions of more than 10,000 new affordable housing units, including more than 200 units in my colleague's city of Hamilton. But we recognize that we still need to do more. Since the last election, this government has set out an ambitious new agenda with further activities to make housing more affordable for all Canadians. We have planned for new initiatives such as Housing Accelerator Fund to help cities speed up development processes and expanded access to funding to support green home retrofit. We will be working with the provinces, territories, and municipalities to develop a fairness in real estate action plan to ensure there's more protection and transparency for home buyers and renters. We will also be collaborating with Indigenous partners to co-develop a new urban, rural, northern Indigenous strategy and Canada's first ever National Indigenous Housing Centre. For young people working hard to get a foot on the property ladder, we introduced the first-time home buyer incentive that helps reduce their monthly mortgage payments without adding to their financial burden. It was also disappointing to hear the member Conservative colleague from Stormberg, Dundas, South Glengarry say that we should not be helping first-time home buyers in this House yesterday. On this side of the House, we believe that the first-time home buyers need more support. That's why we have continued to make the first-time home buyer incentive more accessible with more adjustments to come. To help make it easier for renters to get on the path to home ownership, we have also working on creating a fund to test, develop, and scale up rent-to-own projects across the country. Mr. Speaker, we are proud of our successes in improving house affordability, even as we look forward to doing more. With the support of this House, and I hope we can get the support of the member, with a plan on making house more affordable and more house ownership in this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Flamborough-Glanbrook.
Mr. Speaker, thank you to the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for her response, and we appreciate the 200 more units of affordable housing in Hamilton, although that's against a supply deficit of 110,000 homes, as I mentioned. So again, this government's response to any question on housing are formulaic and predictable and insufficient. So I'm going to ask again, what is this government doing for Roseanne, a young woman in my constituency, in her 20s in Upper Stony Creek, and she laments the fact that she's witnessed an exodus amongst her peers, leaving the country and for better affordability elsewhere. Mr. Speaker, the brain drain is real in this aspect, and the initiatives this government is continuing to repeat are like trying to fix a sinking ship by using a bucket. Canadians are still finding themselves drowning. When the government's plan is to build less units across all of Canada than just the deficit in Hamilton alone, clearly more needs to be done. So when is the government going to unveil a real plan to stabilize the housing market so that all Canadians can afford a home, not just the 700 households per week that are fortunate enough to be part of an announcement that is really too little, too late?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I don't want to get into the political rhetoric of we should do more. We have to do more. And I agree with the member. And I hope the member and the party opposite will support all the measures that will be put in place for the next months and years to come. Because we do agree with the member that there is an issue on the housing. And this government took plan with the housing strategy, with initiatives on ownership, with rent-to-own coming to, and I hope the member will support these measures when they come into the House.
Member for Renfrew-Nipissing-Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, as a member of Parliament for Renfrew-Nipissing-Pembroke, I welcome this opportunity to follow up on my request of the Prime Minister to stop his unacceptable campaign of hate and divisiveness against ordinary Canadians. Now that the provinces are demonstrating the leadership that's so clearly lacking at the federal level regarding the mandates, it's time to start focusing on the deep wounds in Canadian society created by this Prime Minister. On February 15th, 2022, the Liberal NDP coalition issued a proclamation declaring a public order emergency. The anti-democratic bouncy castle emergency order has been recognized around the world as a despicable, egregious violation of human rights. Canada's image has been so tarnished internationally that on March 7th, the Prime Minister had to be sneaked into the residence of the Prime Minister of Great Britain at 10 Downing Street through the servants' entrance. Dozens of protesters were out the front door chanting a slogan that's been banned in Canada from flags and protest signs on Ottawa's Parliament Hill. The purpose of the adjournment debate is to follow up on an incomplete response to a question posed during question period. I specifically asked why members of the Liberal Party refused to condemn the racist act of wearing blackface. Canadians see the hypocrisy in the Prime Minister accusing others of being racist when the Prime Minister enjoys dressing up in costumes and in blackface to make fun of other people's cultures and skin color. The Prime Minister's racist accusation is interpreted by the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide as the accusation in a mirror. This is a rhetorical practice of falsely accusing others of conducting, plotting, or committing precisely the same transgressions that one plans to commit against them. The claim by the Prime Minister and his senior members in the Liberal Party that members of the Freedom Convoy were racists, misogynists, undesirables is a textbook example of demonizing and humanizing that comes by labeling certain groups in society as undesirable. But the Prime Minister has a track record of accusing the Freedom Convoy participants of the very violations that he himself is perpetrating. Now, I know that members of the Liberal NDP coalition like conspiracy theories, but it was no conspiracy when a Quebec Liberal MP critiqued members of the party about the divisive rhetoric on vaccinations. He urged the government to keep in mind the fact that not everyone can earn a living from a MacBook at the cottage. The Liberals need to accept that many Canadians believe those who disagree with them on policy matters are not wrong. They struggle to understand how those on big government side of political fence could possibly hold so many wrong-handed views. The trucker strike was brought about by widespread resentment of hysterical reporting throughout the pandemic by the Liberal bought-off media. The attempted cancellation of anyone who dissented over lockdowns, whether scientific or whether on grounds of scientific or civil liberty grounds, further exacerbated the problem. The accusation in a mere propaganda technique has been used in non-genocidal and other forms of persecution committed against Jews, Blacks, and First Nations, among others. It's time to face some inconvenient truths about the Prime Minister. His behavior is dividing our country. Being angry all the time is not demonstrating leadership.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Alors que nous...
Thank you. We are currently leaving the Omicron wave, and so we have to check to see where we are in order to plan a more sustainable management of COVID-19.
Our goal from the start has been to minimize serious illness and overall deaths while minimizing societal disruption, and that remains unchanged. As the Omicron wave continues to recede, we need to recognize that COVID is not just going to disappear. While we have learned a great deal over the course of the pandemic, there remains still much uncertainty. Our health system has been significantly strained throughout this pandemic. And while there is variability in how jurisdictions across the country are assessing risks and adjusting their approaches, we will continue to recommend some individual public health measures in the near term, such as wearing masks in indoor public settings, while continuing to use vaccines and therapeutics as cornerstones of our response. Les taux de vaccination au Canada.
Vaccination rates in Canada are high, but there is still room to improve our protection. As of the 13th of March 2022, more than 84% of the total population has received at least one dose. More than 81% has received 2 doses, and approximately 17 million Canadians have received a booster dose.
Individuals who have received an additional dose are highly protected against hospitalization. As of February 27, 2022, less than 8% of hospitalizations were among individuals fully vaccinated with an additional dose. Thanks to Canadians' adherence to public health measures and high rates of vaccination, including booster doses, our outlook for the next several months continues to improve. As Canada emerges from this wave with vaccines widely available and higher levels of immunity due to prior infection, the focus of planning will shift towards a recovery. Individual public health measures along with vaccines and therapeutics will remain key in protecting individuals should a virulent and highly transmissible variant of concern emerge again. Studies have also shown that the timely implementation of public health measures will result in fewer hospitalizations and deaths due to COVID-19. Lesser demand on healthcare services and reduced need for other more restrictive population-based measures that may result in significant societal disruption, for example, in workplaces, businesses, closures, school closures, and others, will continue to be reduced as a result. L'Agence
The Public Health Agency of Canada is working with its provincial and territorial partners to plan for a more sustainable approach to responding to the continued presence of SARS-CoV-2.
COVID-2. Given the uncertainty, nimble approaches will be required as government-imposed restrictive measures are lifted. Nationally, we are seeking reporting cases leveling off, while severe outcomes like hospitalizations, ICU admissions, and deaths are continuing to decline. While this is encouraging, there is still potential for severity indicators to increase again as provinces and territories begin relaxing their public health measures. For these reasons, it's important that all Canadians continue to update their vaccine protection and make choices that reduce the risks for COVID-19 for themselves and their loved ones. A longer-term, more sustainable approach as we manage this virus will leverage all tools to balance the need to manage COVID-19 while minimizing societal disruption and enabling recovery. I'd like to finish by reaffirming that this pandemic has demonstrated that we need a range of measures in our public health toolbox to continue to fend off highly infectious diseases. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Renfrew-Nipissing-Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, it's time to put a muzzle on the Gerald Butts of the Liberal Party. The Liberal Party has been sending Canadians down the road of American-style politics for years. His American advisors from the U.S. Democratic Party have seen to that. For the sake of Canadian unity, the Prime Minister has to put a muzzle on his disgraced former Secretary barking attack dog. Butts' attacks on Twitter are hate speech against Christians. The campaign, the Liberal Socialist-funded anti-Canadian hate network labels Catholics as hateful. The campaign of hatred must stop. That the Prime Minister would use his AIM technique to level false claims against other Canadians proves members of the Freedom Convoy were right to be fearful about the future of democracy in Canada.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are cautiously optimistic about the near-term trajectory for our country. We know that multiple layers of protection, including vaccination, protect us against severe health outcomes from COVID-19. Getting as many Canadians fully vaccinated and boosted as possible and continuing to adhere to individual public health measures is expected to help us get through this phase of uncertainty. Jurisdictions will continue to adjust public health measures as required to manage resurgences of COVID-19 cases. And while vaccination does not give us full immunity from infection, it does prevent us from getting very sick and the potential need for hospitalization. Across the country, unvaccinated individuals who get COVID are 4 times more likely to be hospitalized than fully vaccinated individuals, and they're 11 times more likely to be hospitalized than those who have received an additional dose. The incentive for vaccines is evident. It protects us from severe illness, and it lessens the burden on our strained healthcare systems. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to start by sharing with you about Hayden and his mom, Rebecca, from my community. Hayden was born with Cornelia de Lange syndrome, with epilepsy and microcephalia. As a child, he and Rebecca had access to various supports, including the disability tax credit and assistance for children with severe disabilities. His mom describes him as the smiliest, happiest, chattiest boy. When he turned 18, though, the supports his mom received dropped off like a cliff. The first 3 months while waiting for the Ontario Disability Support Program, actually, they had no support at all. And then when ODSP did kick in, with nothing provided retroactively, it provided not nearly enough, and very little supplemental for Hayden's additional needs. As an example, Hayden required a particularly special diet, for which they put in a request for an additional $1,000 a month, a request which was never approved. His mom, as a result, then had to go about making impossible choices about what had to go and what could stay. For example, cans of Insure, for example, a necessary supplement for Hayden's diet, were ratcheted way back. Hayden went downhill fast. Within a year, this past December, Hayden passed away. His mom describes her relationship with various government entities like being in an abusive relationship. She shared with me all she wanted were basic human rights. There weren't enough funds provided even for a funeral, so they had a simple visitation instead. From this, Rebecca still owes $3,000, and she's slowly paying it down. As a country, we've let Hayden down. We let Rebecca down. And there are so many others across the country. In fact, Rebecca herself has spoken with 4 other parents, each with similar devastating stories. We could choose to do so much better for them and for all Canadians across the country with disabilities. It's why the Canada Disability Benefit is so critical, a guaranteed livable income for Canadians with disabilities. It's no wonder it's already supported by 89% of Canadians. Is there much of anything that 89% of us can all agree on? And we know that it's Canadians with disabilities who are disproportionately living in poverty across the country. Over 40% of those living in poverty would be brought up through this support. And so we need to not only fast-track the Canada Disability Benefit, but ensure that Canadians with disabilities are involved every step of the way. And as we've been hearing, not only from individuals and organizations in my community, but folks right across the country, a recent petition that secured almost 18,000 signatories, each of which are just looking for a glimmer of hope. And so my question to the Minister again tonight is, can they share the progress made in working to fast-track the Canada Disability Benefit? Because as Rebecca would say, everybody has a Hayden. And every day we wait for the Canada Disability Benefit, we risk losing another Hayden. This legislation would save lives, and it's far past time we get it done. Thank you.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Diversity Inclusion.
Well, thank you very much. And the tragic story of Hayden and Rebecca hurts all of our hearts deeply, Mr. Speaker. And this story is the center of our work. It's what drives our work each and every single day. I want to thank my friend and colleague, the member for Kitchener Centre, for his question. He raises the important issue of how the Government of Canada is supporting our most vulnerable. Je peux affirmer sans équivoque.
I can say unequivocally that we are committed to creating the Canadian benefit for people living with a disability.
On December 16, 2021, the Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Disability Inclusion was instructed to move forward with our campaign platform commitment for the design, introduction, and implementation of a Canada Disability Benefit Act and Canada Disability Benefit for low-income working-age persons with disabilities. The need for this benefit is clear. Despite the progress that has been made in recent years, Canadians with disabilities continue to face persistent barriers to full economic and social participation. Prior to the pandemic, the 2017 Canadian Survey on Disability painted a troubling picture of economic disparity. At the time of the survey, working-age Canadians with disabilities were over 2 times as likely to be living in poverty than the general population, 21% to 11%. And the situation is even worse for those with more severe disabilities, women, Indigenous peoples, LGBTQ2, and racialized Canadians with disabilities. Over the past year, the global pandemic has highlighted and exacerbated the entrenched inequities faced by Canadians with disabilities. A recent survey tabled by this very member for Kitchener Centre showed that 2/3 of respondents with disabilities indicated that they were having difficulties meeting their financial obligations or essential needs as a result of the pandemic. A survey garnering almost 18,000 signatures, might I add, Mr. Speaker. The Canada Disability Benefit would address these inequities head on. It would reduce poverty and support the financial security of working aged persons with disabilities. But Mr. Speaker, we can't say much yet about some of the specific aspects of the benefit, and that is because we want to engage provinces and territories to ensure the benefit supplements rather than replaces existing benefits and income. And in the spirit of nothing without us, we are engaging persons with disabilities and the disability community directly in the design of the benefits. Cela est essentiel.
This is essential.
De handicap sont les mieux placés.
Canadians living with a disability, are the best placed to understand the economic obstacles that they're facing.
Ils ont besoin pour atteindre la sécurité financière.
And to understand the support measures they need to achieve financial security. We know that Canadians living with a disability are looking forward for this benefit to be in place, and we now have a golden opportunity to move forward with a recovery after the pandemic that is truly inclusive of people living with a disability.
Again, for his important question and for his advocacy on behalf of his constituents and on behalf of Hayden and Rebecca and their legacy. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Well, thank you to the Parliamentary Secretary for those kind words. My question in reply is simply when. We know that the previous Bill C-35 was introduced in the last parliamentary session 2 months before the election. In the time since, 43 senators have joined the call and signed on saying, can we please fast track this critical support? And so knowing there is so much existing support within the governing party, knowing that there is support in the other place, and most importantly, knowing that Canadians with disabilities across the country have been calling out for years, that organizations like Disability Without Poverty have been doing such critical convening to bring that voice to government. Can the Parliamentary Secretary share when this legislation will be reintroduced in this place? And if not, what more is required to demonstrate how critical it is for exactly that to happen?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, the member's question is well timed, and I share his urgency on this issue. I can tell you that the Government of Canada has been there for persons with disabilities throughout the pandemic, and we are still there for them. Notre réponse à la pandémie a été formulée en.
Our pandemic response was designed considering people with a disability. We've provided support to seniors and students who are living with a disability.
One-time tax-free, non-reportable payment of up to $600 to help persons with disabilities weather the crisis. And since the beginning of this benefit in October 2020 and until December 2021, Service Canada issued payments to 1.75 million individuals for a total value of $815 million. And now we're in the process of mapping out a disability inclusion action plan, which includes financial relief through a Canada Disability Benefit. The benefit has the potential to help hundreds of thousands of working-age Canadians with disabilities and their families. I thank the member again for his advocacy and his sense of urgency on behalf of his constituents. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted, and accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 2 p.m., pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.